The question is, will it be done in a way that's going to ensure the development of our people? Are we going to be able to do it to be able to capture that demographic dividend, drive economic growth, promote industrialization? Because the reality is, while cities play a critical role in driving economic growth, it doesn't necessarily happen without the right sets of planning, policies, and investment. From the DBSA side, our focus on urban development is a critical part of the work we do, where roughly a third of our financing every year goes into that space. But one of the key challenges that we've seen from the financing side is most cities in South Africa and in the continent lack their own resources. They're very much dependent on national resources to be able to drive critical development for their people. And the challenge is, as we've seen now, that those national resources, one, are limited, and two, have significant other priorities. So the question then that we'd like to debate and have discussions around is, how do cities, one, unlock their own resources? And how do we also look at projects based on their own cash flow potential to be able to drive at least some of the development we're looking for? Those have been some of the priorities of the DBSA and our funding partners, such as the AFDB, and we look forward to be able to continue to be able to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mohan. Thank you for setting the scene. And there's a lot to get through. And I just want to refer to some of the stories that I've covered in my career. When we go to big cities, specifically across the African continent, whether I'm in Lagos, whether I'm in Nairobi, whether I'm in Johannesburg, it doesn't matter where I go, Kinshasa. There's an image that I constantly see, or even Luanda, for example. There's an image that I always see, that on the outskirts of the cities, you see informal settlements, or you see informal housing. And you see a large part of the population that is just not included in what should be dignified housing, dignified experiences. And when we look at these numbers, Mohan, and you've laid them out in terms of the rapid urbanization, cities are bursting at the seams. It is an absolutely worrying reality. And I wonder, where is the money going to come from? We've got a deficit, and we need to focus on the big numbers. So, Abimbola, I want you to start for me. Have you got a microphone? There you go. Here's another one.
Will it?
Okay, thank you. Start for me, yeah. So okay. when I set that scene, you've seen these images that I refer to.
Okay.
What are your thoughts?
So thank you very much, Eleni. Every big city in Africa, like you say, probably we all live the same realities. And we all know that financing does not really exist. And I always say, no matter what we do, the first thing is to drive economic growth, move people out of poverty, because when you begin to see people, and like we were discussing just before we started, that when I don't have an address and I don't have a job, I have zero ability of getting credit. And if I don't have credit, I can't really experience the living that I'm supposed to. Because how many people can really say, I'm saving up for a house? It's not possible. Financing is the backbone of development for everybody, not just cities. It's also for the individual in that city. So there needs to be deliberate action. So there's some things the government can do, and then there's some things that the whole system must do together. And that's why we're all here when you're talking about financing systems. So the city must begin to look at how to make the city viable for economic growth. So you develop your infrastructure, your transport infrastructure. We know, for instance, that transport is one major driver of economic growth in any city. So when a city begins to focus on those big things, then it brings economic development, it brings growth, and then the ability to get jobs, the ability to now say, okay, I work at so-and-so, and I earn this amount of money, and so therefore, I can begin to look at making myself eligible for certain opportunities within the city that I live in, and so I am not excluded. Because the word you used is quite correct. A lot of people are excluded. I'm living in a place where I cannot tell you what my address is because it doesn't exist. And if I don't have one, No financing house will speak to me about the possibility of getting myself out of the situation that I find myself. So the cities have a big responsibility. Let us begin to do what it would take to drive the economy of every city. And that means infrastructure. It means developing systems, developing drainage, developing transportation, developing health services. And then the financial sector will then find it easy. When I can say, okay, I know who you are, I know where you live, and I know what you earn because I know where you work. Then inclusion starts to happen. And when inclusion happens, we can begin to see growth.
I mean, what you're painting, you say it so eloquently and so simply, but I know that it's complicated. What's the timeline on something like that to get to? Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. I want to go to Kayo, fellow South African. You know, from the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality. Abimbola mentioned something really, you know, important. It's like shoring up our municipalities and our cities, and it actually falls on the shoulders of municipalities and the strength, the financial strength of municipalities. What Abimbola just played out for you, tell me how eThekwini in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, is doing this.
Well,
it's on. Yeah.
As a eThekwini municipality in Durban,
Yeah.
we actually have a population of 4 million, you know, and we have, you know, the municipality's budget is $3.9 billion US dollars. And we are one of South Africa's top 3 metropolitan municipalities. But it's also important to note from investment grade credit ratings, we are at AA minus LT, or as well as at A1 plus ST. It actually is saying there is so much investor confidence, you know, from the point of view of our debt book as well, how we are managing, you know, with fiscal discipline. For instance, we do not owe for Eskom. Eskom is, you know, in South Africa, this is one of the challenges.
So Eskom is the power utility in South Africa, if you don't know.
We don't owe anything except for the current, you know, account. Yeah. We don't owe also the water utilities for bulk supply. So that fiscal discipline is actually saying we are very focused in terms of how we are managing the city, but we have challenges. Yes, for instance, when we look at our strategic plan, which is known as the Integrated Development Plan, it says if we continue on the pace of delivering housing, for instance, it is going to take us 80 years, 80, to actually address the issue of backlogs if we use you know, the current brick and mortar approach. This is saying to us, you know, this is no brainer. We now need to be going the route of alternative building technologies. So in other words, we can't do the same thing the same way and expect different results. Yeah. We are now expected to be revolutionary in our approach and do work differently. Hence PPPs, public-private partnerships. That's why we are here.
Just a quick question. You were saying your investment is $1 billion. The investment right now, $1 billion.
I said it's actually currently what we have is $3.9 billion. I'm saying in terms of our total budget as the city, annual budget.
Okay, yeah. Great. Okay, a lot to think about there. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Hastings, let's come to you. I want you to tell me what Big Win Philanthropy is doing right now, and you know the interventions by Bimbola as well as by Kayo. You experience it head on, and you see what people experience on the ground. And I wonder how you would solve this issue of finance.
Right. Thank you. Very, very important question. And I want to start from what we believe in Big Win.
Yeah.
We believe that Africa right now, as far as urbanization is concerned, is at a T-junction. We'll either turn right or we'll turn left. Unfortunately, as far as urbanization is concerned, we're not going back. It's happening, it's here, people are coming into the cities. We will either, depending on the decisions that we take now, will either turn right and end into smart and livable cities and really cash in on the demographic dividend. Or if it's business as usual, we believe that will now just multiply urban poverty and inequality and slums in Africa. So how do we turn right? I think that's the question. What is Big Win doing? For us, our starting point is we start with planning. Yes, we have our master plans and strategic plans in our cities, but we need to even go further to actually look at, after the strategic planning, to really look at the operational planning and have the plans that lead to transformative action that take us in the right direction. Then secondly, we need to actually look internally in our cities. And I'm glad to hear Etiquette talking about fiscal discipline and all that. We then need to have solid financial management systems in our cities that are really able to attract investment. And the starting point is to look at on-source revenue in cities, to strengthen that, making sure that based on whatever regulations or mandates that we have been given in terms of revenue generation, we are able to really generate the maximum we can. And we need to modernize really revenue collection in our cities, really using technology. We are in the era of AI and smart technologies. Let's go digital in terms of revenue collection so that we also close the leakages. We need to look at the skills in our cities on how we develop project pipelines.
Yeah.
So we need to look into that. But I'll finish with having done that in cities, we also need to go to the investors themselves. And I really want us to have a conversation around understanding the risk, that the perception of risk for cities. We need to unpack that. I believe, and from our point of view in Big Win, I believe that the perception that we investors or funders have on African cities, the perception of risk is exaggerated, and we need to unpack that.
Absolutely. And because the perception of risk is, you wanted to clap? Let me not stop you. Yes, thank you. By the way, this is something I keep talking about, perception of risk, and I'm so glad you raised it, because with a skewed perception of risk, there's an anticipation for very high returns. And then it's, becomes a very dangerous sort of game, right? Where you've got investors going, I'll come in, I'll invest, but because it's so risky, I want 15% returns. And in this kind of sector, we shouldn't have investors chasing those kind of returns. Mohan, do you agree? Did you want to?
No, I just wanted to agree that, we need to have a real and honest conversation here. It's expensive to borrow in Africa just because of this tag of risk that we have. And then if we don't address that, I don't think cities will be able to get the resources they need to transform their cities. So let's have a candid conversation about it.
So Mohan, did you want to?
Look, I always hear this discussion around perceived risk, right? The issue is the only way to get investors through that process is to deliver. Now, and what I mean by that is you need to give them investment opportunities that they can deploy capital into, see the returns, and then get so excited that they're now chasing after that. We've seen that happening in South Africa with our independent power producer program, where the rates, of return have significantly come down, so much so that now the rate of debt return is lower than that of the sovereign's borrowing cost. So imagine that. The debt returns that investors are getting in South Africa's IPP program today for a 20-year loan is less than the sovereign's 10-year borrowing costs. It means when they see the return opportunities again and again, they will deploy capital. So it's not enough just to say that, the risk is overblown. We actually have to demonstrate by giving the opportunities for that capital to flow. I mean, one of the things we're doing now as the DBSA, working with the UN's Capital Development Fund, is accessing a guarantee facility for African cities that the European Commission has put out. And the goal there is to provide a guarantee facility. And again, the proof will be if that guarantee facility is there backed by the European Union, then investors will see it as a AAA guarantee, right? But if the guarantee doesn't get utilized, it means that actually the funds don't have to go anywhere. And then the proof will be there that on the one hand, investors will be given effectively a very low risk investment opportunity, but the funds actually, because it's a guarantee, doesn't actually get utilized.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, you cannot have a higher credit rating than your sovereign, than your
It's a
country.
credit rating.
So it's a Queenie can't have a better credit rating than the South African government. So if your country isn't rated adequately, you're subpar.
Look, the point being, this is what the markets demand, right?
Yeah.
The markets demand a certain yield from the South African sovereign, and the markets are willing to accept a lower yield for a longer tenor loan for a renewable energy project with good offtake. That is the reality, and you can go check the numbers. So that is what's happening. So the point being, and I think, I agree with what Hastings was talking about. When you have well-prepared projects under a very good policy framework, the markets will respond. The capital is there, and it will go after these projects. I mean, we ourselves are going to be showcasing, we showcased 2 projects yesterday in the urban setting, one for City of Cape Town, one for Sedibeng Municipality. We're going to be showcasing another one for eThekwini for a wastewater treatment works. And we'll see, the proof will be if and when investors come after those opportunities.
I mean, Bola, how do you get investors to chase those opportunities? Does it come down to those numbers? Do you think there is appetite?
I think there is appetite, definitely. But I think there is a place that the owners of the project have a lot of work to do. So you need to get yourself prepared. Investors are in the business of returns. The cities are in the business of implementing so that they can raise the economic value of their city. So everybody really and truly wants different things, but somehow those 2 diverging positions must come together. And it's interesting to hear what Kaz was saying about what the market demands. And really and truly, that's what it boils down to. The ability for me to say as a city, so I look at Lagos, for instance, we are a huge city, 22 million people. And a lot of those people, right today, we don't have what I call formal transportation. Now that, I am sitting in a position of knowledge, and I know that that can become something that investors should be able to put their monies in and know that it will yield. Because I believe we're probably one of the very few cities in the world that have the population, that have the numbers, the passenger numbers, to make any transport project make sense. Yesterday, we delivered a project at a Ballroom, one of our rail systems. It's rail line and it's electric. So it doesn't get better than that in today's world of green funding and mass transportation, sustainable development goals. Now, my responsibility is to make sure that I communicate that to those who have the money. They're sitting there.
It's like a no-brainer to invest in public transport in Lagos. It actually, I mean, you'd be stupid to miss the opportunity.
Fantastic you say that, Eleni. Because yesterday when we sat in the boardroom, it was like, this is a no-brainer. We're in,
100%.
we're in. And that comes from the fact that we were well prepared
But
for
who's
this.
going to help fund that, right? Because we're talking about mega projects, billions and billions.
Yes,
DBSA,
millions and millions. Oh, yeah.
you're doing it. Fantastic.
They're speaking to us.
Buying some shares.
But those are
Yeah.
the things that will lift our cities out of poverty. Those are the things that will drive the
And
economy.
then it like is a
And then
spillover.
things will start to happen.
Kaya, I want to, I mean, I jotted down what you said. It's going to take you 80 years if you continue on the path you're on right now. That's absolutely terrifying. So when you guys are crunching the numbers and you're looking at your realities, you're saying you have to think differently. You have to think differently. So are you trying to lure in investment? How are you doing that? Is it,
Certainly.
blended finance? What is it?
We are doing that. We also go on outreach programs and so on. For instance, last week we were with the city manager. We were in New York, with the New York Christian Times there hosting the resurgence. conference, which conference we also had it in July in Durban. And we are also hosting another one next July. So basically we're inviting the African continent, let's participate. Because for instance, that particular conference is not just confined to Durban, as an example. In Maputo, I think Nairobi as well, the uptake is going to be phenomenal. The approach that we are taking is that one of saying, you know, for instance, in Durban, there is already a commitment from our brothers and sisters in America, in New York State particularly, you know, to say from the African Americans, their pension funds, they're saying in the next 10 years, they will be investing to the tune of $4 billion in the city of eThekwini. So that's a commitment. But this commitment is not just confined to eThekwini, because they are saying to us, they have not invested a cent, nothing, no zilch contribution towards Africa in terms of investments thus far. But now it's a commitment because we've raised our hand to say we really want to start doing business differently. And we're saying it's not confined to us. So this is the approach we're taking. But we also have catalytic projects where we have clearly said these are the projects which require investments, you know, from the private sector, the mixed use kind of projects. We are already, it's already in the book, you know, investor book, which is containing $12.6 billion. And that's a clear commitment. Finally, we have a coastline of 100 kilometers as eThekwini. And that's a gold mine. We're really sitting on a gold mine.
And if you haven't been there, you should go. Sorry, I'm pitching for you.
So I'm basically saying it's an investment opportunity. Basically, you know, if we call the oceans economy, blue economy. That's
Absolutely.
what we're doing.
I mean, there's so much stuff happening. Sorry, I'm obviously biased towards South Africa. I just, you know, and I'm glad I've got someone from South Africa here because, you know, after 1994, South Africa had a very big undertaking to build what we call RDP houses, which is actually low-cost housing for the disenfranchised communities in South Africa, the black communities. South Africa is very behind in achieving those goals. I mean, in the millions, by the way. And even eThekwini has major problems with informal housing, informal settlements. I don't want to forget the mamas and the fathers there that don't have proper sanitation, don't have proper services. Their realities are today. And while we're talking about big infrastructure projects that are going to have a huge impact, it's how do we help the people today? And everything we're talking about here is long-term projects. And I want to end off with this. It's how quickly can we do this? We need the money. It's obvious. I want us to keep those people in the back of our minds because those are our realities. So, Kyle, let's start with you.
Well, the approach is that we are actually investing from our own budget, you know, towards infrastructure, attending to the day-to-day, you know, running of the business in terms of infrastructure, making sure that it's sustainable. But we are also relying on borrowings because fortunately, it's how we have structured our business, you know, such that we will be able to do gearing because that's also an opportunity. Unless we do anything about it, unfortunately, it's not going to grow, you know, the capacity to actually ensure that there are repairs, maintenance, but also there is new infrastructure. So from that point of view, we are doing something, but we are saying we can't do it alone. That's why we are saying to investors, let's, you know, participate. Let's see more projects being, you know, funded from public-private partnerships. You know,
but it needs to be affordable. You know, that's the thing, Mohan. Okay, Hastings, I'll come to you.
Well, I mean, one of the things that we've seen as the DBSA is that ensuring that there's bulk infrastructure in place, which then allows for housing and other top structures to be funded through the private markets is critical. Because that element we find is very, very difficult for private markets to fund, the bulk infrastructure. And it's a critical cost that gets built into housing and to other developments as well. So, I mean, I think as a development finance player, that's something that we've been focused on. And in many cases, what we're finding is that the municipalities lack the budgets to be able to fund enough new bulk infrastructure as well, even though ultimately they'll be beneficiaries through various rates and taxes that they capture once that bulk infrastructure is in place. So what we're actively working towards is a facility that on a standalone basis can finance bulk infrastructure, then allow top structures to be funded through private investors, and then we would get repaid, but also municipalities' own fiscus will also improve through a bigger tax base. And obviously you'll have housing and other developments taking place at scale.
Hastings.
So you talked about housing deficits, but of course there are also other deficits,
Yeah.
whether it's water,
There's lots, yeah.
Whether it's kilometers of roads that the people that are coming into our cities will need to use. And I want to encourage cities to actually take on data-driven planning so that they understand they understand the numbers that are projected to come into their cities and what those numbers say in terms of the housing that they need, the kilometers of roads that they need, and all that. Africa is notorious for data poverty. We don't have adequate data. We're not arming decision makers with adequate and credible data for them to plan properly. We need to close that. We need to have partnerships with universities to be able to get as much data as possible to help our planning. And I want to close. I know I'll annoy some people, but I'll say it all the same. I'll stand somewhere there so you can slap me if you are not happy. But I want to close by saying we also need to change our mindset when it comes to project pipeline development. We need to depart from a humanitarian relief kind of like mindset where we put proposals on the table and expect someone to invest out of sympathy or out of tears. We need to depart from that and be able to demonstrate potential for transformation in whatever we put at the table. She was talking about yesterday in the boardroom. I was there, by the way. People were impressed. They were saying, I'll go for it. I'll go for it. But it was because what was presented there were not tears. It wasn't to command sympathy. There was credible kind of like information, data-backed information, and really a demonstration of potential, a demonstration of impact. I think that's what we need to empower our cities to be able to do.
So Hastings, I mean, yes, and I get it, like the Lagos transportation project makes sense, but does it make sense to invest in low-cost housing for the people that are excluded? You know, if you're trying to sell that story to investors and saying your returns are not going to be that high because to keep housing affordable, you can't go over a certain point for the people right now that are living in informal structures.
So my approach to that is we need to look at diversifying our funding sources.
Yeah. So bilateral, multilateral.
Yes, there are some funding sources. They are really the business of business is business. Some funding sources are really business people. They would want to have to make profit. They would need to bottom line. But there are others that can actually support the type of affordable housing that we need for excluded communities. So we need to understand what to take to who. We are a philanthropy. We don't want to make profit, and because of that, we warm up to funding things that are really that improve lives of people, especially the excluded communities, without necessarily getting a return out of it. So let's try to look at diversification of funding sources and take the right things to the right people.
Brilliant. Abimbola, I'm giving you the last word.
Okay. So it's fantastic we're talking about housing, apart from, my big thing is transportation. But when we're looking at housing, and I like the fact that we're saying, mostly it comes off of private sector. Like Kyle said, let the big ticket items be done by the cities. You need to do that to drive the economy of your city, and then private sector will come and begin to look at housing. Now, if we're looking at that, you can then begin to say to private sector, you're going to build 1,000, but really and truly from the perspective of what I am giving to you, I want you to make 100 of it affordable. So somehow you will be taking off of private sector something back for the people. And then you go back to what was said about ensuring you take the right business to the right person. When we're looking at affordable housing, this does not become a profit-making system. It is a city's responsibility to begin to look at the people at the bottom of the pyramid. And how do you do that? Is ensuring that when you speak, you know exactly who's in the business of doing this for me. But it also ties back to your big ticket items. When my economy grows, and I think I was saying that, you will develop your city along, and then people will be somewhat, the people at the bottom will be less and less because somehow they are crossing over. But it is to understand, take the right project to the right finance house. Those who are the developmental agencies who have all sorts of things we can do now. Green bonds for cities, ensuring that we're doing things to find the financing that will not cost as much for the lower bottom of my pyramid. And then the other half will be done by private sector proper.
I think we've solved everything. What do you guys think? You know, the whole point is taking everyone with us, right? From the bottom up. And it sounds like every single one of you have got a plan. And I'm very much looking forward to all the efforts you're doing on the ground. We'll be monitoring. That's for sure. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for my fantastic panelists this morning. I'm going to stay on stage. We're going to continue our conversation with my next guest. So thank you so very much. Abimbola, Mohan, Hastings, and Kayo. Thank you. Okay, photo, please come back. We need proof this actually happened. We need to document. Quick photo. Thank you for your patience. Right, thank you. Oh, in the middle, okay. We don't have a lot of time, by the way. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Audience, you could at least encourage us. Yeah, and laugh or, you know. Witnessing a photograph. Okay. Our next guest, we're going to be continuing our conversation, and we will be focusing on how we raise capital for Africa's rapid urbanization projects. I'd like to welcome on stage Nezia Hayat, Chairperson and President, Moroccan Capital Market Authority. Terna Habib Khan, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from ShaftDB. Welcome. Abdurrahman Diallo, Managing Director, African Solidarity Fund. Eric Gumbo, Managing Partner of G&A Advocates, Kenya. Welcome. Right. Does everyone have headsets, just in case you need translation? I will be using them today. All right, so I hope you enjoyed the initial discussion that we had about where we stand right now on urbanization, the deficits that we're seeing. Of course, it is very concerning how much work needs to be done. Eric, I want to start off with you. I want you to give me a sense of what we're seeing in Kenya right now. We're seeing rapid urbanization. The numbers are in the millions specifically for Nairobi. There's a lot that needs to happen. How to raise capital in this market, in this environment, knowing that the deficits exist today, and also being very aware of the rapid growth of cities in Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Helene, for the conversation, the opportunity to sit together as a people to discuss what truly would form the foundation of what would be discussed by those who will be coming after us 10, 20, 30 years from today. It really, I think, is an important conversation. So looking at the Kenyan context as a starting point, I want to ask us, and this is not unique to Kenya, where are we today as the developing countries? We look at, for instance, our GDP to debt ratio. It's averaging 65%. That means most of the African countries or the developing countries do not have headroom for financing to be able to then, proper financing conversation to be had in that space. Now, we are also aware, as you rightly point out, that we are bursting at the seams.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of urbanization, we're seeing a lot of population rise, and as you earlier on said, by 2035, we'll be largely urbanized. Now, the only problem is that we are getting urbanized in a context where there's no appropriate planning, which then leads us to the problems that we are now seeing. We're seeing the upside of slums, we're seeing inappropriate infrastructure facilities, no sanitation, no water. That is what we are supposed to be resolving. Now, from where I sit, a number of things would need to be taken into consideration. My background as an advocate first tells me to ask the question, do we have the appropriate legislative infrastructure? Most of the African cities rely on the national governments for purposes of their funding. It means they do not have autonomy. They do not have city autonomy. It means that even if you are to have a conversation, unless first you work on the primary legislation, you'll not be able to have that conversation in a sense that will be able to push it. Now, if we take it to the national level, we go into the concerns around the red tape that comes with getting approvals for city authority for purposes of that raising appropriate capital. Now, the other thing that we need to look at again from a legislative platform is that the manner in which our administrative cycles are planned. They're planned against what I would call the 5-year cyclic programs of governments. I'll give you an example. In Kenya, about 2008, we had a very robust program which we called Vision 2030. It was expected that that would give a long-term opportunity for people to be able to partner with the private sector to have long-term plans that would help in urbanization. At the change of that administration, that question of Vision 2030 was changed, So
you didn't have policy continuity, essentially.
Yes, before we got to the end of it. Now, we then moved to the second cycle, which is what we call the Big Four. Now, every conversation around the country became about the Big Four. At the turn of events after that administration, now we came up with what we call the bottom-up economic transformation model. Now, this creates confusion to any private investor because they would not know how to plan their finances around that space.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, very interesting. I mean, and we all know the financial situation Kenya's in at the moment. We've seen, what Kenya has been through. So we're going to come back to this, but you make a very interesting point about cities having autonomy over, their future. Abdul Rahman, I want to come to you. I want to talk about Shelter Afrique Development Bank. It's really interesting. I was looking into this, and you operate through a shareholding of 44 African governments and 2 institutional shareholders. You promote financing for housing, urban development, and so forth. When you get into projects, what are the biggest challenges that you face?
Thank you so much for the question. So we, as Shelter Afrique Development Bank, we operate across the housing value chain and urban development, right? So we work with both private sector and public sector, and with other multilateral development banks like ourselves. So the major challenge that we actually find ourselves involved with and that we have to address is mainly the policy and enabling environment within the countries where we work. So our shareholders are all governments, and African Development Bank and Africa Re as well. And our governments are all looking to address this housing deficit. We have a major deficit. I think the prior panel felt like home to me because I was hearing a lot of the things that we were looking to address as Shelter Afrique Development Bank. And the issues related to enabling environment to allow the private sector to come in at scale to address this massive housing deficit. We're talking about 53 million housing deficit today, which is growing every year. And that basically requires at least $1 trillion, right? We spoke about President Adesina yesterday was talking about $1.4 trillion needed for the housing sector. to address that mere gap.
And
which
that's
is really
no,
growing.
I mean, these are scary numbers.
It's actually, I call it in French, bombe à retardement. So this is like a ticking bomb, right, in our cities. Cities are doubling. At the same time, the cities is not expanding, right, physically. So we really need to address this deficit, and we have to address it in a sustainable way. Because if you have to rebuild or build those houses with bricks and mortar, traditional ways, without paying attention to climate and urban resilience, then you're exposing our cities to major carbon footprint and also potential disasters.
Yeah, no, thank you. Nezha, you focus on the regulatory side. I think you've got one of the toughest jobs because you have to ensure that the frameworks are in place, the policies in place for people to want to invest and able to execute these projects. What are you guys doing right now to make it easier for money to flow into cities at the Moroccan Capital Market Authority?
Okay,
It's on, just hold it close. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question. No, as you said, the role of the Capital Market Authority, the role of the Moroccan Capital Market Authority is to protect investors, to ensure the integrity of the market. But also, this cannot be done without having a vision of what is capital market and to adapt our capital market to be able to finance the investments in a country and also to mobilize capital for that. And it's one of the clear missions that we have built because we, and I think it's the same for many countries of the continent, we need to enhance our capital markets because we know that in the future, given the huge investment that will have to come to in our countries to face for infrastructure, for cities, for industry. So capital markets will definitely play a critical role. So how do we do that? So what have we done? We have anticipated and having always a conversation with all the stakeholders. So what are the priorities of the country? What are the priorities of the corporate SMEs, infrastructure projects, large corporate? And so we adapted and we prioritized the legal and regulatory framework for instruments that would serve these needs.
So you basically saw what the market needed, and you were able to plug in those holes.
For instance, let me give you an example. What we did during COP22, it was in 2016 in Marrakesh. So we set up, we wanted, the country was committed is committed in a sustainable development. So what we did, and we were among the very first capital markets regulators to set up rules for green bonds. So we set up guidelines at the time with IFC to support guidelines for green bonds, to support the first green bond issues that we had at 2016. And we have done recently the same for municipality bonds. And that enabled the first issue in 2022 for the Agadir municipality.
And that's what municipalities need, right? That kind of support. Abdulrahman, Africa Solidarity Fund, I know that you have also signed a partnership between the African Development Bank and the Africa Solidarity Fund. Very interesting institution. Your main intervention is the guarantee of bank loans and bond issues and so forth. How are you helping solve this huge financing gap for transportation, for urbanizing, for housing? I mean, as we've ascertained, it's across the board.
Absolutely. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Where I would like to be specific is that we note huge needs So when we find ourselves with such level of needs and with the deficits you have referred to, there is need to establish priorities and to plan. When this is done, well, I think urban needs create opportunities for investors. And so the issue for our cities is mainly, and someone raised this a while ago, is the perception risk issue. Cities which want to get debts, we have the perception risk which is on the table. And so we step in as a guarantor. We provide investors risk mitigation elements. And so this clearly makes investors know that we are around, we have a good financial rating, and we can step in if the borrower defaults. I would like to go further by noting I've referred to planning after we've identified needs. However, when we take a step back, we note that at the national level, the level of needs makes us note that the state alone cannot address all challenges. It is why we need to reflect on other solutions in terms of public-private partnerships to ensure that users in our cities handle several projects, such as is done in some countries for tolls and other infrastructure. And so we need to really bring on board the users.
I've got a follow-up question. You were saying perception of risk and so forth, and looking at municipalities. What is the perception of risk towards municipalities right now across the African continent? Are municipalities defaulting on some of these projects and the ones that you're backing right now? What's the status?
Voilà. En fait, ce qu'on retient, c'est que
what we have noted is that in some countries, there are some powers which are devolved to municipalities. And so we have some powers which are managed at the central government level. Nonetheless, our municipalities get a revenue from tax recovery from traders, and considering the needs of cities, it is indeed very difficult to properly tackle issues. That is the first point, and that is noticeable. Without the support of states, it becomes very difficult to handle. The next item relating to challenges we face in municipalities is at the level of technical capacities, solid capacity to carry out or to originate bankable projects without the support of the state. It is for this reason I referred earlier to the need to prioritize needs, then think about working with private partners. There are some needs that could be handled by private investors within the context of PPPs, but also to think about reimbursement to be done for users or by users. On our part as guarantors, we'd always be there to ensure the safety of operations, but also to mitigate risk for investors.
Thank you. Very interesting. Eric, I want you to jump in here and listening to what Abdulrahman had to say about supporting municipalities and so forth. And you were making the distinction between, the power that the government has at a state level versus what we're seeing at municipal and city level. And there's a huge discrepancy and how to sort this out. In the Kenyan situation, we know that the government attempted to increase taxes and increase taxes across the board. That didn't come to fruition. There was big pushback. We heard from the earlier panel that you've got to increase economic growth because the one feeds into the other, and that's how you create it. How would you define Kenya's ability and Nairobi's ability right now to raise money and raise capital to fill in these gaps?
Two things. In relation to the national tax position, which would not be speaking to the cities that is the subject of a conversation today, they are perfectly able to deal with the issues that they would need to address as government. But it should not be lost on us that, like I said earlier, a lot of African countries and developing countries are, at a very close ceiling between the debt and the GDP ratio. Most of them average 65. So it means there's a very small leeway left for purposes of national government intervening on those developments. And I think to the point that my colleagues have spoken to, it is for that reason that why then we come into innovation. We will be asking ourselves, where is the place of on-source revenue? What is a country doing in its place to be able to support the initiatives? And I'll give you an example in Kenya, which I think I've seen in South Africa, I've seen this again in Morocco, and I've seen it in one or two other countries. There are specific funds that have been assigned to deal with the question of development. In Kenya, for instance, we have what we call our affordable housing levy. Now, it is a special fund which came with this government, and just looking at the statistics recently, we are able to collect up to $40 million monthly. When I was looking at the statistics from the time that policy came into play, we now have a cumulative figure of about $400 million. Now, that would give a very good platform for a conversation around guarantees, for a conversation about, DFIs coming in to say, what do you have that we can be able to partner with you on? Again, that provides for an opportunity for blended finance so that if the private sector will be coming in, we would then use the sources that would have gotten from on-source revenue, from the domestic revenue, to either give, take care of the first risks in terms of borrowing, and then give, in that context, comfort to the private investor. It is that in that context, again, that we'll be talking about PPPs. And on PPPs, you add the fourth P, which is now about including the people so that then there's a buy-in in any of those.
Eric, is it happening quick enough?
Yes.
Is it happening quick enough? Timelines, is it the timeline? Is it happening fast enough?
Yes. Of course, when you bring in the people component, you'd not be able to do it as you'd have wished. But like with any other national project, I think we are making very good progress.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Erno, let me ask you, is everything happening fast enough for you?
Sorry.
I don't mean to be just, pessimistic, but we need to speed things up at such a rapid race.
No, absolutely. Look, I think the challenge is so drastic that we really need to move fast. And I think a lot of governments have realized this. I mean, the government of Kenya, as a good example, you were talking about the Big Four agenda. Now they're talking about the Big One agenda, which is addressing the housing and urban crisis, because they've seen this coming very fast. And the other thing to keep in mind is that housing and urban development are really key to economic growth, because most of our GDPs are driven in African cities, from African cities, basically, across the continent. So we really need to make sure that we can actually create the enabling environment to make this happen. There are different best practices that we can borrow from all over the world. You take a country like India, where the housing market is something in the north of $700, $800 billion, right? And this is because the country has put in place all the enabling environment. And this is something that we at Shelter Afrique Development Bank, we have coined viral, how you make housing viral. So viral means you put in place a vision for the policies, housing for all, sustainable housing, and decent, adequate housing for all as a vision. And you put in place the institutions, that's the I, right? The institutions to enable the environment to make sure that we can deliver at scale. And then you have the regulatory framework, the R. So the regulations that are needed to drive the agenda, and the actors. We have to work with the ecosystem, right? We need to work with the banks, the developers, governments, other DFIs like ourselves. Those are the actors. And then at the end, this is the local initiatives. We have to put in place PPPs, public-private partnerships. Every single country in Africa has a housing and urban development agenda. So we at Shelter Afrique, we accompany our government shareholders to put in place what we call CHOOPs. These are the country housing and urban partnerships.
Sorry to interject because we are running out of time, but I want to ask you another quick follow-up. How much appetite and interest is there for the low end of the spectrum, for low-cost housing, to build that? And you need big funding on that, and it needs to be affordable, right? I mean, we cannot dismiss the affordability side of things. How much interest is there, Tiana?
Yeah, so look, I think the reality is affordable housing is profitable. The whole point is to do it the right way with the technology that's appropriate. And this is exactly what we're doing in our Center of Excellence, where we're working with our different partners and clients. We financing banks, financial institutions, developers, large-scale construction companies, and government agencies. And the whole point for us is to showcase with best practices how you make affordable housing, low-cost housing, affordable and reachable by the masses, right? So we are looking at partners as in Rwanda, ADHI, which is actually a developer that has been able to build homes for $10,000 and still be profitable. So I think there are technologies that we can look at, and the whole point is about scale. How do you scale up at an affordable space? Another example is really about urban regeneration. And this is one thing that we're looking at very closely. Whenever you land over an African city, what you see mostly are slums, okay? I mean, they don't call them slums, but there's slums everywhere in the center of the cities. So what we try and do at Shelter Afrique is to come up with a program where we can help urban regeneration. And we've seen examples where it worked in India, in Mumbai, where basically in a slum area in the center of Mumbai, the government agrees in a tripartite agreement, right, with the slum dwellers and the developer and the government, where they can basically remove the slum and build affordable homes for the slum dwellers. So you go high and you have an empty land. That's what we talk about, land value capture as well, which basically allows the developer to build commercial middle to high income development nearby the affordable homes, and the kind of returns they make, it's actually 4 times the original investment. So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. I mean, brilliant. Neza, I want you to jump in here for us. And it sounds to me, any idea that we've put out today in this conversation cannot happen without someone like you, putting the regulation in place, helping create, the back-end requirements, whatever we need, so that investors feel safe to come in and invest. What's the next steps that we should be taking? How can we scale what you've done here in Morocco to other African countries?
Well, yes, well, in order to speed up the transformation, you can see in Morocco, if you have been in Rabat before, you can see the huge transformation. So we have to go we have to speed not only within the country, and we can only do that if we all cooperate. Of course, we do play this role of setting up the legal and regulatory framework, but we have to do it, and not only taking into account all the international standards, because we have to attract not only local institutional investors, but also international. But we have to adapt it to the realities. We have to work together. For the continent, what we have done, we do continuously, not only on bilateral with peer-to-peer cooperation with regulators of the continent, but also within our regional committee of African and Middle East Committee at IOSCO, our international association. We share our expertise, and we help replicate. That's what we have done, for instance, for green and sustainable bonds. That's what we are doing also for the asset management. That happens to be a successful activity. So by sharing expertise, understanding, and believe me, we have so many priorities in common, but also a lot of ambition, and all regulators of the capital markets in Africa understand their role, understand that the capital markets have to be larger, stronger, and that we need also common rules. So this is how we
creates
do
a
it.
safety net, right, for investors. And
Absolutely.
So once once this regulatory environment was really focused on, did you fundamentally see a big impact on investment, on projects that matter when it comes to urbanization?
Yeah, well, today, I mean, I can talk only for Morocco. I speak for Morocco.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a lot of appetite from investors,
Yeah.
and to be part of projects. And up to now, really, financing comes through banking, but we have more and more issuances that are successful and that are attracting both international and local investors.
Fantastic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, my brilliant panelists, and for your incredible interventions and insights. And I wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we need to take a photo before we step down. I'd like to hand over to Simon Besant next, who'll be taking you through your next session. Thank you. Thank you. Take a quick picture. We'll give you a picture. Let's not run away. I'm going to stand in the middle.
Okay. Good morning. I've been asked to make some closing remarks on the panels, the two panels just concluded. Let me first of all thank the panelists for the insightful, provocative discussion that they had, of course, with an expert moderator in Eleni. And in Eleni, I noticed that you have just changed the moniker for the AIF 2024, which is leveraging innovative partnerships for scale, but you've added something else, which is leveraging innovative partnerships for scale and with speed, and that really came out, very clearly. As we've seen, the financing gap for projects in African cities is massive, on the order of $25 billion a year at least. Given the projections for unprecedented urban growth across the continent, this gap is only going to increase. So the discussions clearly highlighted both the challenges and some potential solutions to the problem. but it will take an all-hands-on-deck approach to really make a difference in urban finance. So what does this mean? It means attacking the issues at all levels. First, we need to help our cities get their finances in order. This means both more technical and financial capacity in the long run. African cities will need to be able to have more financial resources directly at their disposal and know how to manage and deploy them. So the AFDB, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and other development partners will work with rating agencies and others to ensure subnational entities have access to local and international capital markets at competitive terms. Similarly, all of us, and that includes national governments, by the way, must be cooperating with cities to help them prepare strong projects that are either 100% private sector or PPPs. As the DG for Lamata mentioned, there's been a lot of interest really in the Metro Line project. And part of the reason for that is not only the good planning by Lagos State government and Lamata, but it's also because it's structured really as a PPP where there will be user fees. So it's not simply dependent on the financial capacity of Lagos State, to make it viable. So we've been working with several parties since the last AIF in Marrakesh, especially around urban development. And I'd like to inform you that at today's AIF, or this week's AIF, we actually have 6 projects worth over $4 billion at the urban development level. And let me just mention a few of them. The Lagos Purple Line Metro, which is a $2 billion project. The Metro in Kinshasa will have the boardroom tomorrow. The Bulawayo Dam, which is a $100 million project in Zimbabwe. The Akon Ahead Housing Project in East Africa, which is over $400 million. The Itiquini Water PPP, which is about $1 billion equivalent. And then also the Cedar Bank Water PPP, which is about $250 million. Eleni, it's coming into action, okay, with speed. But I think a lot of good points were made. So for example, Eric talked about the housing levy in Kenya, which probably generates about $40 million a year. We are already working with the government of Kenya to help securitize that and accelerate its use really for housing development in the urban areas as quickly as possible. Where's Habib? While I was sitting down there in the crowd, Habib had sent me about 3 different schematics of different ways in which he wants to really solve the housing development challenge across Africa. So I've been digesting that, and we're going to be thinking about that. But once again, this is what we mean by we're going to look at different ways to do it. We're not going to wait for perfection before we begin to address these things, and we're going to look at different ways. So for us, we're the infrastructure bank for Africa. Infrastructure is delivered really at a subnational level significantly. And for us, it's one of the reasons why urban development is very key. I just want to, maybe just point out my key team members here. Is Mike Salawu here? Okay, Mike is the Director for Urban Development and Transport Infrastructure, and Stefan Achia. Okay, so these are the 2 key people to please have conversations with subsequent to this meeting. So once again, thank you very much, and thank you, Eleni, for an expert moderation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Hello to those in the room. It's nice to see everybody turning up nice and early post-breakfast to listen to us. I'd like to introduce our initial speaker, Mr. Akita, who is the president of the Bern Union and CEO at Nexi. He is going to provide a scene setting for our panel, after which myself and our 7 panelists will come up and debate and discuss how the public-private sector and ECAs can support increased and innovation and financing for infrastructure across Africa. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Akita and ask him to take us through his presentation. So thank you very much.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Distinguished participants, it is a great honor to be invited to speak at the Africa Investment Forum. My name is Yuichiro Akita. I'm a president of the Ballroom Union. Since its inception in 2018, this forum has successfully mobilized an impressive 180 billion for investments in Africa. Achieving the sustainable development goals globally hinges upon realizing them in Africa. In this sense, the importance of this forum continues to grow. I'd like to extend my deepest respect and congratulations to His Excellency President and Dr. Akiuni Adesina of the AFDB and the 7 organizations that have tirelessly worked to establish and manage this vital initiative. No matter the headwinds we may face, we cannot afford to halt our efforts toward achieving the SDGs. Everyone gathered here today shares the same mission, and it is a shared purpose that unites us. Achieving the SDGs requires substantial investment, and mobilizing private capital is indispensable, particularly in the face of rising geopolitical risks and increasing uncertainties in the international trade and investment environment. The role of insurance tools in mitigating risk has become more critical than ever. The export credit and political risk insurance industry is a unique one and has a much lower profile than it deserves, given its size and influence globally. While it may be niche, it is neither complicated nor abstract, but delivers concrete impact, promoting economic growth through trade, long-term development through investment in key sectors such as energy and social infrastructures, and innovation in technology and the scale-up commercialization and transfer of this. Insurance is not merely de-risking mechanism. It helps to carve out and structure risk in a way which is naturally catalytic towards finance. Beyond traditional bank financing, insurance facilitates broader capital mobilization through instruments such as securitization, reinsurance, and blended financing, attracting a wide range of investors, including institutional investors. And insurance is a partnership. connecting the underwriter, insured, and borrower. This has a positive impact not only for exporters, but also for importers, host governments, project sponsors, and the lenders supporting them. Mobilization private capital is crucial to closing financing gaps. There is one of the main strengths of export credit insurance industry where commercial bank finance is routinely unlocked by insurance underwritten by both public and private insurers. Public insurers traditionally play to fix market failures, but nowadays play more proactive role as mission-oriented finance providers. Private credit insurers not only bring additional capacity to the market through risk sharing, reinsurance, and co-insurance, but in many cases also sector-specific expertise and innovation. This collaborative and collegiate engagement between public and private institutions is one of the most cherished aspects of the Ballroom Union. Allow me to briefly introduce the Ballroom Union. Established in Bern, Switzerland in 1934 as a non-profit professional industry association, the BU comprises export credit agencies, private insurers, and multilateral development finance institutions engaged in trade and investment-related insurance. The Ballroom Union is a forum for professional exchange, sharing of expertise and networking amongst members, and provides a collective voice for the industry when we engage stakeholders from across a wider community of international finance, such as today. Our membership includes 86 institutions from 67 countries around the world. In 2023, BU members underwrote more than 3 trillion in export credit and investment insurance. Of this, 211 billion supported medium and long-term financing, contributing to the mobilization of 200 billion in private capital for developing countries. With regard to investments in Africa, BU members have supported numerous sectors vital to the region's development. These include energy projects, infrastructure development, agricultural business, and industrial manufacturing. Africa is an important strategic destination market for many BU members. Over the past decade, since 2014, our members have collectively facilitated 360 billion investment and financing for Africa across our sectors. These investments are enablers for further economic integration internationally and within the African continent. I wish to reaffirm BU's commitment to partnering with you to advance Africa's development and achieve the SDGs. With so much change ongoing within the international financial architecture and the huge challenges we face together for financing and securing the SDGs, there has never been a more important time to look critically at the roles each of us play in this joint app ecosystem and to ask how we can work together more efficiently to maximize the impact of our collective resources. To do this, we need to look at the whole ecosystem together, public and private, insurance and lending, trade, development and innovation finance with commercial and impact-oriented objectives. Our end goal should be to find a way to work together, which is not only spreading thin resources around existing projects, helping to catalyze additional capital and to deliver an overall higher volume of finance. How can we grow all the the overall pie together. That will be the basis of further discussion. Before concluding, I would like to take a moment to share my personal connection and unwavering commitment to Africa. My journey with this remarkable continent began during the early days of my career as a summer intern for private sector development at AFDB in Abidjan in the year 2000. This experience was not merely a stepping stone, it became the cornerstone of my professional path, shaping the vision and purpose that have guided me ever since. Today, as an executive overseeing international and strategic policy at NEXI, Japanese ECA, and in my capacity as president of Ballroom Union, I'm honored to re-engage with AFDB and other esteemed institutions operating on this vibrant continent. It is with profound gratitude that I pledge my full support to advancing the mission of BU in fostering sustainability across Africa. Thank you for tireless dedication in variable collaboration together. May this forum continue to ignite transformative investments and pave the way for sustainable and prosperous future. BU is deeply committed to sustaining its engagement with this forum and with each one of you. We eagerly look forward to contributing to sustainable growth and shared success of extraordinary continent. Thank you very much.
Everyone's got a microphone? That's good. Great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Akita. That was really very useful into helping us to set the scene and, I guess, demystify a little bit about the public and private sectors and how they have maybe merged and got closer and closer over the last 3 to 5 years. And I think that's a lot of what we would like to talk about here is the collaboration and capacity for innovation between the two sectors and maybe those in the middle. So rather than go through each panelist's name and title and probably do a disservice to it, I'll ask them to introduce themselves when they come around to their first questions. And to start that, I think we want to have a little conversation, if possible, between a number of the panelists about the ways they are currently and can collaborate over the coming years. DFIs, insurers, and ECAs share risks, and they can do that in many different places. It's, I would suggest, much easier, clearly, for private sector counterparties to finance more seasoned infrastructure in more developed nations, but that's not often why we're here, and that's certainly not why my panelists are here. So how can the DFIs, MDBs, official commercial insurers, and other ECAs support greenfield infrastructure in more frontier jurisdictions? And how can they really advance that development, maybe where the private sector is not able to as yet go? So maybe if I could ask that to President Tadesse to start with, and we can maybe go around the panel and have some comments on that. So over to you, Masu.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Excellent scene setter with the Ballroom Union presentation. Thank you for that. Just very quickly, TDB is a trade and development bank or a group. We cover about 26 countries in all the 5 regions of the continent, including Ghana, Senegal, and Angola these days as well. And we, of course, have the T as the first letter in our name. So trade finance and related ECA finance is also something that we do a great deal of. The question around partnership and synergy between the two different groups of financiers is something that we do a great deal of. I think we, as multilateral development banks, have always seen ECA tranches and various types of projects. We, as some MDBs, actually intermediate some of that ECA finance as ECA partners ourselves, and we as TDB are one of those types of MDBs that do a great deal of that. And it's gone very well for us, and we of course are very pleased to see that the industry landscape is also changing. It's becoming much more dynamic. We're even seeing the OECD adjust some of its rules to allow for longer tenors in the green financing space in particular. We're very active in that particular segment, financing, so we're quite happy to see the tenors going much longer than what they have been in the past. We see equivalents of grace periods also being added to cover the construction period. So there's some very interesting developments that is actually setting the stage for more scaling up in the spirit of the title of the session. I think the other interesting developments is the way in which some ECAs are doing more untied business, and we have tested that, and we've done some very good transactions with some of the colleagues on the panel, actually 2 of them. And that's, again, created a lot more room to maneuver, to sort of move beyond the just simple transaction by transaction basis, but to actually have a bit more upfront scale to give you the confidence to go out and promote and build capacity, including, of course, matchmaking events and the like. So I think this whole development on the untied side of things is very interesting for the African continent. And we think that will set the stage for more concerted efforts. But beyond ECAs, I think the interesting presentation that kicked off the session this morning had talked a lot about how the insurance industry more broadly has played an important role in helping to unlock private finance and help with the diversification and risk sharing side of things. We've been a very active user of the insurance industry. And I think where trade finance is concerned, the insurance industry has been very willing to come in and share risk with us. And we as TDB have almost 1/3 of our trade finance portfolio is credit enhanced, and it's been a great engagement for us. But I think there's some, less optimistic trends as well. I've talked about a lot of positivities, but I think, there have been some cases now where trade finance is being included in debt restructuring issues, and that is sending shockwaves into the trade finance industry. And I think the insurance industry is also reading a lot into that. And there's a lot of big questions that are being raised around, governance, the global level, around how trade finance is being, unduly inserted into debt restructurings. And if we're not careful, I think as a global community, we're going to see that asset class really withdraw systemically, because we all expect the rules to be upheld. And when the insurance companies come in and get involved in the trade finance space, they expect that asset class to be treated as such. So there's been some unfortunate negative developments in that regard. Hopefully the stakeholders globally will pay much more attention to that. But other than that, I think, with the big drive to boost economic development, we are seeing ECAs come in, in a much stronger way, because of course, development finance and ODA is no longer available in the same way it has been. And so I think there is a very exciting opportunity for ECAs to scale up. And so we look forward to doing more of that. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. Manuel, if I can come to you over there, far across the stage. How do you see the role of a TD in respect of, I guess, what are often transactions where you're asked to take risk in jurisdictions where, member country jurisdictions where greenfield infrastructure financing is integral to the development of the nation, but maybe private sector is not there yet. How do a TD to look at those transactions, and where do you see your value add in that space?
Okay, good morning, and thank you, Simon, for that question. So my name is Manuel, the CEO of ATD. ATD is a political risk and credit insurer covering now 24 countries in East and Southern Africa and also in West Africa, and with an ambition to cover all African countries. How do we operate? We operate by providing credit and political risk insurance so that we can crowd in private sector finance, either it's FDI or trade finance, into our countries. And just to focus on the theme of this whole forum is to say, how can we really crowd in the partnerships to scale up? We are a typical example of that. If you look at our shareholding, mostly owned by governments, but also owned by ECAs and development banks, including some of them who are on the panel, like TDB, African Development Bank, and with a mission basically to see how to crowd in, private capital into, frontier markets and also into the more developed markets. So the way we see ourselves in frontier markets, as asked by Simon, is definitely, investors in this room would perceive that it's difficult to go into, a country that they've got no data, no record of, payment history, et cetera, et cetera. So what we have done, because we do know some of these countries, we have come in the middle and say, okay, fine, we will insure you, investor, to go into this country. Should things go wrong, we'll bail you out. So that's the basic promise of what we're doing. And it's not just theory, we're actually doing it in practice. So I'll give an example. For example, what we are doing in countries like Burundi, Malawi, where we are introducing investments or investors into these countries that they would never have done without our support. So we're really pushing the envelope. But how do we do it? We do it because of the partners around this table. We go to an ECA and we say, listen, can you do, before it was 85%, now it's slightly higher as mentioned. But if you can do that part, we are happy to also cover the remaining part with the commercial tranche so that the project can happen. So indeed, our history has shown that actually it's just a perception of risk, but the reality of risk is actually much lower. And we hope that these investors will get a good experience, will not get claims. So far, we haven't gotten any claims in these frontier markets, actually confirming that the perception is higher than the reality of risk. We've gone one more step and saying, okay, so say in the energy space, and I'll speak about it maybe later on, we've also done a transparency tool where we are trying to actually show the data of payment records in these frontier markets so that investors actually, when they do the next project, they have an ability to see data that is verifiable by us, by the country, that actually the payment history is not as bad as they thought. So hopefully with that data, they can make better decisions. They can make their risk premium lower than that they would have done in their first transaction. Our hope is that one day we will not be needed to give that type of comfort to investors so that they can actually go in and do these projects in these frontier countries. So really that's our promise, that's our value addition, and this can only be, it's only made possible because of partnership. We have partners on this table, reinsurers are here, ECAs are here, and ourselves, we could not achieve this without the partnership. So definitely the theme is to do more in the continent, we need to work together.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much there, Mikhail. I can see you leaning forward, and you've already been warmed up here by President Tarase saying that there's been some collaboration. Maybe you could talk through some of the statistics and experience and exposures that Saatchi have on the continent and in certain places.
Thank you. It's on. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. I'm Mikhail Ron. I'm the Chief International Business Officer at Salle, the Italian Export Credit Agency. Actually, we call ourselves nowadays a financial institution because it's both export and import. I recognize a lot of the, if you want, the trends already highlighted previously by President Tedesse, but also by Manuel Moses, CEO of ATD. Effectively, we have two major criteria for entering into frontier markets. The first, and it seems to work very well for us, is the physical presence on the territory. So we currently have 3 offices in the African continent. The first was Cairo, that deals with not just Egypt, but the northeastern region. The other one is in South Africa, in Johannesburg, that covers the whole region from center to south. And now we have just opened, actually 3 weeks ago, another office here in Rabat. So we have our 15th office overseas, now focusing on both Morocco, but also West Africa. And the presence in the field is absolutely essential in order to recognize the very specific needs, and every country here is different. I'm often tired and a little bit disappointed to hear the generalization of Africa, because it's not one size fits all. It's extremely fragmented. It has very different needs from country to country. And being on the ground helps us identify the exact financial needs, but also infrastructure and other needs. And we see them earlier than when those who do it remote, can possibly achieve. The other main issue really for us in terms of nourishing this rapport with African countries is the partnerships that we have founded. Some of them are partnerships that we support through a guarantee. And this is indeed the case of the Untied. We can talk about it later. Our program is known. It's called the PUSH strategy. But I can tell you that starting from last year, we've actually created a new variant of the Untied financing that is addressed specifically at multilaterals. And this has enabled us to enter into many other frontier markets in the African continent through our loans that are guaranteed clearly by Salle, that have been addressed specifically to development banks in Africa. So with the African, mentioning obviously a TDB, that was our first push strategy with the multilateral here in the continent, but also others. AFC is another one. And we have quite a pipeline now of other to come. This allows us obviously a much better network and distribution channel, especially since what we're doing is bringing over procurement with specific, if you want, addressing specifically the needs of these greenfield projects. So we bring the whole supply chain. We conduct this, if you want, work of matchmaking, and it is the core, if you want, principle of this Untied financing. So the local partnerships, we also have a very long-standing partnership with ATD here. We are on the board of directors since many years. I've been myself 7 years with them. We are obviously a shareholder. So we believe in these partnerships. And today we've signed another agreement with the African Development Bank, extremely important, and it is effectively a derivative of the Italian government's plan called Piano Mattei, the Mattei plan. And the goal is to combine both products and increase the financial capacity on the African markets, with 9 countries that have been identified to start with this year. And next year, there will be an incremental, if you want, additionality of other countries. So most of these are frontier markets, just to be clear. Last but not least, we are also providing Untied finance to ministries of finance. So this enables us to enter into countries that the private sector currently doesn't cover properly, or is timid, let's say, in its passes. But just to name a few, Senegal, Benin, Côte d'Ivoire are all countries where we provided our guarantee for Untied finance that then goes into major infrastructure ESG projects and water, to name just a few sectors. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A very comprehensive update there on Saatchi. That's great. And Haytham, over to you if you don't mind at the end there. You really are far away. Maybe you could talk through, I mean, Afrexim is import and export. It's interesting to understand how the bank its portfolio has grown, expanded, and where you see your role with respect to these more challenging jurisdictions as a bank and on the continent.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Haytham El-Mayergi. I'm Executive Vice President for Afrexim Bank, heading the Global Trade Bank within Afrexim Bank. And it's a very interesting topic because we're very active in this space. We have relationship with almost all of the ECA's funds being a major player on the continent. And the whole idea that we're seeing, and I'll offer a different perspective in terms of there is an interesting phenomena where you find in one hand ECA and funds trying to find home on the continent, and it's not easy because they're trying to find the right transactions. But on the other side, there is a lot of people on the other side waiting to do funding, and they cannot get this. And I think we need to rethink the model because Africa is not a savvy user of these funds yet. But if we really rethink the model, we can really do much more. Definitely, at the bank, we do a lot of innovation around it, and I'll speak about it later. We're repacking, blending, everything. But the idea now, if you look at here, is that one, it's a piece on how can we get the customer, the end project, to visit the doctor early. Like if you visit the doctor early, you will be preventing a lot of things. Instead of conceptualizing your project and then trying to find finance and then find it expensive and try to fit it in an ECA suit, go early, structure it correctly, find the right discussion with you and the multilateral, cover the right risks, even cover the risks outside of our projects, of take payment risk or whatever, and make it ready. But on the other side, I think the ECAs, the global banks, the multilaterals need to start to offer the service as they say, cradle to grave, end to end, from offering the full thing from working capital finance, project preparation, financing your trades, project finance itself, and package it in a way. But at the same time, also ECAs and funds need to relook the way they look at the continent in terms of conditions, because sometimes what applies to one continent will not apply. And I know there's a lot of customization, but I know there's a lot of discussion on how the project can fit and finding a project that really can fit in the frame of the ECA. So it's a big part of you as a project owner and the other side. Us in the middle, we're doing a lot of work. Like we're doing a lot of re-guaranteeing, where some of the ECAs are more comfortable on lending to us. We lend there to put an investment grade risk on top of what they do. There is a lot of de-risking that we're doing across. But I think if we get this equation between both, it will be a better matching, as we say, because this is what we see happening. This is what we see, a lot of funds waiting to go into the continent, but at the same time, a lot of projects are not getting those funds because of the matching issue. And we've been in a large number of transactions where we collaborated nicely with the multinational banks because of their funding, us taking the risk of the continent. We know we have 53 members, 53 countries of this continent that we cover, which is almost all of the continent, and at the same time getting the ECA on it. So basically, this is the topic that we really need to rethink in such a forum. Thank you.
No, thank you. I like the analogy of visiting the doctor early. That's definitely a good takeaway. And we get to next visit the engineer, which is Mr. Hani Sombol. So over to you. I'm going to ask you, infrastructure financing needs to be considered in respect of both climate mitigation and adaptation goals. How does ICD look at projects to ensure resilience of these projects with respect to climate shocks?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hani Sombol. I represent the Islamic Development Bank Group, a very unique South organization. It has 5 entities. the ISFD, which is the research and training, and also ITFC is the trade arm of the bank. ICD is the private sector arm, and we have also ISEC, which is the insurance corporation, and finally the Solidarity Fund to reduce poverty. These 5 institutions, they are all, of course, work under the umbrella of the group. I am honored actually to also be the chief of ITFC and also acting chief of the ICD. I was also the acting chief of ISEC. So I think I have this kind of a unique, maybe, a combination of experience over 40 years in the Islamic Development Bank. Of course, before we start focusing on that, we have this climate change as really at the top of the priorities of the bank. Each entity has its own, of course, mandate. However, we all have the same aim, is to really support member countries' development plans and also make sure that we are part of the economic development of our member countries. And definitely climate change comes at the top. And that's why now we see the group is actually preparing very well for this, not from today, but we started earlier since this became an issue globally. We started by preparing also internally, to face all of these issues related to climate change. We started to prepare the ESGs and policies, train our staff, get involved really globally with our really expertise to really contribute really to also to the climate change issues. In addition to that, of course, when you spoke about the SDG, Your Excellency, this morning, of course, the group is really committed also to achieve the SDGs goal. Going back to your questions related to how really we can, combine or integrate, align the climate change mitigations and to adaptations goals, I think institutions cannot really avoid that to go into the future. Of course, the infrastructure's financing can also be effectively aligned when you are already prepared in terms of really the design and the financial engineering within each institution to ensure that projects' resilience to climate change are actually, taken care of, and also to contribute globally to the sustainable development. I think the following are maybe a number of points that can be added, to enrich this subject, that we need to also look into how to look at the climate risk assessment and resilience standards. And that's very important. It became now, it's like part of our regulations is to look into that. We also have been looking at the blended finance and become more into green bonds as well. As you know that the group also allocates a percentage of its financing toward really achieving this. And it's increasing every year, contributing to whatever really develop the green financing or the green sukuk in Islamic terms. And that's why we are very much committed to see that also happens. These institutions, whether it is DFIs or ECAs, or we can see now utilizing the blended finance to mobilize private sector also, or private, capital to finance projects. And this blended finance models often involve combination of concessional financing, sometimes credit guarantee, risk sharing agreement, and so on. I think that will be, of course, a point that already recognized by the group. Thirdly, the integration of climate shocks in risk analysis today. You cannot avoid that. Despite the differences among the 57 member countries that we operate in, okay, we need to really make sure that some countries, they do have different climate shocks than others due to the location, due to the type of topographies and others. And also we can see that we need to be very well prepared when we are really financing infrastructure projects. Just imagine what happened to Pakistan, the flooding, and definitely many of the infrastructure projects were impacted. Definitely the integration of these climate change into the assessment process and the risk is very, very important. I can recall many other member countries who have faced really issues and I would say were impacted heavily by for example, by floods and rains, and they have the main sectors impacted were the agricultural sector, and that's most of the our member countries, at least 60% of their populations work in agriculture. We need also to support for local content and capacity development. Training and capacity development are very important. So I think partners or partnership between the DFIs, insurers, ECAs, and also whoever is really working in this field should really focus also providing instead of financing. I always repeat that financing alone is not going to be enough. We need to really have these integrated solutions part of really our offering. And that's why we have a lot, each institution offers either technical assistance or very special programs, flagship programs to train the ones who are going to be involved in financing infrastructure projects in our member countries. And then finally, of course, we look at the innovative of financial instruments. I think that's what we are trying to achieve. Today, we cannot really rely heavily on our traditional offerings in the past. During the 70s, member countries offered or demands were different from today. This because of the change of the issues that the world is really facing. And I think that is going to be very important for institutions to be sustainable in the future, to really be very innovative in the offerings and the instruments. For example, we try as much as we can now to develop these innovative system financing within ICD, within ITFC, within the bank itself, to keep up really with this. And of course, the increasing availability of risk-sharing instruments, as we spoke this morning, such as the political risk insurance. You know that ISIC is part of also these efforts, and also related to other issues like the currency coverage or the currency risk change coverage. That is another area. And also the credit enhancement guarantees, which is further supports our climate resilience projects by de-risking them for investors. How would you like to really invite and private sector or mobilize private capital without really ensuring that you have all of these taken care of? I stop here. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. That's great. Well, I'm 1.5 questions in, and we're halfway through. So I'm feeling bad for Leila and Heike in the middle there, as I've not had as yet the opportunity to talk to you. Now, Manuel, I was going to come to you, but if you don't mind, I'm just going to hold off and come back to you in a minute to talk about some of the innovative products that a TD have. Instead, I'm going to go to Leila and Heike. I promise it's straight after that. I've sat on a panel before where I sat there for 30 minutes and no one talked to me, so it's not fun. And I make sure I will come to you. There's definitely a how would you say? There's a friction potentially between the fact that both DFIs, MDBs, and ECAs are very clearly have the role of crowding in private sector, financing infrastructure transactions, bringing support from that private sector. But there is a concern sometimes in the commercial sector that potentially crowds out some of the private sector insurance market, who are often utilized as participants through the MDBs, ECAs, to support those financings that the public community are putting in place. How could you talk about how you see, as an underwriter, the crowding in of your capacity versus the crowding out that maybe you hear from some of your other clients when they talk to you about transactions?
Thanks, Simon. By way of introduction, I'm Leila Granda. I'm the head of political risk and credit at Vantage Risk. And we're a private sector insurance company based out of the United States. We offer up to between 40 and 50 million, up to 40 and 50 million dollars in limit per transaction, depending on the underlying product. And we can offer up to 10 to 20 years of policy period or tenor, depending again on the product. So I think we're very well positioned to support a lot of the transactions that we're hearing about in the African continent. And to your question, Simon, I'm really not seeing the crowding out. I'm seeing the crowding in. We work actively with every single institution represented on this panel, and that's really part of our strategy. Manuel talked earlier about the risk perception, and the private sector timidity was something that Mikhail mentioned. I'm not going to say that we're timid, but I will say that we are very happy to partner with all of these organizations because it does make us feel more comfortable coming into certain risks where we don't necessarily have the experience in the particular country or in the sector in that country that would make us feel comfortable. So I think that given that we're talking about all this week, how much the need is for infrastructure, particularly in Africa, how big those projects are, there's really a lot of room for a lot of participants to be in those projects. And I think that not just private sector insurers, but also banks, investors tend to feel better working with the types of organizations represented here for various reasons, because of the experience in the markets, because of the underwriting talent that they have in certain types of sectors, certain types of transactions, the formal relationships that they have with, for example, the governments, and the fact that they have this mission to do the best to help the project go forward. So we know that if we're working with these organizations, that they're going to be sticking with the project, even if there are bumps in the road. And I think that there's a very important demonstration effect too for the private sector more broadly, talking again about the perception of risk that exists as we see these bankable projects successfully being concluded throughout the continent of Africa. That demonstrates to private sector entities that there really are very strong projects here, there's good success, and that's going to bring in more private sector involvement and eventually solely private sector in some areas, which will then give more room for the official agencies to do more things in more places. So I think it really is a positive all around.
Thank you very much. I totally agree. Crowding in, I think, is the case. It's often capacity building so that you can then face the banks as opposed to face the development banks in the next stage of that country's development. So, Heike, thank you for waiting 36 minutes. I'm looking forward to hearing from EBRD. Obviously, you're on the continent, you're expanding here. What instruments and structures do you think that EBRD and other MDBs should deploy to ensure the additionality of the interaction that they have with private sector counterparties and ECAs and really evidence that crowding in part of it?
No, thank you very much. And I think it's actually great to come last because so many things have already been said and it shows, that we're thinking alike by other participants. So I'm Heike Harmgart. I'm lucky to be EBRD's very first managing director for Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm already on the continent because I used to run our Middle East North Africa business out of Cairo, but it's great that we're going south to 6 new countries that are becoming shareholders of the EBRD. And it's been clear also when we entered North Africa that it's all about starting with partners. So I think I couldn't thank the African Development Bank more by actually already 5 years ago thinking about how we can work more together. We did an MOU. We are doing deep dives every year and sort of financing projects together. So I think, and I think we've probably worked with all of the institutions on this panel. So I think that's quite exciting, and we're planning to do more of this. But one additional advantage of coming last is actually that I love the go to the doctor early metaphor. And it made me think, usually it's the doctor then tells you different things. So they tell you, oh, the nutritionist, you should really eat better. And so that made me think, okay, actually, it's also about what kinds of like liquidity you provide. It's not just not just carbs or no carbs. No, you need to have local currency. You need to have the right type of liquidity. You really need to think about a project also from a sort of very holistic health aspect. And I think this country, Morocco, we've actually shown that we do local currency infrastructure investments. We can do local currency bond issuance using the capital market. We do green cities like Agadir or Guelmin, which really showcase that also cities can borrow without sovereign guarantee. So it's really about learning how to eat properly. And then I guess usually they tell you, oh, you should do more sports, you know, really do more sports otherwise. So I also thought, about really that sport is a very competitive entity. So sometimes it's good that we're all coming together and learning from each other in a, be it in a spinning class, what we can do better to really work faster together. So I think I also thought about trying to find instruments that, you know, are easier deployable. I like also what Sacha is doing in terms of becoming more innovative and flexible in their approach. And also areas of how we can crowd in all the different types of players in a sports metaphor. And then maybe sort of really torturing this metaphor one more time before I go to one example of where we work together bringing all of this. I think everyone tells you should sleep better. And so, I mean, here we really need the insurers, because otherwise, you know, no one wants to have to think about the bad outcomes. So I think, you know, in order for us to all sleep better, we really need insurance products as part of the package. But so I want to conclude by giving one example where I feel I'm particularly proud of, because it also showed that it's important to have a local team on the ground, is basically the Scatec renewable bond placement, because it really ticks a lot of the boxes. It started off with an investment by a number of DFIs in a pretty regular, but the first solar project in Benban in Egypt that closed nicely, constructed nicely, had very little issues. And then it also showed, let's think more creatively. Let's move to the next level of the spinning class. How can we now actually help these private developers attract more private capital in a capital market transactions? And so together with a lot of partners on this panel and others in the room, we structured an instrument that had a tranche for a bond that was for private investor, and then a tranche that DFIs could come in under different conditions. And actually on the private sector side, we realized MIGA alone is not enough for this structure. It was also a time in Egypt where there was convertibility risk. There were other risks. People were worried that PPAs get renegotiated. So actually EBRD also mobilized a credit enhancement facility for the first part of the tranche for the private investors coming into this bond, in case there is issues on the PPA, there are issues on convertibility. So basically, really bringing in new instruments that make private sector comfortable in the very first private green renewable bond, not just in Egypt, but North Africa, in this context, and then also having DFIs come into sort of the flexible tranche. And I think that shows we are all trying to crowd in the private sector, because we don't have sufficient resources to invest in all the exciting infrastructure investments on the continent. And this is a sort of more sophisticated way, and a secondary investment in the same solar plant. But it also enables Scatec now to go the extra mile on green hydrogen, other areas where this could be utilized. So I think it is really something about making things more tailored, more structured, zooming in. I share Michal's frustration with the generalization, and then also pulling all our collective strength into designing products that work, and so all feeling very healthy at the end. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Your doctor sounds like they cover a lot of things. And I'm glad the insurers help you sleep well at night. I don't know if Leela sleeps as well, taking the risk, but we can come back. So I'm going to sort of put a mandatory 2 minutes maximum on everybody now, because I feel like everyone's had a nice chance to have a chat. But actually what we want to do is try and create some sort of velocity within the panel. So Manuel, maybe if I come to you, I did promise. If I could just ask you to talk about maybe briefly some of the innovative instruments that a TD uses in the green infrastructure space to sort of expand that climate financing world? And I will stop you after 2 minutes.
Thank you for the early warning. Yes, indeed. I'll start by saying we've just come out of a COP 29, and the whole world understands, we all understand that we need to, start to think of innovative ways of actually scaling up our whole push for renewable energies. So in ATD, we have taken that challenge out of COP, even the prior COPs, to say, what can we do to actually use our strengths, which is an insurer, hopefully giving investors some better sleep, but also tackling this very existential issue of climate change. So we looked at the repertoire of instruments that all my partners here are deploying, and there was one area that we discovered that we could actually do something about, basically using the spirit of COP of blended finance. So bringing in, donor money, blending it with private money to try and unlock solar projects. So our instrument is basically about the liquidity risk that investors talk about. I heard about a big project in Egypt, and I'm sure this risk is also there, where you say, okay, you've put in this 300, 400, even $1 billion project about solar, and you are supplying your power to the utility. And if you know, all our utilities in the continent are still, a bit weak. So investors then suddenly find themselves supplying power and not being paid. And when we look at ourselves, we say, okay, fine, let us see how we can take that risk off projects and enable those projects to happen. So we designed what we call the regional liquidity support facility, thanks to donor money that we got from the Germans, KfW, and recently from NORAD, the Norwegians, basically to say to investors, fine, if there is a delay in payment after you've supplied your power to the utility, we can cover you for up to 12 months of your invoices, so that at least you can still pay your bank, pay your investors, and we will then come and collect that money from the utility and from the government. So basically using insurance to make a project that would otherwise not happen. And indeed, this is actually happening in very frontier countries. So this regional liquidity facility, I believe, is a good model that we need to take back to the COPs, and say, listen, there's an instrument, it's working. We've deployed it in Burundi, frontier country. The first ever solar project was done thanks to this facility. And we've deployed it also in Malawi, first and second solar projects, again, trying to unlock solar projects in a country that you would otherwise call unbankable. And we want to develop it across the whole continent. We believe that way we are using our strength as a political risk insurer, enabling huge projects to happen. If you look at the leverage effect, we might even give the 12 months invoice might be, say, $5 million, but they are enabling a project worth $300 million to happen. So just look at the leverage of what we can do. So hopefully we can convince the world under COP to say, please scale up this instrument, scale up this tool. It can help to unlock those trillions that we are looking for. I'll stop here.
That was pretty good. Thank you very much, and great to hear about that product. It's obviously serving a significant need there. Right, let's talk about when things go wrong. President Terase, you mentioned that there have been issues in trade finance. There's obviously also issues at sovereign and at project level, which we've seen on the continent, and there are sometimes protractions in these restructurings, which can cause pressure on the projects themselves and on the cash flows. Are there things that can be done at day one between the development banks with the PCT, the ECAs, the private sector, the insurers, the bilateral insurers, that can ensure that when and if something does go wrong, the process can be more expeditious? We can reach a restructuring even at project level that allows your patient capital to remain there and the project to succeed? Are there things that you think there? I'll also put it to Manuel and to Mikhail as well, but maybe President Teresa, if you start.
Well, maybe I'll come in on the metaphor of doctors. I think we've heard that going to the doctor early is important. And I think, the best thing you can do when the project needs special attention and care, you try to catch it early, of course, and you be constructive, and you find ways and means of, ensuring it gets on track as early as possible. And so that means that you need to have the right constructive mindset. I think we had systemic issues affecting the entire industry with COVID. Almost every financial institution had to agree to reschedule, to reprofile, to restructure in some cases. And so, rather than pull the plug and throw a project into deeper distress, you have to be constructive about it. And so I think there's been many cases where we've done that as TDB, and we've nursed projects back to good health. And that's why Laila mentions in her remarks that, they like to work with partners who are not just patient, but willing to pull up their sleeves and work things out, not just, divert risk or pass the buck to others, right? And so I think this is what we're well known for in our particular segment of the industry. And that's why we've enjoyed very strong participation from the risk industry, right? The insurance companies have been very forthcoming with us. They step into the most frontier of markets with us because they know that they're with partners who really do understand the risk landscape, but find ways and means of managing things. I think credit needs to be given as well to the public agencies. We've seen the MIGA, for instance, has stepped into our market space in a way that we never have seen in the past. We've seen them come into the trade space. We've seen them come into syndicated loans, providing credit enhancements. We saw that in the Bern Union presentation about synergy. And I think we really have seen a lot of synergy come through from, players that in the past didn't always see their right role in some of these opportunities, but we're seeing a whole lot more of that. And then, of course, innovation has other angles. I mean, we've heard about the climate agenda, and we've also said, look, green bonds, green loans have been out there in a big way. The other thing that can be done is to step into the green equity space. And so we came out with green shares, linked it to sustainability, and the African Development Bank and some European partners have stepped into that green equity space that's allowed us to scale up, right, in that whole green financing environment, and not just with debt, but again, risk capital. And nowadays, there's also even more innovation coming. We're seeing portfolio guarantees coming in to support TDB to really scale up our innovations to expand renewable energy, not just the generic ones, but the mini grids, the off grids, the new business models, the new technology that's being applied in that renewable space. That requires, again, risk sharing, right? Because, there's only so much a particular institution can take. And so there's very good developments, I find, in the industry. We are innovating, we are leveraging in ways that we've not in the past. But I think the wider stakeholder community needs to stay abreast of this sort of innovation and not be too conventional when some innovations don't meet the typical standards, right? So crowding in the private sector can have many different faces. MDBs are doing it with hybrid capital these days. It took a long time to get there. Private sector's been using hybrid capital for decades. Tier 2 capital is so well known. Only now the international community has accepted hybrid capital for MDBs. We as TDB started to introduce deeply subordinated debt, a form of tier 2. And, sometimes you're celebrated, and other times some stakeholders say, you've gone too far with the private sector. You need to pull back. And that's happened to us in some cases too. So I think to encourage innovation, we also have to be reform-minded and not too rigid about standards that don't always make sense.
No, thank you. Yeah, that sounds like the rating agencies probably also needed to get there eventually, didn't they? Okay. rather than continue down there, we've got a number of people with a number of things still to say, I think, from my initial briefings. Maybe I'll start at the far end with Haytham, and maybe you can talk to us again as briefly as possible, but with as much detail as you can fit in, about some of the more innovative ways that Afrexim have unlocked some private capital for their financing structures.
Okay, thank you. So actually, this sits well with the second concept I said after going to the doctor earlier, which we need a much stronger matchmaking mindset. Much stronger mindset, meaning the suitors, the funders need to adjust their conditions to see the context of Africa, but also we need to find a way for the projects to appeal more, fit more to the investors. And for this, we've innovated a lot. For example, we launched the repack program. We already sold to investors around $2 billion under this in the last couple of years. We're basically taking the African risk, repackage it, put wrappers around it of guarantees, investment grade, insurance. Now actually experimenting to put some ECA component on it to appeal to other investors. And it fits nicely into what investors' appetite to Africa look like. And we're very active in this, and it's an interesting solution to do the perfect matching to what designing for investors kind of things. The other thing, we did a lot of blended finance, where between us, ECAs, the commercial tranche, how can we work together to look at the project and cut it into pieces where everybody will take the piece. And the other thing that, and I'm wary of time, so we'll just give a few examples, the de-risking piece, where we on lending, where they take our risk, we take Africa risk, we work together, or lending together, or providing guarantee. So it's a lot, and even sometimes we tackle some embedded project risk that is outside of the project, like the off-taker payment risk. A lot of the things that people would like to see really wrapped when they look at the risk, because what we usually see, the projects is interesting from the project perspective, but maybe they have an issue on the risk of the country or the overall risk. This is where we can sit and find a way. A lot of structure now is going between us, multinational banks, and the ECAs and the EXIMs of the world and the funders, because each one play a very nice role, and one has the better price funding, one can cover the Africa risk and one have the appetite to give concessional and more funding to this project. So there's a lot of innovation, and this is back to the original point. Come early to discuss how can we really put your project on the right form to appeal to the right suitors. Coming late and trying after you went around and found that your project's expensive, you cannot find the right funding, and trying to fit it to a frame where it appeals to a proper funding. This might be too late, too difficult, and you might waste a lot of interesting opportunities you have done if you flipped it and came early to co-design with your multilateral bankers or ACA. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mikhail, I know you would like to talk about untied push programs. So feel free to give us 2.5 minutes on it.
Thank you very much. Actually, as an integration to the very first part, I feel a bit guilty being the only ECA on the panel that I didn't mention that the traditional products, and I'm looking at my president of the Bern Union, that was very clear in his presentation, co-guarantees and reinsurance between ECAs is very much alive and very much necessary for the very large multi-sourced financing. So having said that, and we are sticking to all those extremely important strategic projects in Africa, I'm moving on now to the innovation. And here I want to say, back to the doctor. When you get the instrument right, you don't need to go to the doctor. So we're not thinking about, prescriptions, because we're thinking about tailoring the right product. I think we hit a good chord with the push strategy, the untied financing. From its inception back in 2018, roughly, until today, there hasn't been one failure, one default. So again, we don't need the doctor when the projects are structured in a certain manner. Having said that, just to explain to you how much of an impact this has had on our support to Italian companies, but also our support to investors overseas. And I would like to contextualize the African example. If we look back at a decade, so in the year 2014, our exposure in Africa was approximately 2.2 billion euro. Nowadays, today, 2024, right now, we stand at 15 billion euro. This is a seven-fold increase, and I want to say largely, in a very large way, it is due to the introduction of the anti-finance. This is really the essence of being proactive, because we are focusing on the real needs, and it includes private sector, but also public sector, as I mentioned before. There are variations that I was hearing before about Islamic finance. So we have an Islamic finance push. We could do anti also using Sukuk rules. Another one that has been introduced last year, and we are really pushing hard for that, is the green push and the ESG push. So we have here ANTIDE that has either sustainability-linked loan parameters or pure green, which is totally, flexible. It's best effort basis, and it is for general purpose. But in the case of a green push, a pure green push, we're looking at companies that have at least 90% of the revenue in the green sectors. And then it's up to them. What they do with the financing is totally up to them. Now, we're not a finance, we're not a direct financer. So in this case, we're bringing in all the banks, and the banks are, brought in together as a club by ourselves. There is no onus on the sponsor to search. And we involved in a very big extent also the local banks and the multilaterals. And this, again, gives you a club of, if you want, vested interest type, investors. They don't want to see the project go bad, and they are there to stay for the duration of the project. So it's been really a shift in approach. Proactiveness is for us the name of the game. And to add a little detail on the smaller projects, because these are largely 50 million up to 1 billion, sometimes even further. Today, we have 600 million just in Africa for this year, new commitments. By the end of December, which is why I have to rush back to Italy, because we're really working hard to close another 2 major push deals. We're going to have just in 4 countries, 1 billion euro of push products, new ones in Africa for this year. And we're going to close the year, I hope, I'm not jinxing it, but north of 11 billion push just for the year 2024. And this leads also to, the participation of, companies like yourself, private sector, they're welcome to come in. Other companies are welcome to come in. Clearly, multilaterals, we've already mentioned. So the smaller projects, this is the final word, anything up to 50 million, it's all done by now by Salle. It's the 2nd year, and it's working very well, all digitally.
Great, thank you. Heike, you got to speak last, and you can close off the panel, I think. Do you have anything else to say about any other financing structures that EBRD have used or are looking at with respect to, well, I guess your experience in North Africa and what will happen as you move further south?
No, thank you. And maybe just to add, I think is using more capital market instruments. Maybe I want to close on that, because I feel a lot of the things that have been said, particularly on the green agenda, are also relevant for capital market instruments. So we just also anchored for Arab African International Bank, the first green capital bonds with 100 million for really scaling up instruments. So because I think this will help both the intermediary, but also the whole structure of the market to develop innovative instruments for green. So I think looking at municipal bonds, municipal green bonds, but also sustainability linked bonds. So I mean, I just wanted to say sort of, this is a continent which also is more mobilizing pension funds, is mobilizing institutional investors, and sort of the capital markets and bond structures could be really a good way forward. And I think that's maybe an area where we all can scale up and further include private sector investments into this asset class. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, I think that's enough of us. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you'd be grateful if you would show your appreciation for the wonderful panelists, and enjoy your afternoon.
What an insightful session. This is the spirit of the Africa Investment Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am here to share with you good news. As you know, you have a coffee break, well-deserved, generously sponsored by Finance Services SA. This is a great opportunity to network, explore the marketplace, and connect with the fellow participants. So take full advantage and make those valuable connections. So as a quick reminder, following the break, we will reconvene in the plenary for the CIFA thematic boardroom. Be sure to join us for what promises to be an engaging and impactful discussion. Enjoy your coffee, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes, please, sharp. Thank you very much.
It's there? Hello? Hello? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take a seat. We will be starting shortly with a very exciting session on blended finance and the energy transition in Africa. So I would like to invite everyone to please take a seat. I hope that all those standing in the corridors will be joining us this morning for the last session before lunch. I'm very pleased to see that there is strong interest in the session now. So if people could start finding a seat, please, so that we can start on time. Thank you very much. What? Yeah. And I would also like to invite some of the colleagues sitting very far in the back to please come up front so that we are able to have a conversation. We really want to make this session as interactive as possible. So there will be opportunities for people in the audience to participate, to ask questions, and also to indicate interest in some of the exciting opportunities that we will be showcasing this morning. So I think people are slowly getting settled. So inviting everyone to please come as far up front as possible. Please ignore the signs on the seats. Those were from the opening session. Just take a seat wherever one is available. Thank you. Right. A wonderful good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct pleasure to welcome you all to this session on innovative financing structures in support of Africa's energy transition, with a particular opportunity to showcase some of the work undertaken by the bank's Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, or in short, as we call it, SEFA. So I'm delighted to see so many of you with us this morning, and I'm sure it's going to be an exciting hour and a half of conversation around what works, what doesn't work, a conversation around concrete project opportunities, and a conversation where we can sort of try to see how can we achieve the scale that is required, taking into account that only a fraction of renewable energy investments globally actually come to Africa, despite the tremendous potential that the continent possesses. My name is Daniel Schroth. I'm the Director for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency at the African Development Bank, and I have the pleasure to facilitate the session this morning. SEFA has featured in a number of the previous editions of the Africa Investment Forum. We had a number of transactions that were presented from the Facility of Energy Inclusion, to the cross-boundary energy access platform, to the first kind of fund in the clean cooking space, Spark Plus. But this is the first time really that we will have a dedicated, I would say large boardroom here in the plenary, focused on some of the work that has been undertaken with partners on the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. It is a partnership because we have 10 donors until last week contributing to SEFA, several of whom are in the audience, and for example, Richard Nelson from Power Africa sitting here in the front row, but several others also in the audience. And as of last week, I'm pleased to announce that we have an 11th donor with Japan, who has joined the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa with a particular focus on supporting project preparation work in relation to the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa. So that's fantastic news.
The partnership is growing. The demands are huge. Let's get it done collectively. The session today will be structured in 3 parts. We will be starting with opening remarks from the Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate Change, and Green Growth. This will be followed by a presentation on what is CEFA about, what is the structure, what are the financing instruments, what are some of the examples of innovative transactions that have been supported over the last couple of years. We will then move into a panel conversation with some key partners around project finance structures and the role that blended finance has played over the last couple of years. We will also use this opportunity to launch the updated handbook on project financing structures, on which we've worked jointly with Power Africa, with the Commercial Law Development Program, and the African Legal Support Facility. And finally, and particularly excited about this last part, because we will be showcasing 3 concrete pipeline projects on which CEFA is working at the moment. One of which is the ARM-Harith Climate Transition Fund, a 200 million platform to advance sustainable infrastructure and energy transition projects in Nigeria and West Africa. And what is particularly exciting about the ARM-Harith Fund is that it's focusing on leveraging capital from institutional investors in Nigeria, in particular Nigerian pension funds, institutional investors. From the CEFA side, we are looking of coming in with a 10 million junior tranche that will help to anchor those sort of more commercially oriented investors. The second project that will be presented in more detail is one that we've been working on for a number of years. It's the Moyi Power Metrogrids project in the Democratic Republic of Congo, recognizing that more than 50% of the energy access deficit in Africa will have to come through decentralized energy access solutions. That's particularly relevant in a country such as DRC, and the Moyi Power Metrogrids project is a very innovative structure, actually focusing on 3 large cities that don't have a connection at the moment, relying mainly on diesel fuel-powered power generation. And last but not least, also excited that we will be having Burn Manufacturing, which is a leader in clean cooking solutions in Africa, present their expansion plans. We have been supporting Burn through the Spark Plus Africa Fund already, but we're also at the moment working on a carbon pre-financing structure that will help Burn roll out clean cook stoves in additional countries. So it will be exciting to see those 3 concrete opportunities presented this morning, and we will be inviting from the audience your comments, your questions, but also any indications that you can make in terms of interest on partnering around those opportunities. So without further ado, it's now my distinct pleasure to invite Dr. Kevin Kariuki, who's the Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate Change, and Green Growth at the African Development Bank. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Thanks, Daniel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to this session on the role of innovative financing structures in support of Africa's energy transition here at the Africa Investment Forum 2024. Today's session comes at a critical juncture with close to 600 million people in Africa still lacking access to electricity and close to 1 billion people without access to clean cooking solutions. Yet, Africa, despite being blessed with abundant renewable energy resources, renewable energy investments into Africa are insignificant in the bigger picture. A position that was confirmed by the fact that approximately 2.8 of the 2.8 trillion invested in renewables globally between 2000 and 2020, Africa accounted for only 2%. Financing at scale is therefore urgently needed to accelerate access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy while maintaining a low carbon development trajectory, particularly through investments that deliver high social impact in rural and peri-urban areas. The African Development Bank is fully committed to harnessing Africa's renewable energy potential and scaling up energy access. In this regard, our investment portfolio is increasingly clean, with over 87% proportion of renewables since 2016, as we continue to grow our toolkit of instruments that are designed to crowd in private sector investors and tap into capital markets for financing of renewable energy investments. In this regard, we acknowledge that larger concessional finance flows are needed to catalyze the billions of investments required, including from domestic financial markets. We are particularly proud in this regard of the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, our flagship blended finance facility, for the standout role it is playing in catalyzing commercial investments. You may wonder why I say this, but for example, last year, by using innovative products, CEFA literally saved important projects, such as Egypt's 200 megawatt Komombo project, Komombo, and Tunisia's 100 megawatt Kairouan solar power projects, from unraveling amid steep EPC price increases occasioned by supply chain disruptions caused by COVID-19 and geopolitical events around the world. In a nutshell, by employing instruments such as junior equity, concessional loans, and grants, CEFA is uniquely placed to address challenges such as the high cost of capital, limited access to long-term financing, and risks associated with emerging technologies and new business models. So what have we been doing? To date, CEFA has committed over 300 million in more than 100 projects, which are expected to deliver 6 gigawatts of new renewable generation capacity that can power up to 12 million new connections by 2030, thereby confirming CEFA's centrality in addressing Africa's energy deficit. This is, however, a small portion or fraction of the continent's needs. Africa targets to increase its renewable energy generation capacity from 56 gigawatts in 2023 to 300 gigawatts by 2030, according to last year's Nairobi Declaration at the end of the Africa Climate Summit. Concerted efforts by all stakeholders, that is governments, the private sector, the financial sector, and civil society, etc., are therefore paramount, which is why we have today assembled an action-oriented panel of CEFA partners to interrogate how we can collectively do more to further entrench Africa's low-carbon development trajectory, or in contemporary lingua, support Africa's energy transition. This is also why the African Development Bank, in collaboration with the World Bank, launched Mission 300, a bold initiative that seeks to provide electricity access to an additional 300 million people in Africa by 2030. In this regard, an important milestone in the Mission 300 journey is the Africa Energy Summit, which will be held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, on the 28th of January, 2025. The summit will convene heads of states and governments, ministers, international and regional organizations, and other partners, including the private sector, to agree and sign on a common set of reform actions that are required to support Africa's overall objective of achieving universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy by 2030, in accordance with the UN SDG number 7 and Africa Union's Agenda 2063. Furthermore, 15 countries will be expected to sign country-specific energy compacts that are being co-developed by each pilot country together with the African Development Bank and the World Bank with inputs from other relevant stakeholders, thus confirming the political ownership of the energy compacts, which is absolutely essential for the success of Mission 300. In closing, I encourage you all to actively engage in today's workshop that seeks to further entrench Africa's low-carbon development trajectory. Together, let's translate ambition into tangible actions and harness the transformative potential of clean energy for the benefit of millions of Africans. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President, for those inspiring remarks and indeed also highlighting the bold commitment from both the World Bank Group and ourselves to provide access to 300 million Africans by 2030, or as it's called now, M300. And we clearly see from our side CEFA as being one of the key delivery vehicles, particularly on the private sector ambition related to M300. It's my pleasure now to invite my colleague Joao Cunha, the manager of the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, to provide a little bit more granular detail around the structure of CEFA and what CEFA has been doing and is doing going forward. Joao, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And it's a pleasure to be here and to see all of you. Hope you're keen to learn a bit more about CEFA. I think for those who have been following CEFA, you'll know that our core mandate has always been to unlock and catalyze more private investments in renewables and energy access. Let me see if this is working. I will need some support here to shift the slides. All right, yes. Very good. So yes, I'll give you a little bit about what CEFA is, where CEFA is now in a nutshell, because there is a lot to unpack when you talk about a facility that has grown immensely over the last 12 years. CEFA's mandate is perfectly aligned with M300, as the Vice President just mentioned, and our overarching goal or objective is SDG 7, it's universal energy access. So we're very much driven by the number of connections and the impact on the ground that we are able to deliver. So we know that CEFA is the flagship blended finance facility of the African Development Bank, and it's currently being deployed as its key blended finance platform for the energy transition. Our current capitalization stands at $550 million from 10 generous donors, and we expect to see more commitments in incoming weeks, in fact. And since 2020, and I guess 2020 is a sort of a big milestone. Up until 2019, we were operating primarily as a technical assistance facility, doing small TA grants, either for project preparation or for enabling environments. Since 2020, we've been operating as an investment facility, in addition to our TA mandate, but not any investments, catalytic investments, and I'll unpack that in a moment. But as part of our strategy, we have three thematic areas. The first one, green base load, is focused primarily on the utility scale side of the power sector in Africa. It's really about accelerating deployment and penetration of renewable energy solutions, but those that bring flexibility and stability to modern power systems. So we want through that pillar to decarbonize, to provide alternatives to fossil fuels. The second pillar of our strategy is mainly focused on access. And under that, we have a very strong focus on green mini-grids. And this is really about delivering rural and peri-urban infrastructure, small isolated grids, but hopefully this could provide a stepping stone to the grid eventually if the grid arrives. Otherwise, it should be an alternative to the conventional grids, but obviously powered by renewables. Finally, energy efficiency, the third sort of leg of our strategy. I have to say energy efficiency has historically been sort of neglected or not received the attention that it is due, especially in a world where the power systems will be primarily run with renewable energy. Here we're looking primarily at appliances businesses, solar home systems, clean cooking. We're starting to look at e-mobility. So these are the three themes. The scope is very clear. We have upstream supports. We're there to close viability gaps, and we're there to de-risk investors. Moving quickly through our toolbox of catalytic financing instruments, two families, technical assistance. We're talking about grants and reimbursable grants, either for project preparation or working with the private sector or working with governments in program design and addressing some of the enabling environment bottlenecks, but really want to be sort of as focused as possible in bringing projects and developing the pipeline for the continent. And then we have our concessional investment window here. We also have quite a wide suite of products, primarily organized around grants, concessional loans, and junior equity. We have a strong focus on innovative financing structures, and I'll speak a little bit about that in a moment. But some of the examples include, grant-based instruments to close viability gaps, concessional debt in project finance structures, and junior equity in investment funds. AIF is a lot about bringing projects to bankability, mobilizing financing. We have an holistic approach to bankability through our broad range of instruments and products. I would probably organize this under three types of interventions. One is around TA programs, and these are usually thematic and they're regional in scope. So rather than doing the small TA grant here and there, now we operate through, programmatic approaches, and we try to deploy more sort of impact-oriented technical assistance activities. The second part is around, capitalizing innovative investment funds and platforms, helping them raise, mobilize capital primarily from private investors. And then through this financial intermediation play, channel more capital into a lot of the smaller projects, a lot of the smaller businesses, those kinds of projects that normally AFDB is not able to reach on a direct basis, but is able to operate through such intermediaries. Finally, closing viability gaps. I think the president mentioned, the vice president mentioned a few notable examples where we came into the rescue during COVID, projects that were experiencing cost escalations and supply chain disruptions, and we were able to come in with highly concessional instruments to close viability gaps and bring these projects to fruition. Some examples of our multi-country technical assistance programs. So we have the Africa Energy Transition Catalyst, working with a number of countries to help design their energy transition plans. But obviously, below that, there is a strong focus in helping them prepare projects, either for PPPs or private sector. We have the African Mini Grids Acceleration Program, which is about supporting countries in developing bankable mini grid programs to involve the private sector. And we have also a very exciting one, which is the Hydropower Modernization Program. And this is really about bringing an aging fleet of hydro assets across the continent to the 21st century, hybridizing them with wind and solar, bringing the latest digital technologies, refurbishing the turbines. So this is a very interesting program that is being rolled out as we speak. Quickly on the financing side, or the financing instrument side, some examples of closing viability gaps using concessional debt. We have the hydropower project in Gabon, a project that was competing with cheaper gas-fired alternatives, and we were able to bring down the tariff with our intervention to make it more competitive and hopefully help the country scale up its hydro potential and not go down the gas-fired route, although you'll probably need a little bit of both in the mix. Two other solar projects, Zambia, Ilute. This is quite innovative with an intermediary of taker, Africa Green Co. This is a semi-merchant power plant our concessional loan has helped in absorb some of the market price uncertainty. And in Cairo 1, again, that's a project that was suffering with supply chain disruptions and cost escalations during COVID, and we helped support. On the funds or on the equity side, we've invested in a number of funds, junior tranches, and again, this is to really provide downside protection to more senior, more commercial, more conservative investors, but also some element of return enhancement, boosting the upside, especially because these are funds that are first of a kind in their own right. They're targeting nascent segments of the market where there's limited investor appetite. We're helping them raise capital, and all of these here have done really well in terms of capital raising. We'll hear more about, for example, the Facility for Energy Inclusion and Africa Go Green Front from Signum. Just as we wrap up, I wanted to show you how successful we've been in terms of capital deployment. So the bottom diagram shows our annual sort of volume of funding deployed. And in 2024, we're looking at deploying over $100 million to the 14 projects. If you see in 2021, we did 30 million. And in terms of cumulative rate, as VP mentioned, we've already deployed north of $300 million in the last 5 years. We expect to have a record year in 2024, and we're looking at a very healthy pipeline in 2025. Hopefully, our donors will continue supporting us moving forward so that we can continue delivering impact. Again, just very briefly, this is what we expect to achieve from our current portfolio of projects. Close to 6 gigawatts of power, close to 12 million connections, and catalytic impact of circa $15 billion, which is quite a lot. These are generous donors. We'll be onboarding a few more by the end of the year. I won't just disclose that now. Maybe Daniel, you can announce that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shawar, for that succinct yet very clear presentation. Indeed, I highlighted that Japan just joined last week, and indeed, we hope to onboard also the government of France before the end of the year, hopefully. It's now my pleasure to invite the first set of panelists to the floor, starting with Maud Vallée, who's the Division Manager and Head of Operations at the African Legal Support Facility. Please give her a warm round of applause. Secondly, I'd like to invite Richard Nelson, who's the coordinator of US lead initiative Power Africa and a close partner for many, many years. Thirdly, I would like to invite Clemens Kalice, who's the CEO of Signum Capital, bringing fund and private sector perspective to this conversation. Please also welcome him on the floor. And last but not least, I'd like to also invite Kenyon Weaver, who's Senior Counsel at the Commercial Law Development Program, CLDP. So we will be, I'm sort of transition here to join the panelists. Okay, it works, fantastic. Yes, that's more comfortable than standing. Well, we're going to have a conversation around the role of blended finance in project finance structures. But before we enter into the conversation, I would like to invite Kenyon actually to very briefly present the second edition of the Understanding Power Project Financing Handbook, on which we have worked collaboratively as partners here on the floor. And that's a very insightful publication. So Kenyon, maybe you can sort of just come up front here, showcase a little bit what the second edition is about, and then we can talk about it subsequently. So if we can put on the slides, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and wonderful to be here and to have this opportunity to really launch what has been a innovative partnership, the theme for this year's Africa Investment Forum. This is a great example of an innovative partnership, our second edition of the Understanding Power Project Financing. And we have a set of slides, and I can explain why it really is a partnership to start off. Do we have the PowerPoint? And that is that it is a true collaboration. This book, and I've got a colleague and actually one of the co-authors of this book who has copies available and will be distributing them. It is sponsored and funded by our USAID Power Africa, our partner and funder, and it is a book that draws on a long-standing partnership and collaboration with the Africa Legal Support Facility, which we are so grateful to be with and to have worked with for so long, and really has all of the institutional partners you can see here that are a part of this of these solutions. And I just have 3 slides. Again, see which way to point this, figure out which way. Oh, thank you. Just to introduce briefly, this is not the only book in the series. We actually have 7 dedicated to power. Again, all underwritten, all sponsored by USAID Power Africa, and all collaborative. This is the second edition of one that came out in 2016, but it joins Understanding Energy Storage. There's one on power purchase agreements, transmission, and procurement. And it's really meant to establish a common understanding of best practices around successful power project development. These books are cooperatively, collaboratively written and edited. They have co-authors, about 12 to 15 per book, and they draw from all the different actors, key actors in the ecosystem. And you can see here, it's quite a bit of time and quite a bit of effort that goes into it, but they've been, we think, a great success. What's in this one? Well, what's in this one is not just an update from the 2016 version, and I'll talk a little bit about that, but it's a look at what's changed with the energy gap, the rise of the type of sovereign debt and where that has constrained the ability to guarantee, but not just what the problems are, what some of the solutions are. In fact, it draws upon the examples like Joao just mentioned, this SEFA and others. And so it looks at sort of what are some of today's existing and emerging financing options for power projects? What are the trade-offs for each one of those? It looks at also just how the energy transition is going to continue to drive potential solutions to meet the challenge for 300M, as we're calling it. And finally, this is the QR code. It is free. These are freely available. Most of our copies are actually online, downloaded online, unsurprisingly, but we brought 100 of these from Washington, D.C. So you're welcome to one and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, Daniel.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kenyon. Please, big round of applause, and please make use of this publication. I think the Understanding Handbook series has been an extremely useful tool for many people interested in the power sector over the years. Let me go straight into the conversation and maybe start with Maud over there from the African Legal Support Facility. This is obviously an update of a handbook, as was highlighted, published the first time in 2016. That's 8 years ago. There's obviously been quite some change. So maybe from your perspective, from what you've been seeing from the ALSF side and the legal perspective, of course, what has been some of the major changes in power financing, project finance structures, and also sort of what is sort of the role that you see kind of blended finance has sort of increasingly played over the last couple of years?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here today. Thank you to CEFA to have invited the LSF today. If you allow me, before I respond to the questions, I would like to say maybe to do a very short presentation of the LSF, just for who don't know what is the LSF. So the LSF, the African Legal Support Facility, it's an international organization that was established and which is hosted by the African Development Bank in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. So what do? We assist African governments to structure and negotiate complex commercial transactions in 4 main sectors: infrastructures, PPPs, energy, of course, sovereign debt, and extractive and natural resources. I will not go further because we don't have time, but if you want to know more about the LSF, please do not hesitate to ask later after this panel. So the major changes that we have noticed at the LSF over the last decade, 8 years decade, the first one is probably the shift toward renewable. Over the past decades, we really witnessed a significant increase in renewable energy investments. Solar and wind projects, for instance, have gained a lot of traction as countries aim to meet climate goals and expand energy access. There has been a noticeable shift from purely government-funded large energy projects to public-private partnerships and IPPs. This has opened doors for private capital to play a larger role. The second major change we can think about is the increased focus on climate finance. We have seen the rise of climate-focused funds and global commitments, such as those under the Paris Agreement, which have introduced new sources of financing, specifically tied to low-carbon energy solutions. Multilateral Development Bank and international donors have restructured their financing tools to emphasize climate-friendly projects. And finally, a third major change that we have noticed at the LSF is the emergence of regional energy markets. So more recently, we have seen the development and strengthening of cross-border energy trade and regional power pools. And the new Understanding Power Project Financing Handbook speaks about some of the innovative structures that are currently being tested and that use the regional market as a backstop to improve the bankability of projects. Maybe now to respond to the question on how blended finance has changed the approach to bankability. As we know, blended finance combines concessional funding from governments, development bank, and other donors with commercial investment. This structure helps de-risk projects by addressing concerns like political instability, market volatility, or high upfront cost. Blended finance has been instrumental in the shift towards renewable energy because it is more adapted to small scale projects or innovative technologies that might otherwise struggle to secure funding due to perceived risk. Blended finance also helps bridge financing gaps for first-of-a-kind projects for a country, and this will pave the way for scaling up. Finally, blended financing makes bankability not just about financial returns. It is about ensuring projects can operate sustainably over time. The funding will often include funding for capacity building, training, regulatory support, and this is something the LSF assists a lot with, to ensure the long-term success of a project. This is why facilities like LSF and CEFA are a great instrument of blended finance to significantly increase the viability prospect of projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maud, for those aspects and sort of highlighting some of the emerging trends that you have sort of seen over the last couple of years. Let me bring in Richard, because Power Africa has obviously been financing or is financing this handbook series, but it's also been a staunch supporter of the African Development Bank and the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa more specifically over the last couple of years. In fact, I remember it was one of the very first investments Power Africa did when it was launched, with the second donor joining CEFA back in 2013. So it's a long-standing partnership that we have. But maybe you can sort of give a little bit your perspective around the partnership on this handbook, sort of the importance of innovative financing structures, and also sort of how this can sort of be used as a tool to advance more project finance deals in the renewable energy space in Africa. Richard, you have the floor.
No, thank you very much, Daniel. And again, thank you for having us today. My colleague Kenyon did a great job introducing the revised, updated handbook. And I'll just put another plug in. Make sure you get your copy today before you leave the room. But if you have limited space in your bags, you can also access them online. They are available in English and French. I'm not sure if this one has been translated yet, but it's coming. But the old version is there. Just to state a little bit of background on this, I'm not sure if you know how to do this. We call them book sprints. And CLDP does a great job of leading this effort where they pull together 10, 15 experts in this space, essentially lock them in a room at a hotel for a week, and they all work together to actually write the book in 1 week, pulling from their collective experience. And these are from practitioners. And the book is intended to be a handbook for government officials, for private sector, for development partners, anybody who might want to review some of the key principles that have been gleaned around one of these topics by practitioners. We've heard that there are individuals who are actually conducting courses with these books, which is great. We want them to be used, and we are looking to do more in the future. It's just one way that we can contribute to the growing knowledge or understanding about how to do this kind of work on the continent in order to advance access to electricity. Now, with regard to CEFA, and CEFA was involved in this latest update, which is another example of our close collaboration with the CEFA Fund and also the African Development Bank, with whom we've had a great relationship over a number of years. CEFA really symbolizes what Power Africa is all about. We are, at our heart, focused on enabling the private sector, on helping the private sector be the engine across Africa to increase generation capacity, to increase access to electricity. And if the private sector can be successful, then the whole sector is going to be better off. And so CEFA is one of those avenues where we can put some public financing into it, we can put some investment into it, that then will help to get the wheels turning, get the flywheel moving, so that projects can get done that wouldn't otherwise be able to progress. In the form of the different interventions that the VP talked about earlier, in terms of junior equity, in terms of guarantees, in terms of lending. In fact, just this last week, we were reviewing some proposed projects, one in the Salle that involves a reimbursable grant that is going to hopefully unlock some significant investment there for an individual developer. Another one in a country in East Africa that is going to be supporting a bank to increase their lending capacity. And so these are the types of projects that really need to be done, and CEFA plays a special role in making that happen. In fact, I'm pleased we have been contributing over the years. I think we've contributed around $26 million in total to CEFA over the years. as a catalyst for attracting other capital. We're going to continue to invest. We're looking at another at least 2.5 million next year, and if we find more, maybe more. But it's an important vehicle, and we want to see it continue. And I guess I'll leave it there for now. If we have a chance to come back, I'll have a few other thoughts. Thanks.
Sure. No, thanks very much, Richard, and indeed a great partnership over the years. We very much also appreciate that there will be some additional funding coming from the US side that will help to increase our firepower to do more of the pipeline that Joao alluded to that is quite significant over the next couple of years. Kenyon, let me bring you back in just very briefly, because obviously talking about project finance structures in the energy sector, particularly IPPs, you cannot avoid sort of talking about off-taker risk. And maybe also from the work that you've done on the handbook, you can sort of give sort of a little bit of perspective of how those off-taker structures have sort of evolved over the last couple of years. And also, you know, how sort of some of those risks sort of have been sort of successfully mitigated by bringing in a blended finance, for example, in the conversation. So, Kenyon, please.
Sure. No, thank you. Thank you. So, thank you for that. Yes, just as there really has been a diversity of lenders that has grown, you know, since 2016 when the first edition came out. There's also been an expansion and a diversity of off-takers and of off-take arrangements. And I looked back at the first edition of this, and we had all of one paragraph on alternative off-take arrangements. This edition has an entire chapter that looks at that. And really, today, much of the, many of the offtake arrangements are still as they were, say, a decade ago, which is to say it is a state-owned or state-backed utility that is looking to bring more electrons onto the grid. And ultimately, over the last decade, that has been quite an achievement to anchor billions of dollars of investment and bring additional electrons and expand energy access. What's changed, of course, is the sovereign debt environment and this increased urgency for not just new energy, but low carbon alternatives. And so what we profile in this book and what we look at are options and new offtake arrangements that involve, for example, privately owned utilities. We look at corporate power purchase agreements, corporate offtake arrangements, single or in a collective. We look at power pools. So one of the examples that I know Joao brought up, and I forget if we profile this in the book as well, is the Zambia and going into the South Africa power pool. And so looking at these different offtake arrangements, to understand, and this is to my colleague Richard's point, the point of these books is to demystify, right, and to empower. So going into it and understanding what is the credit risk or the foreign exchange risk or the legal regulatory risk or the transmission risks, and how can those be mitigated if you're looking at a corporate power purchase agreement, a corporate arrangement where it is companies, private companies off-taking that. And here's where I feel like really SAFA and these new lending blended finance arrangements are so catalytic and exciting and are also detailed, which is to show how that combination, you can get a lot of complexity, right, when you have these offtake arrangements that maybe not necessarily are more creditworthy buyers, but you need lenders to step in and you need alternative sources to step in and to say, we can find the solution that uses some of this concessional financing or junior equity or grants. And we understand now, we can understand what those risks are and then also meet them and bring the cost of capital down so that the private financing is ready to go. So I hope that's just a brief, so thank you. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kenny. And you mentioned private sector. So let's bring in a private sector voice. Clemens, you've been really very much at the forefront of particularly these blended finance conversations over the last number of years. And obviously we have a number of collaborative efforts. Maybe you could sort of give your perspective, sort of role of blended finance, sort of the evolution that you're seeing, and maybe sort of the one or other example on which we've been working together, and also with CEFA particularly.
Absolutely. So we have been a recipient of CEFA money for many years, and so I wanted to give you a few examples of how that has impacted what we do and the overall landscape that we work in. Yeah, so ultimately what we need is we need capital in large amounts, we need capital that's affordable, and we need capital that's willing to take risks. Yeah, and all of those three components we've been able to put in motion thanks to CEFA and other blended finance providers. To put it into sort of a global context, we manage $1.2 billion, focusing on Africa across a number of strategies, but the majority is for renewable energy. And all that money is only available because we have the support from CEFA and others who provide first loss financing for our funds, which has ultimately catalyzed a large amount of money. Yeah, we have also, because of the efficiency of our capital structure, been able to bring our financing costs down over the last 5 years, partly in response to rising interest rates. So when we would have transacted 4 or 5 years ago at 5-6% above a base rate, those rates have now come down by 1.5 to 2%, and we're doing deals at 4 to 5% over the base rate, which is directly attributable to the blended finance structures that we put in place. And if you speak to project developers, they will confirm to you that the cost of financing is an absolutely essential part of making these projects viable. And then there's the question of how does this leverage more capital and how does it encourage innovation? Yeah, and it's amazing how with the facilities that we manage that are blended finance supported, we have been given a license to go into areas that others don't go into. So I want to give 2 examples, which are quite topical because they showcase this quite well. So the first one is we invest a lot in commercial and industrial renewable energy solution providers across all of Africa, and I want to name one of them who we have, it's Cross-Boundary Energy, who we have provided a construction facility relatively early in their life to allow them to gain critical mass. This was at a time when they had no access to commercial funding and also not really access to other development finance solutions given the early stage of their business. Fast forward, 2 years in, we managed to bring Standard Bank on as a co-lender in this construction facility, and ultimately, just a couple of days ago, this construction facility was taken out by a $140 million syndicated loan facility led by Standard Bank. That includes the Facility for Energy Inclusion and other lenders at a pricing that is extremely competitive. So you have a great story of a company that's innovative, that goes out there, tries to bring energy solutions to parts of Africa that don't have any, and ultimately moving them into the mainstream and allowing them to access commercial funding. The second example I want to mention is one that also showcases our ability with blended finance to be innovative and to push the boundaries, and that relates to Bern, who we will hear more from in just a while. There's an entire world of carbon finance that is emerging. It's a very confusing market for very many reasons, and one that requires one to take a long-term view on whether this world is indeed moving to a lower carbon future, which we passionately believe in, and then an ability to structure facilities that move away from traditional project financing. And Joao was talking about a carbon finance facility that they're looking at putting in place with Bern. We have done one, probably the first one done by a commercial lender about a bit over a year ago. And what this facility has done, it has forced us to learn about financing of a essentially new asset class that has immense potential, and basically chart a path forward that others can build on. Yeah, we have learned a lot since. We have done a few other facilities since we did the first one. I think the market around us has learned a lot about how to finance carbon projects. There are lots of issues that still need to be resolved. But if you don't get started somewhere, you will never be asked the difficult questions, and the answers to those questions will not materialize. So yeah, we think of blended finance just as a way to get cost of capital down, but it does a lot more. Yeah, and I think that's the critical point. It does open up avenues to new deals, new companies, new business models that otherwise wouldn't see the light of day.
Thank you very much, Clemens, and good sort of that you highlight some concrete examples, and we'll be talking a bit more about the carbon pre-finance when we have the presentation from Bern. We are quite pressed for time, but if we could just have one last quick round, if you could make one recommendation. We are talking in the MDB context around getting bigger, better, and bolder. If you would apply that to CEFA, what is sort of your one recommendation that you would make? So just 10 seconds, a brief intervention from everyone with one concrete recommendation. Maybe we'll start with you, Richard.
Okay. I'll say TA to help companies actually access the facility. And I'm going to quickly add that we also need to be very cognizant of being complementary to the between the private sector and the DFIs that are often involved in the structures of these organizations, so that we're not inadvertently squeezing out private sources of capital and replacing them with really uncompetitive DFI financing. So we need to be very cognizant about that.
Thank you. Clemens?
So my addition to this is, and some of this CEF already does, is to focus really very much on supporting sectors and projects through the life cycle. Yeah, nothing goes a straight line on the African continent, and there are ups and downs, and being able to stick with initiatives even when the going gets tough is invaluable in ensuring that past gains don't get lost and we don't have to restart the clock.
Fantastic. Kenyon?
Well, staying on, I guess, my theme of demystifying, I guess one thought to continue what CEFA is doing, and that is to really showcase the projects and looking at them, some years from now, and essentially how did it work? Sometimes even the not so successful projects, we learn a lot from where it doesn't work out and why, where are the pain points and how those were overcome. So I would just say, if and hopefully if there is a third edition of this, it's largely a kind of synthesis and reflection on, what we've learned in CEFA in the years ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. Maud, you have the final word.
Thank you. I would say that what is very important is to continue to work together, all the partners, CEFA, ALSF, Power Africa, CLDP. I think this book, it's a very good example of what we can do all together. And it is important to find ways to leverage on our expertise, on each of one expertise, work, experience. And I think we can do much more for successful projects in Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for those concrete recommendations. A big round of applause for this first panel, please. Thank you very much. Let me move right away because we really want to move to some of the transactions, invite the next three panelists to join me here on the podium. First of all, Rachel More-Oshidi, who's the CEO of ARM Harith Infrastructure Investment. Rachel, please. Secondly, Christopher Flavin, who's the co-CEO. No, it's not Christopher. Okay, David Anson from Critworks. And third, Meredith Rajoni, who's the head of electric finance at Bern Clean Cooking Manufacturing. Fantastic. And I see we have some demonstration here right away. So without any further ado, let me invite Rachel to present briefly the ARM Harith Climate Transition Fund, and we will then sort of open also for questions and comments from the audience. Rachel, you have the floor. Wherever you prefer, you can come up here if that's easier because the remote control is up here.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and present to you the ARM Harith Equity Infrastructure Fund based out of Lagos, Nigeria, with a focus on infrastructure across various vertical, energy, transport, and ICT. My name is Rachel Moore Oshodi, as mentioned, and I'm the Managing Director and CEO of ARM Harith. So we are a team of about 11 with a collective experience of 80 years developing, operating, and exiting infrastructure assets across the region. We're focusing on West Africa, even though we opportunistically look at projects outside of the region. And we were the first registered equity infra fund in Nigeria. It was over a decade ago, and we had the benefit of having the support from the AFDB, which was essential in attracting local partners, local pension funds, which were, it was the first time that they were entering this asset class. So we are a multi-vehicle blended finance fund where we are able to attract not only local investors, but also global investors. And that's the innovation of our structure. This is a snapshot of our portfolio investments. So we were able to sustain, first of all, invest in large scale and mid-scale projects across the verticals that I mentioned earlier, partnering with a lot of DFIs, not just on the equity side, but also on the debt side. And we've been able to sustain returns in spite of the market we know that we operate in that are very challenging and volatile. And I want to mention that this is not luck, but it is strategy. It is one where we are targeting a certain level of return based on the opportunities that we see and in spite of the volatility in our market, because we factor that in and we tackle them head on from the beginning. So we are not surprised when they occur. As you see here, we've been in the transport, as I mentioned, in the energy sector, and most recently, thanks to technical assistance that we received from CEFA, we have been able to set up platforms that enable us to build mini grids in peri-urban and rural areas in spite of the challenge on making it viable. And it's a testament of the importance of this work that CEFA does in our region. A snapshot of our returns, as I was mentioning, the narrative that Africa is risky, it is indeed true, and we all know the risk that we're facing from FX volatility, from change in regime, regulation, etc. But again, when you look at those risks in the right hands, with the right team and the right experience, you're actually converting those risks into opportunities, because we know that's the flip side of the coin. And so we've been able to deliver as at last year. You would see that our multiple in terms of invested capital was 1.6, and our current IRR is 17%. We superseding and exceeding the returns at the Africa level, at the emerging Europe level, and in Latin America. So this is how we actually ensuring that in spite of investing equity, we are still providing a 2x return. And if you've seen the slide before, we've been able to do that pretty much in all our portfolio, but one. You always have to have one that would not perform as you want it to be, but we're learning the lessons from that to be applied again in the next set of projects. This is a very comprehensive risk management strategy that we have from the onset. We will not go into any project without having mastered this. And this is the team executing, without which we would not be able to do that. Because again, that coin that Africa represents, with on one side the risk and on the other side the opportunity, could really turn into a profitable investment when you have the right team, when that coin is in the right hands. So I'm not going to go into detail into that, but I want to say that based on the lessons that we've learned from the first fund and building on the momentum and the success of the first fund, we're currently raising our successor fund. And I'm pleased to say that, again, thanks to the support of CEFA, we are able to bring back the same local pension funds who have bet on us from the onset, coming back with more commitment, thanks to junior capital that CEFA is contemplating providing to us. And this is significant because in an environment where the infrastructure gap is huge, having that kind of long-term patient capital is really critical. And without the help of CEFA, we would not be able to mobilize the quantum that is needed. The successor fund aligning with CEFA mission is still on infrastructure, but is based on climate resilient, sustainable cities, and energy transition outcomes. So we have the opportunity to tackle this. I'm not going to go into the numbers. We all know what opportunities are presented by the African continent going forward. It's really the last frontier of potential growth. And again, we are focusing on tackling these issues, which for us are opportunities to ensure that the successor fund will be even more successful than the first. This is represented, again, our structure. We're going with the same format as with the existing funds, whereby we're mobilizing local financing in Nigeria, coupled with international financing in the Mauritius Fund. Where you see the junior capital, this is where CEFA comes in. We also have other partners providing additional junior capital, enabling us to be able to do what we do best in a manner that is sustainable and catalytic for the market. I want to mention that this has never been done. So again, CEFA has enabled us to innovate, to be able to bring that structure in place and attract both local and international financing. This is the ask. So we are, as you see on the Nigerian vehicle, we are raising the equivalent of 50 million equivalent. On the USD vehicle, an equivalent of 30 million. And then on the Mauritius vehicle, 120 million. Again, based on the current performance, we believe that we can deliver an 18% return USD, 27% in local currency. And it's a 12-year fund, 5-year investment period. And so we are open for business to ensure that not only we transform the economies and provide the energy access and other critical infrastructure to the communities that we serve, as well as, of course, delivering profitable returns. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Big round of applause for Rachel. A very clear presentation, and I think a great and exciting opportunity. I would like to ask those that would like to ask a question or make a comment to hold your thoughts. We're a little bit time constrained, so what I propose is we do the other two presentations as well, then we open the floor for questions, comments, which you can direct to either of the three presenters of the opportunities. So having said that, let me invite the colleagues from Moye Power to talk about an exciting microgrid project in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which has also been quite some time in the making. So we're really excited, hopefully next year, to bring it to financial close. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Daniel, and thanks to CEFA for putting this forum together for us. So the Moye Power project is a consortium of 3 companies, GridWorks, Aeronov, and AEE. So we'll get straight into the presentation because I have a timer running. Obviously, I've got a lot of detail here. I'm not going to go through everything. This is to give you an overview. We've got 10 minutes and 7 slides to talk through. But that shows you the location of the 3 projects in the DRC. In the northwest, there's Gemena. On the top of the Congo River, there's Bumba. And in the northeast, there's Isiru. Just a little bit of background on how Moi Power came into existence. So the government of Congo ran a tender, the Ministry of Hydraulic Resources and Electricity, coordinated by their coordinating committee called UCM. FCDO provided money for Philae and Linklaters to put together an international tender, and that was called the ESSOR tender. And the consortium of Gridworks, Aeronov, and AE Power were the winning bidder for that. It's a project of national importance, which means it's regulated centrally, not provincially. And we have a detailed concession contract setting out the regulation for the projects, regulation of the tariff. We've got international standard KPIs set out in the concession, which are pretty tough. And we have an obligation to serve in the 3 cities. The overall investment over 20 years is about $350 million. I mentioned 3 companies. Gridworks is wholly owned by BII. Aeronov, I think most of you know, they operate CIE in Cote d'Ivoire, and AE Power is a Spanish construction company, which is Pan-African, and they've been established in Congo for over 25 years. So the project has been going for a while, as Daniel said. The last year with elections in DRC was a bit challenging and things didn't go particularly quickly, but we think it's now back on track. New minister's in place, he's staffed up the coordinating committee, and we're working with them. So the feasibility studies were started as soon as we signed the concession agreement. So we won the contract in end of December 2020. The concession contracts were signed. Concession contract for the exclusive rights in each of the 3 cities was signed in June 2021, and we started the feasibility studies at that time. So the logistics of doing feasibility studies in North Congo is not particularly easy. But we did a detailed study of the current energy use in each of the 3 cities. That was a questionnaire of 700 households and SMEs in each city with 200 questions. So you can do the math on the number of data points we have on the existing demand. And obviously these utilities are set out to meet the future demand. But the base case is looking at the existing demand and how demand will increase. So we completed the studies mid-2023 and were given to the government and their independent engineer. We encountered those delays we mentioned earlier on, but they have now back on track. Their international engineer, it's Artelia, the French engineering company, are reviewing the technical and cost proposals that we have made to the government. And we were hoping to review that with the government this year, but that slid a little bit. It'll now be Q1 next year. And that's when we'll sit down with the government and the potential financiers, talk about indicative tariff and what's affordable and acceptable in these 3 cities. We have been working with the major financial institutions in this space. Obviously, AFDB and CEFA have been front and center. They submitted a letter of expression of interest in the original tender period. We've been working with the PIDGE Group, Emerging Africa and TAF, and also the World Bank Group. The key thing we hope to get done this week is we hope to crystallize our involvement with AFDB and sign a mandate letter with them to arrange the debt and coordinate the grant for this project. So that should really kick us off on the next stage of the process. What we are looking for is the ask up front, and we'll give it again at the end. We have been talking to a number of donors for the viability gap financing here. Obviously, to do projects in North Congo is not cheap, and any mini grid requires some viability gap financing. We've been talking to a number of donors in the sector, including CEFA, including the PIDGE Group, and we had been doing quite a bit of work with GAP, but their financing capacity as of late appears to be somewhat diminished. So we're probably looking for a 10 to 20 more million in viability gap financing to help unlock this catalytic investment in North Congo. The next slide is where things are today. This is probably the interesting one for people here. What are we going to do? So we expect to serve 1 million people by the end of 20 years of operation, so about 180,000, 200,000 connections. The existing demand, based on the studies we've done, is mainly residential, 70%. Most of it's after dark, so you need batteries. These are relatively agricultural cities. This is not Goma, this is not Kinshasa, this is not Bujumbura. Our ARPU is relatively low. We hope to build that up through productive use stimulation, but at the moment it looks to be about $33 a client per month. The social tranche is the first layer of electricity, which comes with a 25% discount. That's 25% of the total demand. We have an obligation to provide free public lighting, well, public lighting paid by connected people, but no payment at the point of use. So each of these 3 towns will have public lighting. And the numbers I mentioned previously, the initial investment when we start is about $145 million. We look to expand our generation capacity about every 5 years, and that will build out to a total investment over the period of the concession of about $350 million. The grant number up front is relatively high as a percentage of the initial capital, looks to be about 30%, but as it's a one-time upfront grant, it's a capex buy down initially, and the whole raison d'etre for this appel d'offre, this call for tenders, is to do projects at scale with the grant up front that then have sufficient scale so their operating revenues will thereby cover their operating costs. So it's a one-time grant up front. So by the end of the project, the grant element should be somewhere between 10 to 15% of the overall project cost. Not going to get into the detail on that one, but it just does give you the quick breakdown on those numbers I just told you. Initial capital investment at the end of 5 years is about $150 million. Over the full 20 years, 350, and that gives you the breakdown on the grant, looking at about 30% on the first investment, but then falling to about 14%. In each of these cities, we are looking initially to have about 7 megawatts of PV, about 20 to 30 megawatt hours of battery storage, and about 3 to 4 megawatts of diesel. Going into some of the key points we're looking at now, as we said, the initial funding structure, years 1 to 5, $135 million. We hope that based upon our review with the independent engineer and the government in Q1 next year, we will be able to kick off the financing process. That should be 12 to 18 months. And then thereafter, there is about an 18-month build process, building the 3 facilities in parallel in each of these 3 cities. As we said previously, we've got very strong support from the financing groups, AFDB, CEFA, PIDGE, and the World Bank Group. CEFA has been looking to lead the effort as an MLA for MOI, which is great. We've been getting very positive feedback from the other multilateral development banks. We're kind of oversubscribed on debt, so the debt tranche is currently being utilized or kept aside for people who can provide viability gap financing. And there is a demand stimulation case that we are looking at with the World Bank, which could significantly increase the generating capacity. This is not an IPP, so demand cases, if you look at having a revenue guarantee for the demand case, you can upsize the size of the generating facility, and the increase in capital in the T&D network is not substantial. It's basically a fixed cost. So it can materially impact the price per kilowatt hour of the tariff to the end consumer if you can have this revenue protection layer for the first 5 years when demand is really unknown. One of the big unknowns here is we don't have a comparative for what happens to demand in a city that's off-grid and always will be, and what happens when you give them 24/7 power. How do industries grow? How does productive use grow? There's no comparative that we've found in the marketplace that we can look at to give us a thumbnail for what will happen to the demand when we provide 24/7 power to these cities. So having a revenue guarantee is really helpful. It protects the base case debt, and it gives us an opportunity to be less conservative in our demand predictions. So the viability gap needs are going well, but as we said, the GAP tranche looks less certain now, so we are looking for additional capacity there. And that combined with the World Bank demand guarantee could substantially increase the size of the generation and could substantially impact the price per kilowatt hour of the end consumer. It could bring that down 10, 15%. And just the final conclusions there. So providing 24/7 power, street lighting to 3 cities, which currently have a population of 200,000 people. Initial connections, about 30,000.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank all of the participants for attending the second assembly of this important
Thank you very much.
today, and express my heartfelt gratitude.
Yeah, I guess that's a signal. Yeah, that's my 10 minutes plus 10. So 3 cities, 200,000 people now, that will increase. Viability gap front will enable us to catalyze this investment. Potential demand guarantee we're talking about. Central regulation and concessions. Strong support from the major MDBs in this sector. And with this final VGF tranche, that will enable us to unlock this investment to provide electricity to these cities that will never have electricity. And the final shots are just, this is what it looks like on the ground. This is what it looks like when you electrify a city. This is Bumba on the north of the Congo, showing the grid layout. The white section is the generating facility. The rest is the grid that we will build. And Gemena in the northwest, that's the grid. That's what it will look like in a city of 200,000 people. And Isiro in the northeast, again, that's the grid that will serve a city of about 200,000 people. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, it's back. No, thank you very much for that presentation. I think it's very exciting to bring power to 3 large cities, in fact, that have not had access to electricity to date. Let me move right away to the last opportunity, moving to the aspect of access to clean cooking solutions, where in fact the situation is even more dire across the continent than on the access to electricity side. So Meredith, you have the floor, and I think we see a concrete induction stove here presentation live. I think we have to check whether from a security perspective we can turn it on, but you have the floor.
Everyone, no, I won't be cooking. I just want to show you the stove, so it's safe. So it's such a privilege to be here to talk about the clean cooking projects we've been working on and how we've been financing them to make them possible. My name is Meredith Mudhoni, Head of Electric Finance at Brent Manufacturing, and we are the world's leading modern cook stove company. So while many of you spend a lot of your days busy managing portfolios, we spend our days busy making sure that women in Africa can cook their dinner with cleaner air, healthier lungs, and have happier lives. So I'll tell you a bit more about that. So we are the world's largest cooking company, as mentioned. We've done 5 million stoves across Africa. Right now, we make 250,000 stoves per month. We have 3,500 employees, and about 50% of them are women. So we are a vertically integrated company that also develops its own carbon projects. We do our own in-house design of the stoves. We make the stoves, and we have a team of about 2,000 sales agents that do door-to-door home deliveries of our cook stove products. In addition, we also develop the carbon projects, going from monitoring to issuance to even sales of the credits. So far we've sold more than 5 million, or issued rather more than 5 million credits, mainly within the voluntary markets. We have a suite and range of products ranging from improved cook stoves to electric stoves, LPG stoves, and recently introduced institutional stoves to focus on the needs for hospitals and schools. And our impact has been independently verified. So in terms of numbers, so far we've been able to impact 26 million lives, save 14 million tons of wood, reduce 25 million tons of carbon emissions from the environment, and generate more than $900 million in household savings. And they see the logos below. Those are some of the people that have given a rubber stamp on the impact that we've made so far. Digital monitoring and verification is at the heart of what we do for our carbon projects, just to make sure that they are of the highest integrity. And we have invested a lot in terms of developing in-house tools to do this across all our cooking products. So today I want to talk more about electric cooking. Many of you have invested so much in terms of billions of dollars and time to make sure that Africa has electricity. And now we could say 600 million people have access to electricity. And when you look at urban areas, 80% of the urban population has access to electricity. But the interesting thing, there's only less than 5% use it for cooking. And you'd find the main fuels that they are relying on are biomass fuels. And in some cases, there is some LPG penetration, but that is still very low in most African countries. So what we did at Burn is to decide to make a stove that will bring electric cooking to African households. So you've put in all this investment. One challenge is people don't use enough of the electricity that's been put out there. And you put electric cooking in their home, you could easily double their electric consumption. I don't want to go into the details of that, but just to tell you a bit more about our stove, I have it here with me. You can look at it a bit later. So it's a cellular-enabled IoT stove. What that means is that we can track how much energy was used for cooking, and it has a SIM card and chip inside, so we could also operate on a pay-as-you-cook mechanism. So what this means, as a household, you pay a small upfront cost of maybe about $15, and then you make weekly payments for less than a year, and you fully own the stove. We also sell it with cookware because it's an induction stove, and not many households have induction-compatible cookware, so we've created a bundle for them. And because of the IoT capabilities, we're able to track and monitor the credits using gold standard metered methodology for cooking. So one thing I want to talk about a bit more is on carbon finance and why it is really essential for clean cooking. So this bundle that I've talked about would probably retail for about $150. But in a carbon project, we can subsidize this upfront and give it on to customers for $100, making it more affordable. And given that it's on a pay-as-you-cook module, they don't have to pay the full upfront cost. So they're able to pay slowly as they fully own their appliance over time. And one way that we do work with our carbon projects at Burn, so this is just a simple example and similar to what we've been doing with, what we are going to be doing with SAFER, is as an investor, if you give us $40 of funding, we'll put that into a carbon project. So we'll register a project, we'll make the stove, we'll put the stove in the customer's hands at the subsidized price. As the customer is using the stove, it's generating carbon credits. We then monetize these credits and use that to pay back the investor at a certain return. So with SAFER, what we would want to do is they're coming in as a sort of de-risking concessional capital to enable us to attract more commercial capital into such a similar structure. So they said, we won't charge you any interest. We'll give you sort of a SAFER fund to do this, and we'll be able to scale electric cooking in Africa. And one thing about Burn is that we really reinvest a lot of the incomes and revenues we earn from these programs. So we believe in the compounding effect of how we could transition more households to clean cooking. So whatever revenues we earn from the carbon projects are reinvested to do more stoves for more families, and the cycle goes on and on. So far, we have raised about $45 million in corporate debt. As of last month, actually in October, we signed on $15 million with the European Investment Bank just for electric cooking. In terms of grants, we have been awarded about $25 million of grants so far, and about 10 or 15 million of these has been going towards product research and setting up of operations to drive electric cooking in key markets we've identified. So our need today is mainly around corporate equity investment. Burn has not raised much equity in the past. We've really focused on reinvesting profits. We have raised about maybe $7 million of early seed stage capital, but now we're at the point where we need to really scale our electric operations. And in terms of the ask, what we're looking at is about $25 to $50 million of equity. A lot of this will go towards scaling our electric expansion across key markets we've identified, towards product and R&D for more and more advanced electric products, scale our tech and advancements in DMRV that we want to invest in, as well as capitalize and catalyze some of the carbon project investments we have in the pipeline that do need some equity. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. But one thing just to mention, these are two stories of Margaret and Mercy who made the switch to e-cooking and can justify and say that they've been able to earn an income's worth of 1 month of extra income just by changing the way that they cook. So I hope that you do consider investing in BAN because we are the future of clean cooking.
Thank you so much, Meredith, for really a compelling presentation and a value proposition. I know that we are out of time, but I would like to open the floor at least for maybe 3 interventions. I think there's one person here in the second row on the right side. If we can just bring a microphone quickly. Someone can bring a microphone. And maybe just to see if there's 1 or 2 other interventions from the floor. Of course, all the partners here will be available through the remainder of the AIF, so you can also catch them in the corridors after the session. I know we're standing between you and a well-deserved lunch, but I wanted to give the audience a brief opportunity to come in. So I think there's one question here, the lady here in the second row.
Thank you very much. Habiba Ali from Salle Renewable Energies Company, based in Abuja and Kaduna in Nigeria. I stand to speak about the CEFA fund. We've been engaging because we were lucky to have USTDA do a feasibility studies for us across 100 communities in Kogi, Kaduna, and Plateau states in Nigeria. And the resulting effect was that we have 64 ripe communities for funding. And we've been trying to engage with CEFA, but that is not going forward. I thought the last I heard was maybe they worked through organized financiers like ARM and cross-boundary. But seeing that Burn is here, I feel they also have opportunity to work directly with private sector, and I really would like to see how does that work. That's my first question. We've also been engaging with ARM Harriet, and that was when Carrier was there. It also trailed off because they were actually talking about this new financing tranche that you were expecting. So I want to see, is it that CEFA would like it if we work directly with ARM Harriet while they fund ARM Harriet in that aspect, and how do we make this happen? Also, is there a possibility maybe working with the direct state governments that are involved that we have the sites in now to come to CEFA? How do we get CEFA to fund some of this 64 mini grids of an average of 150 kilowatt per site? Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for this concrete question. Let me just see if we have one more intervention or question from the floor. Don't see any hand at the moment. So maybe let me just bring this question to the panel. I think there was a reference to ARM Harriet. There was a reference also to Burn. So Rachel, Meredith, if you want maybe to come in very briefly, just to say that from the CEFA side, we are happy to continue the conversation around possibilities for a direct intervention from CEFA, but we're also very much operating through intermediaries such as ARM Harriet or kind of platforms such as cross-boundary that you mentioned in the mini-grid space. So we kind of do both, and sometimes it's easier sort of that you engage with some of those intermediated platforms that are sort of focused on a particular topic. But Rachel, if you want to come in just very briefly.
So thank you very much for the question. We indeed have in our distributed renewable energy platform a number of projects that we are looking at. Currently, we have 9 mini grids, 7 currently operating, 2 still under construction, and we have a pipeline of over 125 mini grids that we're looking at. So we'll be happy to engage and see which communities are ready, because it's a platform that we intend to scale quite aggressively and have very high ambition for that, and linked to not only providing first access to those communities, also comes the scale and ability to bundle it in a manner that makes sense, and potentially if the grid comes to be sustainable. So we need to see specifically where those communities are, because we're very strategic about how we integrate them into the platform. But happy to have that conversation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Meredith?
Yeah, and for us, really, the scale of what we could do, especially within that carbon project structure, is immense. I did mention that right now we do produce about 250,000 stoves a month, but we're not at capacity. At capacity, our existing facilities can make close to 500,000 stoves every month. So that's about 6 million cook stoves. So in terms of carbon project financing, we see the need to push those stoves in the market at about $100 million or more every year. So the bucket is quite big. We're not there yet. The need in Africa is immense. So we're always open to all types of investment opportunities that come across.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Would really like to thank, first of all, the panel for the excellent presentation of those investment opportunities, encouraging you to continue the conversations in the corridors. Please give a big round of applause to the panel for these presentations. And I know we're already over time, so I won't take a long time for conclusions. I think we have seen in the session sort of the power, the role of blended finance, the importance of instruments such as CEFA in kind of closing some of those viability gaps. We're really grateful to the partners that are supporting us. We would like to invite others to join us on this journey. And hopefully next year when we come back to AIF, we can sort of demonstrate some success stories based on the projects that we presented today, but also showcase sort of the next type of opportunities for the next couple of years. So thank you very much, everyone. Please enjoy lunch. It's been a pleasure being with you. The handbook, do we have copies of the handbook still somewhere? I'm just looking. I think they had them somewhere available. If not, it's also, of course, available online, and we can also provide you with a copy subsequently. Thank you.
As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, it's time for break for lunch. Enjoy the networking lunch in the marketplace, proudly sponsored by Standard Chartered Bank. And after lunch in the marketplace workshop will happen the Women as Investment Champions event hosted by AFAWA. So let's meet you there. Or in this Royal Ballroom will be the special session focusing on Japan's role in Africa's development. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all,
Merci, très gentil.
So let's see if we test the microphones. Do I need to draw them in or do I leave them the way they are? Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Can I hear some good afternoon here? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You've just had lunch. We're going to be talking about food, and that's why I was insisting on hearing a very fertile good afternoon. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yokoso Minasama. Today, we are going to discuss agricultural innovation and green growth, transforming Africa's investment landscape. And this event is hosted by Japan, so thank you so much, Japan. Everywhere you turn in Africa, you see and find opportunity. In agriculture, you have 65% of the world's remaining arable land enough to produce food for billions of people. Look at the people of Africa themselves. They're young, they're dynamic, they're innovative, and vibrant. The potential for green growth is enormous. Above us is the sun for solar. Across, you've got water, you've got wind. And beneath the surface, you've got geothermal. It is ready for investment across all sectors. Today, this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we have top-class moderators for today's session. Executive Director Takaki Nomoto-san, and with a very great panel as well. We'll have a second session moderated by Mr. Ken Shibusawa-san, Chairman, Japan Middle East Africa Relations Committee of Keizai Doyukai. Again, he will be having a great panel. So this afternoon is one like no other. And I don't want to say, sit back and relax, no. Actually, get ready to engage. Because you too, the audience, you'll get a moment to interact with the panel. The moderators will be guiding you through the proceedings, and my role here is a simple one. I'm going to introduce an internationally revered leader with a distinguished track record of making a difference. And he's done that wherever he has served. Look at what he did when he was Minister for Agriculture in Nigeria. For the 4 years before becoming the president of the African Development Bank Group, he introduced digital technology into agriculture. The e-wallet, if you remember it. It cut out the middleman, ensuring the right fertilizer and seeds are in the hands of farmers. He provided a solution. He made a difference. And here we are, under his leadership, the African Development Bank, working closely with governments, regional and international partners to transform Africa's food and agriculture sector. And with it, the possibility of a food-secure continent with great potential as a food basket for the world. The results are evident. They are impressive. Ethiopia has done it with wheat. Sudan, despite the crisis, they're posting impressive results as well. Tanzania has done it with maize, a staple food in Eastern and Southern Africa. So the story of Africa changing from a begging bowl to a food basket is being written. And it's the time now to give it a headline. And that's normally reserved for the editor-in-chief. And the editor-in-chief of this story is none other than the president of the African Development Bank Group and the chairman of the African Investment Forum, Dr. Akiwumi Adesina. Help me to welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much, Director. I'm glad to be here with you at the start of your event. I'm sorry I have to rush to other events, but first, let me say how delighted I am that we are putting this event together, and we have great participation from Japan. Last year, when we actually gathered, we had 80 investors from Japan. Then I went to Japan. That was great, by the way. Then I went with Japan with our your very dynamic executive director, Edie Takaki Nomoto-san. And I spoke with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade, met with all the ambassadors there, went to the beautiful University of Tokyo, and also spoke to quite a lot at Keizai Doyukai. Where is Ken? I thought you should be in front. I was, so please come in front. You can't sit there, and I'll tell you guys why. No, let him come in front. Yeah, after he gets there, I'll tell you why I'm telling you to. First, he has to be in front because of who he is. But also, Ken is chairman also at the Keizai Doyukai, which is the private sector leadership group of Japan. But his grandfather, great-grandfather, yes, so we got to make sure there's a little bit of difference. Great-grandfather was, if you look at the Japanese currency, where is that, honey? You look at the Japanese money, his great-grandfather's photograph it was here. And so I was telling Executive Director Nomoto and also Ken Kurosawa that this is great that they've actually come up with the 10,000 with your great-grandfather's photo on it, because it makes the replenishment of the African Development Fund 17 replenishment easier through advance commitment from you. And today we have 100 investors coming all the way from Japan. Thank you very much. Japan, as you know, is a very critical member of the African Development Bank. Japan, you know, we have folks from the Ministry of Finance here. You know, at the AIF 16 replenishment, Japan provided us with more than $604 million, you know, for it in the 16 replenishment. In Japanese yens, that was 27% increase on that, which was fantastic, and we are grateful for that. But beyond that, Japan also supports us with concessional donor loans, which allows us to be able to do it. I think last time you gave us $420 million in terms of concessional donor loan, which is the largest, which makes Japan the largest contributor of concessional donor loans to the African Development Bank. And so when it also comes to Japan, I always say that I have great memories of Japan because as I was talking to the delegation when I met them before this event, when it was time for my election in 2015, I was waiting for elevators, and there was a lot of elevators. People couldn't come down. And I saw one elevator, the only one that stopped on my floor. And I looked in it, it was full of Japanese. And the vice minister then was Mr. Asakawa. And as the elevator opened, I entered. I said, "I'm sorry, I'm Japanese." And of course, they voted for me, and so I have very good attachment to Japan. Let me also thank you very much, Edie Nomoto, and also thank Executive Director Kawanashi. Is he here? Right there. Please clap for them for putting together, and all their teams, putting together this particular session that we have today. And you'll be talking about, basically, I met with a group. The delegation that is here covers several things. Mr. Ken Shibusawa here has a private equity fund, which is $100 million, and which is called Ant Capital, in which we are committed to working with them to provide $10 million to that. And we have JICA here, we have JBIC here, we have Nexi here. We also have a big bank, Mitsuo Bank here, Sumusoto, Corporation. And we also have folks that are looking at one of the things we'll be talking about, which is on energy or green metals or minerals and things like that. JERMEC, the Japanese agency for looking at energy security and green metals. And so you have here today, you have Nippon, you have all the big companies out of Japan here. I couldn't be happier because when I went to Japan the first time, a lot of risk aversion, and today it's different. Japan, the keyword, I gave an interview with Nikkei, and I said, buy Africa, invest in Africa. And today you have Japanese companies, corporations, big corporations here in Africa, buying Africa and investing in Africa. Please keep it up to them. The three issues we're going to be talking about today is really about agriculture, and then you're going to be talking about energy and innovation. And let me start with agriculture. Agriculture is the place to be. You know, you may like oil and gas, that's fine, but nobody drinks oil and nobody smokes gas. But everybody eats food, and they eat it 3 times a day if you have enough money to do that. With global inflation, it may not be so obvious for that. But food is very, very important. And why is this important for Africa? Africa has 65% of all the uncultivated arable land left to feed the world, 9.5 billion people in the world by 2050. Not in Asia, not in Latin America. It's not in China or anywhere else. It's in Africa. So what Africa does with agriculture is going to affect the world. And as an investor, you should take a look at this space, because the size of the food and agricultural market in Africa will be worth a whopping $1 trillion by 2030, which is just 6 years from now. So agriculture is very important. And as you think about that, we also have to think of the modernization of agriculture. In an era of climate change, innovation, which is one of the things you'll be talking about, it's very important. Innovation in tackling climate change, innovation in terms of how you have better ways of fertilizing crops, innovation in terms of how you're able to use artificial intelligence and big data, innovation in terms of how you are going to be able to deploy drones to be able to monitor moisture, monitor weather, determine information that farmers can use. And I think, as the moderator also said, digital innovation in terms of digitalizing farmers and getting them to financial inclusion. In fact, at the African Development Bank, we have something called a Community Pass program that we are doing with MasterCard. And together with MasterCard, we're trying to get literally 100 million African farmers with access to digital information that they can use to connect to financial services, to mechanization, or any extension, anything else. So digitalization of the agricultural space is very important, and I know that you have quite a lot of companies here from Japan that are actually doing that. You know, whether it is automation, whether it is, you know, actually doing hydroponics and things like that, in which you don't even need soil to grow the crops. These are the things that we need to do, and I know that you are here on that. The second thing I want to say is the private equity venture capital funds that can drive this innovation. You know, I'm delighted I see some of them in front right here that are young Japanese, that are actually have private equity funds, venture capital funds, that are investing in different areas from health. They're investing in digital information for health, in agriculture, water, sanitation, you name it, they're there. And these young Japanese are quite different. You know, I remember talking to so what's your name again? Huh? Yeah, Kajima, yeah. Maybe you should stand up so everybody sees what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah, please sit down, yeah. And I was talking to him, and I remember, you know, when I was in Japan, he didn't have any, he said, all I see is opportunities in Africa, opportunities. I don't see risk, I just see opportunities. So these are the young generations of Japanese investors that we're seeing today that are thawing. You know, you take ice, you put it out in the sun, after some, it begins to thaw. And these guys are thawing the investment space in Africa because they believe in Africa. They have innovation and all of that. So I think that's very, very important. And lastly, just on the issue of energy. No continent, no country can develop without energy. You can't industrialize in the dark. You cannot be competitive in the dark. And so energy is the lifeblood of economies. And that's why at the African Development Bank, investing in energy is critical for us. With one of our high fives is Light Up and Power Africa. You might have read recently that myself and Ajay Banga, president of the World Bank, got together and we said, look, so let's make sure Africa has electricity. And I don't mean light, I just don't mean light. Let's make sure we have grid-based power to be able to industrialize, to be able to be competitive, so that we're not exporting raw agricultural commodities, so we're actually processing those things. And so I want to say that energy is very, very important, and I'm very glad to say that we'll be having this summit on energy from the 27th to 28th of January next year, to which the Japanese investors and all the other JBIC and JICA and all the others are invited to participate. But two things I'll say about energy before I close. Energy of two kinds. First, there's energy for light. But we must also think about innovation for energy for cooking. Because today we have a situation where 1 billion people in Africa don't have energy for cooking. We lose 600,000 people. 300,000 women die every year for trying to cook a decent meal, just have, you know, that we and I take for granted. They carry their babies on their back. 300,000 kids die every single year just trying to do that because of secondary effect of smoke. And so we need to make sure that as we think about energy, we are also thinking about clean cooking energy to allow women to have access to clean cooking solutions in Africa, to cook not only with decency, but also to preserve their health and make sure their kids can be alive to even eat the food that they're actually cooking. That's one part of it. The second part of it, I want to say about energy, has to do with the role of critical minerals. And as you know, Africa has the bulk of the minerals that the world needs. As I said in my opening address for this forum, that by 2030, that will be $7 trillion, both in terms of electric vehicles and in terms of battery energy storage systems. 2050 is going to be $59 trillion. So if you have platinum metals group, if you have copper, if you have nickel, if you have graphite, if you have all these things, you're not going to make money in Africa by exporting those minerals, because the door to poverty is the export of primary commodities, whether it's in agriculture or whether it's in minerals or metals. That's the door to poverty, and Africa is tired of being poor. But the highway to wealth is the development of value chains that allow you to move up and to be able to process and add value to that. And I hope in your conversations that you will focus on this particular issue, which is very, very important for Africa, not just to be a supplier of raw materials, again, for the global energy transitions, but to be a key player in value chains that make that happen. As I close, let me thank you once again for participation from Japan. Thank you, the Keisai Doyukai, for organizing this with us. Thank you, JICA. Thank you, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What I see here is what myself and Executive Director Nomoto envisioned. We envisioned we're in a car in Tokyo, going to a meeting. And he and I were talking, and I said, Idi Nomoto, we need to create an ecosystem to support Japanese investment at scale in Africa. And so today, as you look across this room, you see that ecosystem. You see it in agriculture. You see it in energy. You see it in infrastructure. You see it in financial services. You see it in private equity funds and venture capital funds. And you also see it in terms of the political will of the government of Japan to support Africa. Next year, we will have the TICAD 9 in Yokohama, which is going to be very, very important for us, and we will be there. And also, next year, we will have the EPSA 6 negotiation with the Ministry of Finance and with the government of Japan. Last time we did it, EPSA 5 was at $5 billion. I like 5 things. That's why we have the high fives at the bank. But I did tell Idi Nomoto and Minister Mimura that if we do high five on one hand, it has to be high fives on the other hand. So we've done 5. Maybe now for EPSA, next one maybe high 10 or something like that, maybe 5-5. Let's make sure that we raise our ambition to be able to support Africa at scale. Once again, thank you very much for coming. Thank you, and I wish you a very good dialogue today. Thank you, Matt.
Let's give it once again to Mr. President for his time. And ladies and gentlemen, because Mr. President has got a very busy schedule, he'll be leaving for another event, but we do thank him for sparing time to first come here and be with us. And may I invite now on stage, the moderator is going to carry us through the next session, Executive Director for Japan, Idi Nomoto-san. Welcome.
Hello? Okay, so thank you very much. So I'd like to now call the panelists to this session. So this is about agriculture, and firstly, I'd like to invite Richard from our FDB. So he's director in charge of private sector. And then, so it's him. And then also next, I also invite Ms. Tada from Spaceshift. They are a startup company from Japan. And then I also want to invite Matsuno-san. He's also a startup operating in Kenya. And then next is Ishida-san from AIC. He's a venture capital based in Kenya and several other places in Africa. And then I also invite Harada-san. He's from Green Carbon, and they are good at the carbon credit development. And then lastly, I want to invite Wakabayashi-san from JICA. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for participating in this session. So basically, this session is aiming to share the kind of potential or the size and the kind of quality of potential collaboration between Japan and Africa. And actually, today, as you can see, most of the participants are startups and the venture capital. But as the president mentioned, we have a kind of good ecosystem with also a large company. So, and the large companies actually also in this podium, in this hall. But now, firstly, I'd like to ask Richard to share your kind of impression and the result in the mission to Japan. So actually, FDB agriculture team, there's two directors. He's in charge of private sector, and the other, Martin Fregen, is in charge of public sector. And then together with the managers and the team, they visited Japan this September. And then met with many Japanese companies to really explore the kind of possibility to collaborate with those companies for Africa's agricultural development. So firstly, I'd like to ask Richard to share your views about how did you feel about the potential.
Well, thank you, Edie, and thank you all for making up for this panel. I first just want to first start from the collaboration that we've had with Japan from an agribusiness perspective. I think it's important to put everything into context. I think from a JICA perspective, I'm going to start off from the institution level. From a JICA perspective, we actually worked with JICA in 2018 to finance the Ghana Cocoa Board 600 million facility. They were part of the syndicate, the Development Finance Institution syndicate that we executed with them on that particular facility. From a corporate finance perspective too, we've worked with Olam, which has Mitsubishi as part of the shareholding structure. We've executed since, I believe, in 2013, about $100 million worth of transactions from that particular perspective. We have also ETG, which has Mitsu, also as part of the shareholding structure. We've had a relationship with them since 2016. And to date, I think we've done about 300 million. The most recent transaction that we did about a month ago that was approved by a board of directors was a sustainability-linked loan for about 17 million. And I'm just giving context to the sort of opportunities that exist with Japanese companies, and then I'll now come back to the relationship that, the mission that we had with Japan. From a technical assistance perspective, we have what we call the Fund for African Private Sector Assistance. That's also a Japanese technical assistance fund within the bank that allows us to engage with the private sector from an ag business perspective. Since I'm covering agriculture and ag business perspective, FAPA provided $1 million for us to engage to set up the facility for African agricultural finance in Africa. It's a facility to engage the SME space. Then I think now I can now speak to the mission that we had in Japan. Very successful mission, which took us to Tokyo through to Osaka, where we met with very enterprising startup companies. We also met with a lot of large entities. And the key question that always came up was the opportunities on the continent. They always wanted to find out They always wanted to find out the type of opportunities that we have on the continent that they would be able to engage in. And one other thing that I found really, really amazing about the Japan experience was the fact that they never talked about the perception of risk. You know, anytime that you speak to other opportunities outside of the continent, in Europe, in North America, etc., you always hear is the perception of risk. But then one identifying feature that I really did not hear when we were in Japan and having the conversation with the Japanese entities was the perception of risk on the continent. And I believe in the open plenary, the president actually showed a chart which showed the minimal or very low levels of default in African entities. The mission to Japan, we followed it up, ED, with various discussions. We are having a discussion with the Sasakawa Foundation and on SoftBank on digitally enabled agriculture, looking at more innovative ways of doing agriculture on the continent. There's also a program that we are working on with Myanmar. Myanmar is actually an agricultural company that's seeking to expand its operations in Africa. We are working with them on the regional program for rice development. And this is a multinational project, and they are using that rice program as a conduit to expand their operations in Africa. And finally, I don't want to take too much of the time. Finally, we also engaging with Itochu's chemical division in finding out and working with the bank to explore various ways for introducing cutting-edge controlled fertilizer into Africa. So what it means is that, look, from the perspective of the African Development Bank, Japan and Japanese companies present an exciting opportunity for us to engage. And definitely, as ED had promised, next year would also be going, and the collaboration that we're having with Japan would continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. So as he mentioned, thank you very much, Lisa. So as you mentioned, there's a lot of possibilities and there's a lot of players. So he just mentioned several big companies and also startup company, but actually there's more big companies who is very interested and actually already operating in Africa. And now we go to the presentation from startup companies, but even this startup company, if we just only take agriculture, we have more Japanese startup company actually who already operates in Africa and also making profits as a business. So this is very, how can I say, good to emphasize. So firstly, let me invite Tada-san from SpaceShift. So they are using satellite technology. So could you present your operations?
Thank you very much. It's very great to honor to be here. And SpaceShift, okay. The SpaceShift is a space startup focused on developing analytics AI for satellite data. Our mission is to solve the social issues like food security or climate change by leveraging the power of space and AI. Space industry has experienced remarkable growth recently, and the utilization of the satellite data is no exception. The number of Earth observation satellites has been increasing recently, but the key to promoting the utilization of the satellite data is transforming this big data into valuable information. The SpaceShift doesn't have any hardware like a satellite itself and a rocket, of course, and we are very focused on the software development. And we can provide unprecedented space-based insight through high, precise accuracy AI analytics technology. Spaceshift AI is already being applied for various industries like disaster management, urban development, and forest monitoring, and maritime security. But today, I would like to focus on the technology in agricultural sector. This year, we have just launched the pilot project in Nigeria to support microfinance services to the farmers. We aim to develop AI analytics for crop growth monitoring and the prediction of the harvest timing and volume by utilizing the satellite data. And also we evaluate its the potential to enhance the credit scoring of farmers in financial services. Regarding business model, we are now collaborating with the local companies in Nigeria who already deliver the microfinance services or agricultural solution to the farmers. And the AI solution will integrate seamlessly into their solution. And our partner company expand their business in Nigeria, of course, the African countries. While the agriculture solution normally rely on the optical satellites, but this approach is very limited by the weather condition. On the other hand, the radar satellite, we can call the SAR satellite, which can penetrate the cloud and observe the target regardless the bad weather. So it can allow us to monitor the target continuously. So we use both the optical satellite and the radar satellite so that we can provide mainly three information. One is crop growth status, and the second is the prediction of harvest timing, and third is historical record of the past farming activity. So to utilize this technology, it can allow the small-scale farmers to access more the financial services by their objective credit scoring to purchase the agriculture machineries or fertilizers. And also, we will try to provide information about harvest timing or volume to food company or trading company and agriculture stakeholders, contributing to the reduction of the GHG emission and food loss, as well as to effective marketing. So future business in Africa, I would like to highlight other advanced technology beyond the agriculture. So the satellite data can cover the wide area at once. So our change detection AI can monitor the urban development. And time series satellite data can analyze changes in the cities, detecting new building areas, vacant lots, and inactive farmland widely. In addition, we just newly developed generative AI, and the user can ask questions or make requests to analyze the target of interest using satellite data. For example, what is the total amount of the harvest crop this year? And the AI quickly respond to the answer in text basis. So still, it's very challenging for the end users to utilize or understand the satellite data, but hopefully our generative AI support and simplify this process and make the utilization of satellite data more effective. In conclusion, Spaceshift seeks the partner company to jointly expand effort in digitalization across Africa. Especially, we're looking for the partner who already deliver the solution or application to the farmers or agricultural stakeholders. And as I introduced, we are very focused on the software development. So IT companies, SaaS company, or the SIR's company will be very welcome to be collaborate and integrate our services to their solutions. Finally, this year, Spaceshift just launched business co-creation program called Salle to expand the satellite business with the combination of satellite data and ground data. So please join us if you are interested in as a business partner of the Salle and expand the utilization of the satellite market and of course accelerate digitalization across the Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tada-san. So definitely, I think this AIF is a kind of best place to look for your partner. So like, I really appreciate you participate. And if any participant are really interested about how it works, like, just to get a chat after this. And then like, here before going to Ishida-san about the venture capital, like, I also would like to appoint Umitono. So Umitono is actually also another Japanese type company like who is focusing on aquaculture. They are also utilizing this kind of satellite technology. And also like last year, solar technology, which is using a drone for reducing malaria or agriculture, has also joined. So like we also have those kind of range of companies. So now let's go for the Ista-san's presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hiroki, the director of AAIC. I'm based out of Kenya. And thank you very much for giving me this valuable opportunity to make a presentation about what we are doing today. First, let me introduce about AIC. We provide mainly three businesses. Number one, investment, also consulting, and HR, managing talents. And today, we're going to talk about investment. And in Africa, we manage a venture capital focus on the healthcare sector. But today, our session is more like agriculture. So let me talk about more direct investment in agriculture ventures in Rwanda and Tanzania. Actually, AIC, we started this business in Africa even before raising the fund. And we have offices in Africa. And Kenya, I established our first office in Africa in 2015. After that, expand to other countries. AIC, we manage our agriculture business through this company, OSTI. They set up a first business in Rwanda, which raised the macadamia nuts in 2012. After that, last year, they expanded to Tanzania, where they grow coffee beans. Also, they have offices in Japan, which has more like sales function because also we are targeting sales the coffee beans, also nuts in Japan. OSTI, they have like a range of variety of value chain. They start from cultivation, then also processing and sales. So they cover the whole value chain and then including on the farm in Rwanda and Tanzania. In Tanzania, the farmland exceeds 1,700 hectares. Then we have this concept, smart village project. So of course, which utilizing the digital technologies to realize sustainable growth in rural areas. In farming, we utilize that technology tools to improve the cultivation. But beyond that, there are quite a number of stakeholders in that farm. There are thousand villagers nearby that farm. So also we provide sustainable solutions for those villagers, including like water, energy, healthcare, also educations. Then one of the uniqueness what we are doing is collaboration with the Japanese companies, one corporate and one startup company. Toppan, I'm sure so all Japanese are familiar with this company. They are well known for printing company, but they shifted to more digital and ICT companies. And then they started provide IoT solutions to this fund. Also, they have some project, for example, in Ethiopia, they issue their ID for Ethiopian citizens, but not only just issuing, also digitalization is a key of the project. And then this is their first agriculture project in Africa. And thirdly, a startup company, also they offer satellite solutions, which analyze like how optimize the crop management, including the distribution of fertilizer. And then OSTI as well as AAIC, our role is to provide a kind of the platform for those companies to do some trial in this using this farm. The farm is not big enough for Toppan, but using these opportunities, they can do more business in outside of maybe Tanzania or in this continent. Also, I'd like to invite more even the Japanese companies to do more projects. Also, of course, not limited to Japanese companies, and happy to have more partnership with people in this room. And then about the technology briefly. So you can find a very traditional way to analyze the soil conditions. But the challenge is more like manual, time consuming, and also they cover the very limited points. But using satellite data, it can be more accurate and comprehensive and then cover the whole areas to improve the cultivation. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation about agriculture. But just 1 minute briefly about our also fund management activities in the healthcare sector. And just one example, what I want to say is also digitalization is a key in other sectors, including healthcare sector. So BIMA is a good example. They started business in Ghana and also went to Tanzania. And then now they have providing the digital insurance and also services to 7 million customers across the world. And then their pricing range is $2 to $5 per month. The question is, can it be sustainable? And yes, it's sustainable, also profitable business. The reason they made it possible is technologies. They kind of made mandate to use a teleconsultation at the beginning so that they can reduce the insurance payment dramatically. Also utilize their mobile money for the collection of the premium. So I believe the power of the digitalization is quite strong in any sectors, including agriculture and healthcare. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ishita-san. So AIF is very unique in the sense that you have two faces, as like venture capital and as well as implementable agriculture itself by yourself. And then like as you can see, actually there's several venture capitals who focusing on Africa, like by Japanese, and then like they definitely have a kind of function to connect those kind of stuff, not only Japanese startup, but the local startups in Africa to the Japanese big companies. So there is also one value added they can bring to Africa. So now let's go to Harada-san from Green Carbon. So giving the carbon credit is very crucial to increase the income of farmers. So like let's hear from him. So Harada-san, please.
Konnichiwa. Thanks so much for having today. My name is Ryo Harada from Green Carbon. Let me introduce our company overview. Green Carbon is a carbon credit developer. So we generate a carbon credit and sell them to the companies. There are so many kinds of carbon credit, but we focus on nature-based. So our project on the right side, we are doing biochar, livestock, R&D, carbon farming, mangrove, and AWD. AWD means alternate wetting and dry. It is methane gas reduction from paddy fields. As you imagine that in paddy fields, it is always flooded, but in fact, it is not good for environment. There is so much methane gas emission from there. But all you have to do is to stop water, drain water, and make it dry out for a week once, so you can reduce the methane gas emission by 30% to 50%. It is very simple, it is very easy, and you can generate a carbon credit. That is one of the examples of our project. Our main business area is now Southeast Asian countries, but we'd like to expand here in Africa because we believe that Africa has a significant potential. So we are trying to do the pilot project in Africa. Can you skip? And let me explain our business model. We are a developer, so we design the whole project. And before starting the project, we will find a sponsor and buyer of the carbon credit. So you don't have to worry about unsold credit. And our business can be divided two parts. One is generating carbon credit, and second is sell them to the companies. So we are carbon credit experts. So we collaborate with local communities, and we will do the free consultation and financial and technical support. So we teach them, we train them how to generate a carbon credit. So for the farmers, they don't have to pay anything, and they don't have to change agricultural practices. So after selling carbon credit, we can share the profit to the farmers. And now we have many pipelines, and average selling price is 20 million US dollar. So there are so many Japanese companies who really want to buy carbon credit, especially JCM partner countries. So there are many challenges for this business. The biggest one is a greenwash. It is often said, it is often criticized as a greenwash. So transparency and reliability are really important. And second, operation and application is really manual. So it takes a lot of time and cost. To solve these problems, we have our own service called Agreen. So it simplifies the whole process. And yeah, for example, to generate a carbon credit, you have to find a suitable location, and you have to apply and register and do monitoring, and you have to sell. But if you can use, if you use this our project service, it very make it clear and simple. And also, now we are collaborating with JAXA. So using satellite data and put our service, we are developing the new services. And this is like a matching service. So you can find the supplier of the carbon credit, and also you can find the supplier of the carbon credit. So the transition scale is not small. We think the government also uses our service, and the scale is like 10 million US dollar or 20 million US dollar take place here. Okay, finally, again, we strongly believe that Africa has a huge potential, and we have a know-how of carbon credit. So we are looking for the local partner for implementation, and also we are looking for the investors for the project. For example, if you are like connected many farmers like rice paddy fields, and or if you are still already doing the reforestation, but if you don't know how to generate the carbon credit, we can help it. And also we can help to sell carbon credit. Okay, that is the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Hanada-san. Definitely, carbon credit will be a very crucial part of agricultural development in Africa. So, let me ask a question more in the panel discussion, panel discussion. So, let's now go to the Matsuno-san. And Matsuno-san is very, as President mentioned, it's very related about the digitalization. So, so could you do the presentation?
Yeah,
Please?
thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Koya Matsuno, one of the co-founders from Bunapay. Before I begin, I want you to imagine this. You work very hard for a month, and your boss tells you that you're not going to get paid for another 6 months. Would you stay for that job? Probably not, yeah? That's exactly what's going on to the smallholder farmers in Kenya, and in fact, beyond. This coffee farmer in Kiambu, Kenya, she delivers her coffee to cooperatives, like most of the farmers. But she doesn't get paid for 6 months after she delivers her coffee. but she still needs to cover her daily expenses, pay for her kids' tuition. So what does she do? She sells her coffee to a middleman for 40 to 80% below the market value, just to access instant cash. This is why we created VunaPay, a digital platform that facilitates instant payment to smallholder farmers as they deliver their produce. And here's how it works. So first of all, we digitize these agricultural cooperatives, and as the farmer delivers the coffee or any kind of produce, our platform VunaPay will record that on our platform. This allows us to then track everything in real time, and then this real-time data is shared to our financial partners. And based on these data, the financial partners could then advance and pay instant payment to the farmers as they deliver their produce. Now, once the cooperatives sell these produce to the market, that's when we collect the money at source. So the farmers don't need to worry about repaying or worry about interest. What we do is to expedite these payments to the farmers. Now, there's approximately 54,000 cooperatives across Africa, and then each one of them has 500 to 10,000 farmers. This gives us 27 million farmers that we can help, and this is a conservative estimate. And so far, we have a waitlist of 120,000 farmers and 24,000 farmers registered and actively using a platform. We've also partnered up with local commercial bank, Tier 1 commercial bank in Kenya, as well as with a government fund that focuses on empowering the agricultural sector to expand an instant payment service. And we also focus on generating tangible impact. One of the things that we focus on is business growth to the farmers as well as the cooperatives, by not only accessing the instant payment, but to access any additional financial service from asset financing, etc. We also make sure a lot of these farmers that we have are female farmers that manages the daily expenses, and we make sure that they have financial controls over their money. And this also enables them to invest and allocate proper money to education. And lastly, we are trying to bring back youth to agri sector. A lot of them now choose to become an Uber driver, etc., just because they could get paid on a weekly basis. But what we're doing that even with the agri sector, you can get paid as you deliver the produce. And we believe that this would bring back the youth back into agriculture. Lastly, before I wrap up, I want to talk a little bit about our team as well. Our CEO, Judy, she comes from an agricultural family as well. She worked at a telecom company and expanded across Africa. Myself, Koya Matsuno, I come more from the finance background, but also started a crowd lending platform. And lastly, Ian Wambai, our CTO, he has over 10 years of experience in software engineering and also have worked in various agricultural projects. And what I want to emphasize today is that with us working hand in hand with these financial institutions, we believe that we could empower these smallholder farmers as we grow. So today I also want to connect and also discuss possible solutions with every single one of you to promote and harvest a better future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matsuno-san. So I think this is very innovative, but also very straightforward business. So reducing the inefficiency in the value chain and then increase the income of the farmer. So very significant. So now let me turn to the last presentation that is by JICA. So everybody knows JICA, and probably you have an image around they are doing only sovereign operations, but actually they also do the private sector operations. So he's in charge of private sector operation in JICA. So could you start the presentation?
Okay, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jin Wakabayashi. I'm from
Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and I am overseeing the JICA's private sector financing window. Excuse me. As you've just heard from the prominent young venture corporations from Japan in the agri space, trying to solve the developmental issues through business activities in Africa. Our agency is on the financing side, particularly as a development financial institution. So JICA, in a nutshell, is Japan's bilateral aid agency. And we administer ODA programs from technical cooperation, grants, sovereign loans, but I oversee the private sector window, which is called the private sector investment finance. Okay. We provide debt finance and also equity finance across the globe. For our debt operations, we highlight the three important sectors. One is climate change. The second one is food security and agriculture. And the third one is facilitating financial inclusion. Although we have three pillars, it does not mean that all these issues are not intertwined. Particularly today's theme of agriculture, we believe that it has to be tackled in a multi-sectoral way, particularly in terms of climate change. We have to integrate not just as an agricultural development issue, but also as a water or environmental issues, climate change issues, and also to integrate the innovative technologies, particularly from the private sector. JICA has various initiatives involving agricultural development, just to show that we are strongly involved in the rice development, food and nutrition security, and also smallholder horticultural empowerment and promotion. Just to give some examples of how JICA's private financing window is operating, particularly in Africa. One example is our corporate finance support to ETG, which is a co-financing with AFDB. We are supporting through these type of finance, but also the interesting point is that we are also extending technical cooperation as a grant. So it is kind of a blended finance scheme, uniquely coordinated for this private sector endeavor. On the right-hand side is our credit line to Axis Bank in Nigeria. And the targeted areas of intervention is climate change and agriculture, and also infrastructure within Nigeria. Why we do this? It is because the gap, to fill the gap of finance in developing countries, the long-term financing is extremely crucial. So we are partnering with domestic financial institutions in order to support these areas. Okay. Just like these venture companies here, although we are not directly financing or supporting them yet, we have various examples of supporting through fund investment and also through direct investment into these venture corporations or funds which support venture corporations in the areas of various spaces, including agriculture. Oops. Yes, and I also want to highlight that as part of the DFI community, JICA thinks it is very important not just to extend financial support, but also to create an ecosystem which will enable private businesses to
be connected more into the space of African agricultural development. So these are the type of activities which JICA is conducting. For example, we are promoting collaboration between entrepreneurs in African continent and Japanese companies. Also, we are supporting collaboration with the Japanese private sector, which have advanced technologies and products. So in closing, I would just like to highlight 3 points of how our private sector intervention works or trying to work in Africa. In order to enhance agriculture and green growth, building resilient agricultural food systems that adapt to climate change while also reducing greenhouse gas emissions is critical. And through providing catalytic capital to maximize mobilization of private capital is essential. We want to enhance new collaboration with local and global companies, startups, including Japanese, who are involved in contributing to these endeavors, particularly climate resilient agriculture, food security, with innovative technologies like these companies here. Also, local financial institutions that contribute to enhancing financial access and inclusion, including women, rural communities, and vulnerable people. Lastly, our aim is to maximize development impact. So we want to effectively mobilize our internal schemes together with private sector to co-create and work together in order to enhance collaboration in this field. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wakabayashi-san. So this is end of presentation. So now let me move to the panel discussion part. Now let me invite one more panelist, so which is Vice President of African Development Bank, Beth Stanford. So please come to the stage. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much. So like now we hear the kind of from Richard, we got the kind of overview around the players in Japan, and now we have here like many startup company venture capital. So let me firstly cast a question to Harada-san. So like you mentioned about the potential of carbon credit to benefit Africa's farmer, particularly to enhance income. And then you listed say like several tools, including biochar and other tools. So like and I think depending on the commodity or like product, I don't know, commodity, say that how difficult challenges to really get the income increase can be different. So like what type of carbon credit should Africa target? What kind of carbon credit is really how can it be beneficial to increase the income of farmers?
Thanks so much. Yeah. As he said earlier, there are many types of carbon credit, and yeah, actually, we're still exploring which category has much potential. But basically, I think any category has a potential. But just now, AWD project is very easy way. And also, we have many many companies really want to buy carbon credit. Actually, we receive many inquiries almost every week or so. If we can generate a carbon credit through the AWD project, it is very easy to sell. All we have to do is just generate a carbon credit, especially in JCM scheme partner companies, countries like Kenya, Tunisia, Ethiopia, and Senegal. If we find a local partner, we can do it quickly just now.
Yeah, that's really good to know. That actually, like after I coming out to FDB, I'm really, how can I say, encouraging the kind of together with the team, say like to really got a kind of very good successful case where like farmers really can get the income from carbon credit, and then like, it's very encouraging. So. Yeah, thank you very much. So next, let me ask to Tada-san, it's a similar question. So like you mentioned about the satellite technologies, and like you also listed not only about agriculture but also other areas. So like in terms of satellites, so like how you can really, how can I say, use well for the Africa's development, which you say do you really see the potential or benefit for Africa's development?
Thank you. I think the Africa is well suited and highly compatible with the satellite data, because the satellite data is especially good at capturing the big trend across a wide area. And you know that Africa is a very huge continent, and it seems to be like one of the global leader in using the data-driven services, especially through the mobile technology. So I think the answer is the various industries, but I think for example, the carbon credit, of course, and agriculture, and also deforestation area monitoring and the construction monitoring as well. So it's very expected to be applied for various industries across the Africa.
Thank you very much. So now actually let me turn to Matsuno-san. So Matsuno-san, I think your business is very straightforward, as I said, and like essential things for you, but actually it's all for the startup company, but to grow more. So like what is needed for you to really expand the business and increase the farmers who can benefit from a service? And also like if you find like any roles for MDBs, including FDB, like could you just refer to it?
Yeah, thank you. I would say there's two key areas for us to really scale effectively. One is just to make sure that the infrastructure is there as well. One of the main things that we do is digitizing the cooperatives, but if we don't have stable electricity or internet or for the cooperatives to access these devices, it limits our growth. So by working closely with NGOs or other organizations that provides those assets, that's one thing. The second thing is more to do with closely working with financial partners. As I mentioned earlier as well, in order for us to scale these instant payment solution, we choose to work closely, not just local financiers, but global financiers to make sure that these money that is allocated to the fund is reaching the beneficiary, which are farmers, and we can be there to become the last mile payment service provider for that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So like I think this AIF also help in that sense. And then next, let me turn to Ishita-san. So like Ishita-san, you have a face, as I said, like as a agricultural producer, but also as a venture capital. So I want to ask a question to the side of venture capital. So if you see the kind of ecosystem around the startups in Africa, so definitely your venture capital can help them grow to some extent. I don't know, sales of, I don't know, several million, 10 million. And then, but they have to grow more. So like if you see the kind of, what is the kind of missing or like what is needed more for the Africans ecosystem startup to, how can I say, to really grow more?
Thank you very much for that question. So there are several challenges, but one of them is there are a bit limited number of like deals that's significantly like large enough to talk to the investors who invest in the later stage companies. And two ways. And number one, just they decrease the ticket size so that also they can put some money with earlier stage companies. And then already some effort is being made. For example, like IFC, they have a like venture capital division so that also they can nurture a bit earlier stage company to grow, so that also the other department also can invest like larger ticket size, like 10 or 20 million US dollars. And the other side is suppose a company grow first, but it's not easy task. However, recently we observed more like acquisition among startup companies. Maybe as you may know, so recently the market situation is not very optimistic, which was like in 3 years ago. But also I believe that we can do more acquisition so that one company might be too small, but 2 or 3 companies combined can be ready to talk to the large ticket size companies. And also as AIC, we focus on more like healthcare startup companies. So among those, there are a lot of companies working on some, like, let's say DOT, like pharmaceutical delivery. Also another one is provide telemedicine services, but connecting DOT is quite critical in this continent. For example, like US, Japan, maybe DOT is still okay because the market is quite sizable, and then they can expand in that space. But Africa also to have some scale, connecting DOT is, I believe, critical. So I believe so as investors, we should play some significant role to also initiate that kind of movement forward.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. So now, let me ask Wakabayashi-san from JICA. So simple question. So as Richard mentioned, so JICA and FDB is a kind of long-time partner on the sovereign side, but you are from the private sector side. Say, are you really willing to work with FDB on the private sector side, and how? Yeah, continue to be on the sovereign side, but also on the private sector side. How do you see?
Thank you very much. Of course, we are very much willing and ready to work with AFDB, but and already I've just mentioned one example, our corporate finance to ETG, but there are various platforms that AFDB has, which we can join in. And we can also collaborate in various ways in various financial instruments. But also I believe that there are many regional financial institutions looking for African continent as backed with this forum. So working closely together with the leadership of AFDB is also crucial for us to. By expanding these networks, we can also introduce Japanese companies into the market much better. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, we can definitely work on those kind of specific projects, also networking. Also, since your presentation also included the support of the ecosystem of entrepreneurship, so I think we have a lot of base to work together for the ecosystem between Japan and Africa, but mainly for the African development. So now let me turn to Bess. So this is a kind of overlap, wrap-up question over this panel discussion. So when you see those presentations, and how do you see the importance of those startups and venture capital for the Africa's agricultural development, and also say how FDB can work with those players, and then if you have some kind of advice to them for them to grow more, because that is very much appreciated.
Well, thank you very much, Idinomoto, and good afternoon. It's just so exciting to be here on the stage with all of these brilliant minds leading these very innovative startups. And you know what I'm hearing again and again and again today in our conversations this week is these are just really, really innovative, important technologies that are addressing a real gap and a real need for agriculture on the continent. And so just, how well they're designed to fill something that we've been talking about forever, whether it be, how do we really access carbon credits, whether it be digitization, whether it be, new types of fertilizer. I mean, that list goes on and on. So everything that you're doing here, using AI more effectively, these technologies are needed, and I'm so excited to see you getting them going on the continent. And the issue that we have is that there are so many pilots ongoing in Africa, but we need pilots to try things out, but we need things at scale, right? We need to transform Africa's agriculture at scale. We know that Africa has the capacity to feed itself. We know that Africa has the capacity to be the breadbasket for the world. So how do we make that happen? And so we at the African Development Bank, we're a bank. So that means we loan money, we do debt, and we do equity. And so, that's one way we support. Often our loan sizes and our equity sizes are bigger than some of startups need. And so there are, we do have some funds and pockets of money that we can access. And you heard from Richard already, and Richard is the expert at all of this, our director for agricultural finance. But, we do have different, SME funds, et cetera, that we can help access. But I think it's really important that, money is one thing. You all spoke about needing investors, and, we're happy to see how we can be creative within sort of, the large scale MDB that we are to see how we can help. But also, we do huge sovereign investments as well. And a lot of those sovereign loans have, innovation funds within them. And, can we help link up some of our sovereign loans to some of the work that you're doing? We also, we've reached 25 million farmers with innovative and improved technologies. And so that's a huge reach. And so how do we help connect you all with the markets that we're working at through some of our private sector programs and through some of our national sovereign value chain programs? And I know that's something that, I know that Richard Oforimonte, Director for Agricultural Finance, together with Dr. Martin Fregeni, our Director of Agriculture and Agro-Industry, both went to Japan. I was there, several months even before that, to really look at, how can we take these technologies coming out of your amazing startup companies and really connect them to the markets. And, you saw there's results coming out of that. So I think that we just have to be creative, but often it means, getting together, sort of opening the books on all the different, tools that we have together and all the technologies that you all have and seeing where we can best leverage them. But again, just really thank you, Edie Nomoto, for really helping to continue to push this, because as we have to find the right ways we can fit this together so we can take these technologies to scale, because African agriculture needs them.
Thank you very much. That's very good remarks, and definitely we really work together. But let me also can get Richard to get his view about the presentation.
Well, thank you, Edie Nomoto. And I think, look, this is an excellent presentation. I mean, the breadth of opportunities that we see on the stage, from access to finance using the space shift, I think it's definitely an important use of technology to be able to assist, our smallholder farmers in accessing finance, especially through the credit score mechanism, which definitely does not exist in most places. And of course, for input supply, very, very, very important from that particular perspective. We also heard from OSTI group in terms of the using the analysis of soil conditions, etc. And I believe this is also a very important sort of context that we can utilize. He also talked about digital insurance with digital healthcare. And I think Beth runs that sector too. And I think that's also an opportunity for us to definitely look into. One interesting one that you also mentioned on the carbon credits perspective. I just came out of another boardroom where the opportunity is in the palm oil sector. When you talk about deforestation, taking out a lot of the forest that comes up with the carbon, reforestation, et cetera, These are areas that we need to look at very critically. We've seen investments where the project sponsor is looking to us to use some of its carbon credits as part of its revenue stream, but we've never found ways to be able to utilize that. So I think these are very, very important sort of opportunities that we can, of course, piggyback on, work with your teams to see how best we can incorporate them into some of the opportunities and projects that we look at.
Thank you very much. So now actually we now have to close this session. So just to final word for me is that I hope that this session can really convey the kind of clear image about how Japan and Africa can work together on this agricultural development, and also not limiting to Japan, say how we can utilize those kind of startup company for agricultural development is the ones also by African local people is very crucial for the development institution to really maximize the impact, development impact. So I hope that this session can also, how can I say, facilitate the thinking around it. So thank you very much. And then now probably I need to turn to the Shibusawa-san for the session. So it's supposed to have a kind of break, but because of the time, probably I suggest directly go to the sessions to the energy. So, but thank you very much. I'd like to close this session. So, thank you very much.
Just hold on, the panel and the moderator. There's a family photo you need to take around there, please, if you don't mind. You may want to remove your tags if you don't mind, or you can have it. It looks good on you, fine. Yeah, excellent. Right. Okay, thank you so much. And once again, let's give it to Edie Nomoto-san and our panel. Very, very well done. And what we'll do is that we are going to change the name tags here very quickly. And as they do that, let me just summarize a few points there. I can see they're moving that very quickly. We've heard from a very rich panel. We had, of course, Richard Oforimante telling us about his experience in Japan. If I may just say, we settle down so that we go to the next session as they're changing the names. And I think they already changed, actually. We've heard about those experiences. And of course, we had very exciting trip to the space as well. I think the names are now changed. Am I right? The names have changed? Let's see. Excellent. That was efficient. Let me welcome on the stage Mr. Ken Shibusawa-san, please. Let's give a round of applause to Ken Shibusawa, please. Let's give a round of applause to him, please. Ken Shibusawa, please. And he will call on the stage his panel. They're going to look into green growth. Thank you so much.
I don't think it's... Hello?
Yeah,
this works. Okay, hello everybody. I thought I was going to get a bathroom break, but I guess not. So I'll have to grin and bear it. Thank you very much for hanging around for this energy session. My name is Ken Shibusawa, and I am the one of the co-chairs for the Middle East Africa Committee at Keizai Doyukai, which is a Japan Association of Corporate Executives. I wear many other hats, but it's too many, so I'll just cut it short. But let me invite my panelists onto the stage, if it's okay. Mr. Takuma Terakubo, please. Mr. Bikim Tahiri, welcome. Mr. Junaid Bello Osaji, I think I messed that up, sorry about that. Miss Yuri Uchida. And finally, Mr. Yuichiro Akita. Welcome. So, President Adesina introduced me as the great-great-grandson of my age 150 years ago. That's when he was started the first bank in Japan. But if you think about it, 150 years ago, Japan was an emerging country. We didn't have much natural resources like the African continent, but we had lots of people back then. So I think Japan was able to engage on the human capital for the development of the country to join the advanced nations. So you need human capital for advancement. Obviously, you need financial capital for the development of a country. And finally, you need energy. which is a topic of our discussion. Of course, energy back in the era when Japan was much more country, we just burn coal. But obviously, we can't be doing that. So that's a no. But on the other hand, we have this new innovation called sustainable energy. And with that, something that didn't exist 100 years ago is digital technology as well. So this session will be based on energy and digital technology. And for that panel, we have a venture capitalist, we have technology large conglomerate, we have a major financial institution, we have a government institution that basically is covering minerals and energy, and finally a governmental organization that basically is export and investment insurance. So we have an all-star team. I'm going to ask every one of you to make a presentation, and I've been told it's 7 minutes each. We're a Japanese panel, so we have to be exactly on time. And I think there's somebody timekeeper right there in front of us, so keep that in mind. So let's start out with the close one.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Takuma. I'm CEO and General Partner of Ballroom Fund. So Ballroom Fund is a Japanese venture capital for African startups. Today I'd like to speak what we did in the past 4 years in Africa, and also what we're going to do next. So Ballroom Fund is a Japan African mixed fund, and we are backed by Japanese corporate. They want to create some business in African continent, so they want to make collaboration between the local startups. So in the past 4 years, we have invested 30 startups in Africa, which is related to financial technologies, distribution, including logistics, mobility, and climate tech. So this whole sector is a big focus of our fund. Let me introduce some of the corporate we're supporting right now. One is the financial technology startups. For example, like a company called eBest. They're providing basic platform in Nigeria. They're supporting more than 6 million people save their money. And then the other startups related to health tech as well, like some focus on the drug distribution, and also some recycling technology startup as well. And then we also focus on some logistics startups. They providing like the first mile logistics and then last mile logistics as well. So our fund is, as I said, it is mainly by Japanese corporate. We collaborate with the Japanese corporate we set up a new company in Kenya, actually, as well as 4 years ago. So we're doing market share in Africa, and then we start our finance business for the Uber drivers and some collaborators. So the company raised 50 million, so now it's more than 500 million. The startup raised after we invested, and then we are targeting to create more than 100 million jobs in Africa. So we are keep going our activity in Africa. So recently we create a new fund. So this is our new actions. So we collaborate with a company called Manex Ventures, which is one of the big financial institution in Japan. They have a online security trading business, asset management, and crypto exchange in Japan. We set up a new fund together 3 months ago, actually. And then, so we focus on 2 things. One is supporting startup to achieve the economic growth. And second thing is to achieve the carbon neutral in Africa. So we launched a new fund, so supporting the African startup, and then with Japanese innovators means the Japanese corporate has a lot of technologies, some asset, so not like just money. They provide a lot of asset, some great things for African startups. Also, we create the carbon neutral with startup. So let me explain about some startup again, which is focused on more like climate tech sector. One is a company called Sun Culture. They're operating in Kenya, so they provide solar irrigation to small farmers. So most of so they provide the solar panel and then some pumps, some battery, and then farmer develop more, increase their farming. So once the farmer integrates their solar irrigation, the farmer income achieve more than 5 times right now. It's average. So it's a huge impact. And also they reduce the saving the 2.9 tons per solar irrigation a year. So this is also they're creating the carbon credit with farmers and then sell it to some big corporate all over the world now. So the second case, which is called Arkwright, they're doing electric vehicle in Kenya as well. So the business is providing electric vehicle for boda riders, but the main business is providing the battery service. So they have more than 100 battery stations in Nairobi City now, and then the rider is switching gasoline to the electricity right now. So they're creating this kind of infrastructure. Recently, they collaborate with Uber. So now they have more than 1,500 vehicles in Kenya now, but with Uber, they achieved to more than 5,000 end of next year. So we're supporting this kind of startup, and then also we provide some finance, some the technology from Japan to the startup, and then supporting to transform the African the net zero. So thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thanks very much, Tadakura-san. I understand you're in the earlier stage of investing in venture capital, and I'm wondering, in your climate tech companies' portfolios, how do you source your companies?
The sourcing.
Sourcing, yes.
So many is 3 things. One is we ask some, the startup, the local startup, do you know this kind of startup related to climate tech? And then the people introduce us a lot. And the second thing is other investors from all over the world introducing us. And the last thing is we have some research by ourselves, and then and find out some great company. So that is the way.
Okay, so that research means you're on the ground searching, obviously, for searching for companies. Yes. Okay, great. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so let's go from venture capital to a large technology conglomerate. Mr. Tahio, please.
Okay, thank you everyone, and it's an honor also to be here in this wonderful investment forum, where we as Hitachi Energy could introduce the company, but also the solutions, products, and actual projects that we are working on. Yeah. Okay, so Hitachi Energy. Hitachi Energy, its purpose is to advance in a way that sustainable energy could be accessible to anyone. So what we are working on is to put the energy transition to a carbon neutral and accessible to all people globally. So this is our purpose as Hitachi Energy, to contribute globally to the society so that we can have that for the future and future generations. What we are trying to do with that, for the future for all, is we are advancing in this system and to make it more flexible and secure, so that the power supply is generated, but also granted to all independently where they are. We as a technology leader are collaborating, and this is a fundamental piece with customer. The unprecedented growth that is at the moment going over this energy sector will lead sooner or later into collaboration with selected partners, so that you can generate projects, but also put them in place at the moment when this is planned without having any delay. So therefore, we are trying to be a partner to elaborate together with end users, with financing institutes, so that the solutions can interconnect rural areas or countries and continents in some cases. What we are doing is we are delivering reliable power supply to cities or to rural areas. So what we are trying to do is to manage this complexity. To give you a little bit an overview of Hitachi Energy, we as Hitachi Energy are, the brand name is very new. So we as Hitachi Energy exist only since 2021. We were integrated into the Hitachi Group in 21. Yeah, and this is at the moment being established, but coming into Hitachi Energy, we are at the moment 445,000 employees. What we do, and this is our global footprint, we are active in more than 90 countries. We do have combined with Hitachi Energy and our prior owner, ABB, more than 250 years of heritage. We have different engineers globally acting, and we have different research and development centers globally that are interconnected to each other. We are divided in 4 business units. This is grid automation. We have high voltage products, grid integration, and transformers. We are focusing on customers in infrastructure, industry, and utilities. Our offering is coming from products to systems, software and automation, and services. As indicated, we are globally active, so we have a share in Asia, Middle East and Africa, in Europe and the Americas. One of the major aspects that we are as Hitachi Energy seeking is the health, safety, and integrity. So what we are elaborating is to have a positive environment of health and well-being. We are contributing with the products and solutions to protect the environment, but also to minimize whatever we are contributing to it. We do have a major growth as Hitachi Energy at the moment, because our sector is seeing an unprecedented growth. As you can imagine, in order to implement projects for infrastructures, which took place before the pandemic, could be plannable at the moment due to the high demand. We have that in Europe, in the Americas, and we see it also in other regions coming up, especially here in Africa, that it's mandatory to have like partnerships to secure the supply of products and solutions so that they are right on time when they are needed in order to have the expansion of the grid running, to have that benefit of this grid, because the electrical grid will be the backbone of the complete growth that is possible without the energy that is being transmitted from power plants to the consumers, and that this will increase further. So we see the growth in Europe, in other regions as well. Yeah. And that's why with business models, with products, with innovative solutions, with new talents, and all of them, we are trying to implement that with frameworks and with sustainable products and solutions. We are divided in 4 business units: grid automation, integration, high voltage products, and transformers. We are a leader in all of them. And we have, as a pioneering leader, the HVDC technology, which is more than 70 years now in place. And we, as Hitachi Energy, with the heritage, are global leader with this technology. And this is one of the pillars that we can provide. Important to indicate that we are, as a provider of products and solutions, trying to support you during the planning, during build, and also operate and maintain. So we can support you during the whole chain. And as you see, we were transitioning from 2021. We are strengthening it at the moment. And we are facing, or we are aiming, seeking to have acceleration the next years. We are covering also in Africa, different countries. Here in this map, you see the northern part is not part of the cluster that is handled by the South African unit, but is also part of Hitachi Energy. And we are active in all the countries. As a product supplier, we are able to submit products, but also solutions, and secure the delivery on time. Maybe to give you just a bit of an idea of where we are acting so far. In Africa, we are having projects. I just selected a couple of them, where we are implementing power supply of renewable resources, implementation of railway connections. We are distributing power to rural areas, electrification of remote areas. And we are also participating in transmitting these power generation to the urban areas. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dirk Beckham. Just a quick follow-up from my side is, you're an energy company. Also, Hitachi is known for its digital technology. And if you have sustainable energy in your power grid, there's fluctuations. So there's problems with base load and things like this. And so how does the digital part play into your, supplying energy, especially in the African context?
We are having projects that are remote, and they need to have accessibility. You need to know what is ongoing in those stations that we are building up. And without the digitalization, having access through telecommunication systems that you can really see what is happening at the moment in that station is fundamental. And we are working for that, to have that digitalized, to have all information visible on a remote center, so that you can predict also if there is a failure or if there is any issue on the station that you could interact. Because as you can imagine, these stations that we are building, they are fundamental to maintain regions on the power supply. And without that, they could lead into a power off power, so that you would have a shutdown in a certain region. And that's why the digitalization is a fundamental piece for the sector that we are working in as Hitachi Energy in all aspects, so that you have access to the tools with telecommunication systems.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's let Junaid take the stage. Thanks.
Shibuzawa-san, thank you very much. And warm appreciation to the African Development Bank for once again putting together an outstanding summit. To my Japanese colleagues, I say domo arigatou gozaimasu. I'm conscious of time, so I'll be very brief. I've been told to speak very briefly about Mizuho's efforts and thoughts on the green transition in Africa. But in Mizuho's DNA, we don't only think about the what, we also think about the why. Why are we doing what we're doing? And we get these sort of reminders from time to time, not more so than as we approach the festive season in some parts of the world. I'm reminded that the energy required to light up Christmas trees in the United States of America alone is more than the annual energy consumption of some African countries. So that's food for thought. A bit about Mizuho. We are one of the global systemically important banks. We are also a bank with a balance sheet just under $2 trillion US. In terms of our sustainability focus, we are committed to deploying roughly $670 billion US in sustainable finance by 2030 with a baseline of 2019. Let me draw your attention to the 5th bullet point on the screen, and we think very deeply about this. We acknowledge that transition is global in its undertaking, but we also acknowledge that it's going to be local in terms of the solutions. So regions and industries will have very unique pathways in terms of their transition. See if that clips through. In terms of how we see ourselves as a bridge. We've been, over the years, forming very key partnerships with financial institutions, some of whom are in this room, across the continent. And we see ourselves as a bridge between two very important forces. Asia, on the one hand, which is currently about 50% of global GDP, and Africa, on the other hand, because 1 in every 4 humans on the planet will be living on the continent come 2050. If there is anything you take away from this presentation, is this illustration, because increasingly we are beginning to look at the energy transition using this very illustration. And we are asking the question, or answering the question, what are the pillars that actually uphold the energy transitions? And there are 6 of them: technology, critical minerals, infrastructure, production, capital, and policy. Now, here is a reality check. Africa is challenged across all of these 6 pillars. If you look at the technology sector, Africa has less than 1% of the global patents for the key technologies that underpin the transition. Critical minerals is a second pillar. That should be the bright spot for Africa, as President Adesina was pointing out. But currently, it's still an extractive play on the continent when it should actually be an industrialized hub. So we actually increasingly see the energy transition as being a double-edged sword for Africa. If you swing it right, there's a leapfrog opportunity. You swing it wrong, then we can have an Africa left back scenario. But we want to focus on the positive outcomes. And we do think that in the likes of hydrogen and clean cooking, you have triggers that can invite Japanese technology, capital, developers, and policy support. If I focus on hydrogen and clean cooking for the next 2 minutes, as far as hydrogen is concerned, our approach at Mizuho is quite clearly defined. We deploy finance, we would leverage the demand and technology in Japan, and we will work towards an outcome of industrializing Africa. As you can see on the screen, we are actually committed to $13 billion deployed into the hydrogen supply and value chain between now and 2030. And we are also undertaking some financing and advisory work here on the continent on some very prominent hydrogen projects, which are here. Some of them are listed on the screen. But one thing to note is as we deploy capital, we need to think about how we extract value from Japanese demand and technology. We expect Japan and Korea to account for up to 35% of world inputs for low carbon hydrogen. And we also, it's understated, but Japan holds 34% of the technologies, the technology patents that for hydrogen. And if you think about it in context, the whole of the EU combined is 28%. And if we can use financing from Mizuho, Japanese technology demand, and use that to solve these 4 challenges that you see on the screen, then we would believe that it's job done. But these challenges are huge. Cost of capital is a huge issue for us. We had McKinsey tell us at the Hydrogen Council earlier in the year that For every 6 percentage points reduction in cost of borrowing on a hydrogen project in Africa, you can achieve as much as 50% reduction in the levelized cost of hydrogen. That's significant. So increasingly, we want to think about blended finance, working with DFIs and the ECAs. Number two, lack of local use cases. We are not seeing enough of the green steels, the green iron, the green fertilizer, green cement type opportunities, but we think that that's the way forward in terms of the actual value add on the continent. There are unfavorable policies. CBAM is one that Africa has to be very wary of come 2026. But I think that if Africa is proactive in looking at all the different demand centers, Japan, Korea, EU, for hydrogen, they can work out African clusters. And there's a lot to say with our partners around that. Africa should think very clearly about carbon markets because that's a significant inroad and lever that Africa could pull in terms of dealing with these. And lastly, there's the infrastructure gap. And we increasingly in financing are beginning to think not just of individual projects, but we're starting to think about ecosystem financing, where we're looking at projects that have complementarity in terms of packaging infrastructure with the production of molecules and everything else. I've just got my cue. So to the last page, which is the clean cooking. In terms of clean cooking, we had a moment of truth in Paris earlier this year at the Clean Cooking Summit, which was driven by the AFDB. And these were staggering stats to us in terms of 4 in 5 Africans are exposed to harmful gases in the bid to feed themselves. There's only $4 billion a year that's required to actually move to a clean cooking scenario. For context, it's the same emissions compared to aviation industry, 2% of emissions, but yet the investment that's required is staggeringly low. So for us, we want to think with others in this room and invite to speak to others in this room around how do we create a vehicle to scale up in this clean cooking space, scale up financing, and it may well be a dedicated vehicle that addresses the questions that are up here today. But I'm going to pause there. I'm aware that I've run out of time, but okay, thank you. Yep.
Great, thank you so much, Junaid. I'm curious about you mentioned the ecosystem financing, and in your 6 pillars that was great. That was very illustrative. And one of the, I think, big concerns with the African Development Bank, as I understand it, is that it's extraction and that they're left on the bottom of the pyramid, the value chain, basically. So, and there's a strong interest for EV battery production within the continent in this. How can Mizuho, as a Japanese has a financial institution based with roots in Japan, can contribute to specifically that ecosystem building?
Yeah, I think it's going to be deliberate. We've got to be deliberate when you want to build ecosystems. And I think for Mizuho, we do think beyond now just the financing. We think about leveraging our own connectivity and network, both on the public and private side, to actually pull together the necessary players that can come to the table to pull together a consortium to go into some of these opportunities. So if you look at the EV opportunity you talk about, if you can think of just the word co-location, and that's what we as bankers are beginning to say to folks who want to know how we can bank this project is, can you co-locate the raw materials, the feedstock that's required? We know that there's loads of lithium, for instance, and other minerals on the continent. But co-locate the raw materials with demand use cases as well in continent, but also with all of those export opportunities. That's an infrastructure, right? Having the right, grid infrastructure and the necessary players to come into that space. So it's deliberate. It's about being deliberate, and it's about being innovative in co-locating these projects and finding the right players and then financing at the end of the day.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much, Junaid. Okay, so Uchida-san, please.
Thank you so much, Shibusawa-san. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the great opportunity to talk about, to speak today. My name is Yuri from Johannesburg Jocomac office. So it's my honor to introduce Jocomac's initiatives in promoting low carbonization and hydrogen. So let me talk to the Japanese policies and how to JOGMEC can contribute to the hydrogen society. So Japan has been a pioneer in hydrogen policy, beginning with the formulation of a national hydrogen strategy in 2017. In 2020, the country declared its goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, initiating transformative changes. To further this effort, the Green Innovation Fund, established in 2021 with $13 billion, has been driving hydrogen technology development. So in 2023, hydrogen and ammonia were integrated as key elements under the Green Transformation Promotion Act, solidifying their importance in energy transition. So most recently, the Hydrogen Society Promotion Act, enforced in October 2024, this year, just 2 months ago, highlights Japan's commitment to innovation and sustainability. Through those initiatives, Japan contributes to lead in energy advancement. Sorry. So in 2023, Japan revised its basic hydrogen strategy, setting a progressive target for hydrogen and ammonia use. So for example, regarding hydrogen, so we set up aim 3 million tons by 2030, 20 million tons by 2040, and 20 million tons by 2050. So achieving these goals requires advancement in research, demonstration, commercialization, and business expansion. So Japan leads globally in ammonia power generation, with JERA starting tests for 20% ammonia co-firing at a coal plant this year, aiming for over 50% by 2028, and dedicated filing in the 2030s. Additionally, Japan is developing hydrogen co-firing technologies for gas-fired power, and targeting 10% co-firing as a step towards dedicated hydrogen use. So JOGMEC acts as a bridge between policy and business, addressing the energy trilemma of security, economic efficiency, and environmental sustainability, while prioritizing safety. So we provide financial, technical, and intelligence supports to both domestic and international partners for fostering global collaboration and innovation. So in the hydrogen and the ammonia sector, JOGMEC initiatives increase contracts for difference, CFD support, and establishing hydrogen hubs in Japan, and providing equity and guarantees for Japanese companies. So these efforts ensure the effective implementation of energy policies and contribute to a stable and affordable energy supply. So the Japanese government aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2015 in order to promote the supply and the use of low carbon hydrogen, etc. The Japan Society Promotion Act enforced this October, and a support mechanism with a budget for approximately $20 billion over 15 years will be launched to address the price gap in the production and then transport of low carbon hydrogen. Thus, these subsidies, which will be managed by JOGMEC, will cover the contract for difference, and all the supported project must begin by 2030. Even after the support ends, suppliers will have to continue their operation for another 10 years to ensure the project sustainability. This initiative is line with Japan's policy, which aims to promote innovation and public-private partnership and lead the global transmission to a low-carbon community. So in conclusion, so with regard to the users of hydrogen, in conclusion, the CFD support is a support system for first mover business that aim to build a supply chain from hydrogen ammonia suppliers to off-takers. In addition, with regard to the users of hydrogen ammonia, the Japanese government will also provide support for the formulation of domestic infrastructure and develop hydrogen hubs in Japan that will form the basis for implementation of hydrogen society. JOGMEC will work to promote a hydrogen society through CFD support and also the development of the domestic infrastructures. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Uchida-san. The hydrogen part of the equation is very, very obviously important for a carbon neutral society, and so I think it's really fantastic that I didn't realize Japanese government had this Hydrogen Society Promotion Act. So maybe, I didn't know about it, I'm sorry. Maybe you need some PR agent to spread it. But on the other hand, so hydrogen, from my understanding, is that actually per volume, the heat calorie is low compared to other forms of energy. And of course, it's very volatile compared to other forms, like, because it's hydrogen. So there seems to be some technology advances that needs to be needed to advance this society. And I'm wondering if JOGMEC has an initiative for the technology part to make it more applicable to the society.
So your question
does JOGMEC has an initiative within the organization for the technology part to make it more applicable for usage?
So yeah, JOGMEC, so we also provided like a technology supports to Japanese companies. We have many experts on geologists and physiologists, but so JOGMEC is more the financial side. We can contribute to providing finance to Japanese companies when they join the hydrogen ammonia project, both domestically and internationally, so we can take the risk, project risk, and manage the project. Yeah. And also we are talking with several companies and organizations, like also NATO can contribute to the technology side in ammonia and hydrogen space. And JOGMEC can collaborate with those organizations and companies and to secure a stable supply to Japan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Uchida-san. So, Akita-san, please.
Thank you very much, Shibusawa-san. So let me explain about NEXI. Briefly, our introduction first. No? Okay. So the people who don't know much about the ECA is basically supporting Japanese export to overseas. But NEXI, at the same time, we are supporting Japanese overseas investment and also, of course, financing activities by the Japanese banks like Mizuho. This type of business is globally exists. So each country has something like NEXI. So our agency is owned by the Japanese government and guided by the Ministry of Economy, Trade, Industry. The activities total amount is almost over 50 billion US dollar per year. And outstanding commitments, 113.5 billion. So that we do business both short-term trade receivable cover, but at the same time, medium long-term insurance as well. The main products export insurance protects trade receivable. Investment insurance protects our company's equity, and loan insurance also for the bankers. Those two risks, mainly country risk and commercial risks, we cover, and those comprehensively we can cover for the unpaid risk for bankers or exporters. Now, I would like to briefly explain our business trend, particularly for African business. It's quite impressively increasing for past 20 years. The annual growth rate around 18% from 2008 last year. And the particularly outstanding financing commitment is increasing a lot. Not only for export finance, but also the so-called untied finance. Untied finance, I would like to explain more detail later. Okay, so unlocking Japanese private capital for Africa. So this is what type of activities we are doing. Particularly, I'd like to introduce our untied loan program, so-called flagship program called LEAD Initiative. LEAD Initiative is basically the purpose is supporting Japanese leading technologies and business models and environment and energy, an alliance like working with the African Development Bank and other regional partners. And also our loan insurance covers extended to cover for development type of businesses. So under this program, we launched 2022, particularly in Africa, we underwrote $1.5 billion for past 2 years. And one of the important aspects for this initiative is we try to mobilize the new investors utilizing by our insurance. Particularly, we are emphasizing the bond market or securitization program to reach institutional capitals. I'd like to introduce two cases. One is a COVID-19 vaccine and healthcare finance facility with African Export-Import Bank, so-called Afri-Exim. This is an on-lending structure. So the Afri-Exim Bank is working with the World Bank Group and others important partners. So we try to support the funding for their procurement of the COVID-19 vaccine. And the lead arranger of this transaction is MUFG. They succeeded to place in the institutional investors, life insurance companies, and others who are not much used under of our program directly. And the other case is the energy space, particularly renewables. We have two transactions in Egypt, and both of them we are working with the IFC or EBRD. Those multilaterals is a really important partners. So to facilitate green businesses, we increased commercial risk coverage for bankers. So ultimately, this will be the driver to lower owing financing cost. Now, I'd like to emphasize in our role of sustainable development impact is really important. Those previous two cases are quite big ticket size transactions. However, let me introduce a smaller one, how we are working for. We support under our investment insurance policy for Japanese equity investment. This is a case in Kenya. They try to work with the UNIDO and Joint Credit Mechanism project. So through the investment, Japanese farmland is a small, medium-sized enterprise. They established joint venture in Kenya, and they did the solar power project. And that is actually the under this JCM scheme, the carbon credit was be recognized, and this is a contribution to the Japanese government national determined commitment. So carbon emission will be counted under that scheme. So the lastly, but not the least, this is a forum for how we can consider further collaboration with multilaterals. Those are our existing cooperation agreement partners, but not only those, just we are not signing off the MOU, those are really, we have real transactions. So AFDB, AfriExim, I introduced, ATD, we invested, and we have joint project, and other ISEC and ISDB group, also critical partners. So I don't go through all the details, but those are the cases which we have done before with those partners. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Atkinson. I think this is a very important topic. I think Matsuno-san mentioned about the small farmer that wouldn't get paid 6 months after doing the work, but there's been instances where Japanese corporations have done not small scale, but pretty large scale businesses and still haven't gotten paid. And so that's one of the reasons I think many Japanese corporations are sort of shy about coming into the continent. But for those kind of companies, is there some ways for them to use your facilities more readily, or is it complex for Japanese companies to get insurance by NEXI, or?
Thank you very much for your important points. I think we try to be simplified. However, I just wanted to share, we have in next several years, at least $5 billion the project pipelines. But one of the challenge is, of course, we need to simplify our policy, the customer friendly, but at the same time, the issue in Africa context is something the project has to be more speed up. So we do have some challenges in the slow progress of the deals. I can see some of the issues at the home country in Africa, like the regulatory approvals, elections, and those impact a lot. And those are really the cost for the Japanese companies as well. So we cannot control that kind of things. However, that I think one of the important collaboration with MDBs is really critical to understand the market, the prospects or the country prospects. So we would like to exchange more intelligence with those partners and to contribute to the Japanese customers as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Akita. So now I'd like to welcome Mr. Kevin Kariuki. He's the Vice President at Africa in Development Bank in charge of power, energy, climate, green growth. So you heard the 5 presentations. Any feedback, insights, thoughts from your side?
Thank you very much, Ken. I've really listened very keenly to the presentation of our Japanese colleagues. And I must say that it was a very well-designed panel because from my perspective, it comprised of important players in renewable energy, both grid and off-grid, including an off-grid, and including green hydrogen, which is an emerging important technology. So I think what I would want to say, first of all, is that there are great opportunities for Japanese companies in the energy sector. And why I say this is because I'm sure most of you know that Africa is very well endowed with renewable energy sources, including 60% of the best solar energy anywhere in the world, of which, and that is estimated about 10,000 gigawatts, and we have only exploited less than 1%. There is also significant amounts of hydropower generation, about 350 gigawatts. Again, only about 7% has been harnessed. You have wind, but there's one area that is of significant Japanese competitive advantage, and this is in geothermal. And here, we are aware of key Japanese companies. You have Mitsubishi, Fuji, Toyota Tsusho, Toshiba, Marubeni, among others, including JICA, which is financing most of these projects. And I would want to vouch here that, as President Adesina intimated earlier during the opening ceremony, the investment risk in Africa is actually overstated, as the empirical evidence would suggest otherwise. And in this regard here, what I would want to say is that I have seen and I know of Hitachi's experience and expertise. They are very good in construction and technology. But my plea is that there is a new emerging business, and this is IPP in transmission. I do believe a company like Hitachi would do extremely well in venturing into this business. And why I say this is because I know, for example, I think last year but one, South Africa could not evacuate about 3,200 megawatts because of lack of transmission systems. I am aware that in Kenya, there are a number of lines that will be financed through the private sector. And the same will apply in Mozambique. So I think that those are opportunities that I would encourage maybe Hitachi to pursue as they diversify their business model. And of course, I heard from Yuda on the issue of developing sort of cost-competitive hydrogen. I know also that I was in Japan, I think 2 years ago, and I heard that you control about 29% of the patents of hydrogen, which is very important. So I think here you can rely and leverage on Africa's abundant renewable energies to ensure that Japan's energy security is safeguarded in the way that JOGMEC's plans sort of were articulated by Yuda. Here I can say that I can personally attest to the stability of the investment environment in Africa, having led the development and operation of power projects for over 20 years, with neither default nor inordinate delays in payments. Key ingredients here, I must say, is to ensure that there's equitable sharing of risks in the project development. And in this particular case, I note that NEXI can also help in de-risking the projects to support private sector investment in these projects. On distributed renewable energy, we heard about it earlier. I am aware that a number of Japanese companies have looked at Africa for purposes of investment in this area. And it is important and is the correct thing to do. And why do I say this? It's because we expect that up to 50% of new energy connections by 2030 will be through the distributed renewable energy field. Here, I am aware that, again, Japanese companies have ventured strongly in East Africa and other parts of Africa. I know Toyota Tsusho is playing a big role. There's Sumitomo, and there's another one I can't remember, but it has a name like Washa in Tanzania. And then, of course, you have Marubeni, among others. While we've also had this venturing into transportation. We heard about about Terakubo's green wheels and ARC on e-mobility. But we are also aware of Basigo, another e-mobility business with Japanese investors, Sifao, who is associated with Toyota Tsusho. So both grid and DRE grids, and I think this is very important, are very important pillars of what we call, and enablers of what we call Mission 300. For those who may not know, Mission 300 seeks to provide electricity access to 300 million people, additional people, in Africa by 2030. But you'll wonder what is the connection. Is that in order to facilitate the achievement of this goal, that is Mission 300, deep reforms will be required to create enabling environment for accelerated investment in renewable energy in Africa. So in closing, if you are in renewable energy, whether grid-based or DRE, is your preferred investment area, Africa offers the best frontier for growth. And Mission 300 will facilitate and improve the required investment environment for you to participate. I think you guys, you don't need to go back to Japan, stay in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that invitation and challenge, actually. Would anybody care to hit the ball back to Kevin? How about you, Beckham?
Yeah, thanks for this interesting indication. We are dealing, as you said, in different transmission projects where the energy has to be transmitted. And at the moment, we are supporting that through different channels. And we are getting support also from ECAs all over the continents. I think the major challenge at this is, as I heard also from Nexi, that the projects could probably be executed faster, but it's a little bit a challenge. And as I indicated in my part, that the demand is increasing that much that the future will be to secure factories or supply of equipment or solutions on time. The intention of, or the purpose of Hitachi Energy is to provide the energy to all and to be green and sustainable. And that's why the contribution from our side is with the digitalization, with the products and solutions we will contribute. We could strengthen the collaboration, and we could maybe be more dynamic to provide the solutions on time so that there is no overcost, and the energization of transmission lines, which is fundamental for the future, could be granted on time, because the grid needs to expand significant. Yeah, so the demand on electrical energy is just ramping up, and it will continue. We are facing that in Europe and in other regions. And I expect that Africa will have also a huge demand and appetite for such projects. Therefore, we are very keen to support. But I suppose that the speed, if we could collaborate to have a smoother plan to implement those projects, could contribute for sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, thank you very much for the very rich conversation regarding energy. There's this concept of cost of inaction, and this refers to in sustainability. Unless you act, then there's there'd be tremendous costs in the future. So that's one. But I think for me, there's another cost of inaction for me being a Japanese, is that it's obvious that from the conversations today that in Japan we have the technology, we have the people, we have the money, but what we lack is the action. And so I think we in Japan need to realize what is that cost of inaction that we're paying for future generation by not acting in Africa. So I know this audience is all in agreement about this. We just need to get more people in agreement. So with that, please send my best or just applause to, I'm sorry, to my wonderful panelists, and I'll give back the floor to Solomon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ken Shibusawa-san, also for his moderation. He's a very fine and slick moderator. I've learned a lot. Let's give it to Mr. Ken Shibusawa-san. And as Vice President Kariuki said, I'm trying to look for our protocol officers to begin the process of registering the interest of those who want to remain in Africa. I'm talking to our protocol officers so that they're on standby. So if you want to remain in Africa, please, we're going to begin that process right away. In the meantime, let's take a family photo. And then after this, we'll go to the other side for the family photo where everybody will be able to fit in. So photographers, if you don't mind, we'll go there. But here, just for this group, the Ken Shibusawa group. Thanks. We have family photo there. All right, thank you so much. I'm told there's a closing remarks by video, so our guests, just take your seats. And then after that, we'll take a group photo, all of us outside here. But in the meantime, just prepare the video. You may want to dim the lights a bit. Yeah. So let's have the closing video, and then we'll go out for a family photo. Thank you so much. Just a moment, let the guests get from the stages.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank all of the participants for attending the second assembly of this important initiative today, and express my heartfelt gratitude to the government of Morocco for hosting the African Investment Forum. Let me also give special thanks to the bank's agent office in Tokyo and Edi Nomoto for their great jobs, as well as Keizai Doyukai for its kind cooperation. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you today. However, it is my great honor to deliver you this video message on behalf of the Japanese government. In addition, given its importance, I sent one participant from Ministry of Finance to today's forum for the first time in history. Since its participation in the African Development Fund in 1973, Japan has been closely cooperating with the bank group to support African countries. I wish to express my appreciation to President Adesina for his strong leadership in enhancing the relationship with Japan. In light of the increasing development needs in the region, efforts for the private sector mobilization are vital. Japan, as a pioneer in this field, established the Enhanced Private Sector Assistance for Africa, or EPSA, at the bank in 2006, which has provided around $9 billion today. One such initiative is the Japan Special Room, which was launched at the African Investment Forum last year. Africa is a land of promise. It is struggling with a wide range of development challenges, such as poverty, food insecurity, climate change, energy transition, and rising debt. At the same time, the region is endowed with abundant natural resources, and more importantly, the world's fastest growing working age population. Africa undoubtedly has huge potential to attain high growth, create jobs, and build a solid economic structure for future generations. Today's theme and 2 sessions comes at such critical juncture. Agriculture is an indispensable component of Africa's economic and social development. Increasing agricultural productivity and maintaining people's health through nutrition are important and must be achieved without placing stress on the environment. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges facing Africa today. Energy access and economic growth of African countries should be balanced with the reduction of greenhouse gas emission to achieve net zero. It is imperative each country draws an ambitious but feasible green transition path from both mitigation and adaptation perspectives based on country-specific domestic circumstances while being mindful of compatibility with its level of development. These facts suggest continent's development prospects will largely depend on whether it can successfully achieve agricultural innovation and green growth. In this respect, I believe digitalization solutions and innovative business model, which are presented today by the participating major Japanese companies and startups, will be a game changer to address these issues and unleash the continent's potential. It is time for us to co-create innovative solutions together with Africa. I hope today's session will be an important milestone for this purpose, catalyzing the investments of Japanese companies in Africa. Last but not least, next year, we'll be holding the 9th meeting of Tokyo International Conference on African Development, or TICAD. It has been a major international forum open to a wide spectrum of partners to discuss together the sustainable and inclusive growth of Africa. Japan respects African ownership and will continue to encourage sustainable development driven by Africa together with Bank towards TICAD 9. I believe if we work together, we can see Africa where all people enjoy healthy and productive lives. Let me conclude my remarks by congratulating the bank team and all the participants for the success of this event. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, let's give that time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for that message, Vice Minister. Let's now go for a good photo just outside here, all of us. You've been a great audience. Please, let's go and have that photo. And have a very good evening. Thank you.